The chair would like to take a moment.
La présidence désire prendre quelques instants pour communiquer à la Chambre certains renseignements.
As members know, after the order of precedence is replenished, the chair reviews the new items so as to alert the House to bills which, at first glance, appear to infringe the financial prerogative of the Crown. This allows members the opportunity to intervene in a timely fashion to present their views about the need for those bills to be accompanied by a royal recommendation. Par conséquent,
accordingly, following the February 22nd, 2021 replenishment of the order of precedence with 15 new items, I wish to inform the House that there is one bill that gives the Chair some concern as to the spending provisions it contemplates. It is Bill C-265, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, illness, injury, or quarantine, standing in the name of the member for Salaberry-sur-Loire.
I would encourage honourable members who would like to make arguments regarding the need for a royal recommendation to accompany this bill or any other bills now on the order of precedence to do so at an early opportunity. Je remercie les députés.
I thank the honourable members for their attention.
Comme il est 10h04,
it being 11:04, the House will now consider private members' business based on the order indicated in the order paper. Orders of the day.
Affaires émanant des députés.
Private members' business.
Resuming debate on M36 concerning Emancipation Day, standing in the name of Mr. Johari.
We'll now continue with the honourable member, or the honourable parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And what a pleasure it is to be able to address this very important issue for all Canadians in terms of we often get members that will move different types of motions or bills recognizing important dates. And I would suggest to you that this is one of those motions that is really necessary for the House to recognize and support. The motion calls for August 1st to be recognized as in Canada as Emancipation Day, and wanting to be able to provide some thoughts on the issue, Mr. Speaker, I thought I would do a quick Google search in regards to providing something very concise, and I was really quite impressed with the BC Black History Awareness Society, and I wanted to cite something that's right on their website. And the most interesting thing that I saw that was really said a lot, and you often hear a picture's worth 1,000 words type of thing, and is a picture on their site of a poster, and the poster makes indication here in Canada at Halifax that there's a public auction November 3, 1760, to be sold a boy and a girl about 11 years old. I think that's a fairly profound thing to look at, and I started to read into why, or the first couple of paragraphs I want to share with members. And on this site, it states that August 1st is important in Canadian history because the Slavery Abolition Act affected the lives of those enslaved and the lives of their descendants. The first colony in the British Empire to have anti-slavery legislation was Upper Canada, now known as Ontario. John Gray's Simcoe, the first lieutenant governor of Upper Canada back in 1791, 1796, passed an act against slavery in 1793, which ended the importation of slaves in Upper Canada and manumitted the future children of female slaves at age 25. Unfortunately, it did not free a single slave. It was superseded by the Slavery Abolition Act of 1833. But Ontario was not the first of the British and former British possessions to enact legislation against slavery. Vermont abolished slavery outright in 1777, a full 16 years before Upper Canada's partial abolition. And Vermont was followed quickly by Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, and several other northern states, well ahead of Upper Canada's 1793 law. In 1787, the United States Congress outlawed slavery in territories that would become the Midwest states. The Slavery Abolition Act, 1833, abolished slavery throughout the British Empire. Madam Speaker, that comes directly from the BC Black History Awareness Society and their website. And I see that I'm quickly running out of time. I think it's the 1833 Abolition Act. There was a movie that I had watched a few years back called Amazing Grace with William Wilberforce. And I love the way in which the movie was put together just to assist in people reflecting on just many of the horrifics that had taken place during that slavery at what I would suggest to you at one of its peaks, where slaves are being captured and brought into the United States and other areas of the world, Madam Speaker. These are the type of things in which I ultimately believe, there's so many stories that could be told. I see I've ran out of time, but suffice to say, I just really appreciated reading the BC Black History Awareness Society website, and I would encourage others to do so. Thank you, Madam.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I apologize. I'm very honored to speak this morning on this issue. It is an important one. I think that it's hard today to imagine, even if it still happens, what people who were enslaved felt. We just can't imagine it. Sophocles said, "There is no worse evil in the world than servitude," and I'm speaking today on motion M36, which recognizes the past and present contributions of people of African descent. And it proposes to make August 1st of every year Emancipation Day, and I support this motion. By creating a day, we are sending two important messages. First, we recognize the harm done with the practice of slavery in North America, and we're saying that it was wrong, and we're sending the signal that slavery is never acceptable, no matter what the time, the place, or context. But slavery has not yet been completely abolished around the world. There are modern forms that remain. We can think of the Uyghurs, who are subject to forced labor in Chinese camps. We even saw a report a few years ago on CNN where about 4 years ago in Libya, African migrants were being sold at auction as merchandise. We can also note what has happened in recent years in Syria or Iraq, where thousands of women and girls, Yazidi women and girls, prisoners of ISIL, were subject to slavery. So no matter what the form, slavery must be abolished. We all agree on that. As the motion said, the British Parliament abolished slavery in the Empire on August 1st, 1834. That's the important event that we have to commemorate, and that's why the government wants to make August 1st Emancipation Day. On August 1st, 1834, the British Empire gave in and granted emancipation, but the debates had been ongoing on for many years. The Lower Canada Assembly was the first legislature in British North America to propose to abolish slavery. People won't remember this, but from the very first session of the first Parliament in Lower Canada in December 1792, the member, Pierre-Louis Panet, proposed an act to abolish slavery in Lower Canada. And this bill was tabled on March 8, 1793, and adopted in principle on April 19th, but then died on the order paper. This legislation testifies to how greatly this issue concerned Quebecers in expressing their opinion as soon as they had a parliament. Another example of Quebecers' concerns for equality and freedom for all was the emancipation of the Jews in 1832. That year, the legislature of Lower Canada, presided or chaired by Louis-Joseph Papineau, passed a law, an unprecedented act in the British Empire to recognize the full civil, political, and religious rights of Jews, allowing them finally to sit in Parliament, which had not been the case before. A few years later, in 1838, after the bloody repression of the Patriots' Rebellion, that they were able to write in the Quebec's Statement of Independence that all individuals, including Indigenous peoples, had the same rights. The Patriots demonstrated in particular their interest in human rights and fairness for all communities within its territory, and they went even further with the abolition of slavery. August 1st, 1834 remains an important date, but we must understand the abolition of slavery did not come out of the blue, and it wasn't a sudden awareness by members at the time. The abolition of slavery was rather the result of decades of fights by humanists and above all, by the slaves themselves. I would like to talk to you about this battle. Today we talk about the social fight for human rights. We're talking about petitions, demonstrations, and representations to authorities. But how could an enslaved person fight when the institution that it wanted to see disappear deprived it of all freedoms? When slavery deprives the enslaved person of the possibility of openly gathering or filing a petition, how can they resist? They disobey, they flee, they break their chains, sometimes literally, and they stop their oppressor, denying their humanity. They revolt, sometimes violently. Nelson Mandela said it's always the oppressor, not the oppressed, that determines how the fight will be waged. If the oppressor uses violence, the oppressed has no other choice but to respond with violence. Because, yes, there were dozens of revolts by slaves in America. The most famous is certainly the one that was led for the independence of Haiti and the end of slavery in that country. The Haitians were able to go from the horrors of war to earn their freedom. There were a number of other slave results that did not have the same success. But it doesn't mean they were in vain, even those that were crushed in blood. I'm thinking of the Stono Rebellion, which was a British colony in South Carolina in 1739. Slaves came together, took up arms, and organized a march with the word freedom written on a banner. This uprising was crushed, but it inspired another in the neighboring Georgia the following year, and then another in South Carolina the following year. The colonial authorities put a 10-year moratorium on importing slaves into the region. Small victory, but a victory nonetheless. Slaves didn't only resist by openly revolting. When an unjust system forced a person to work without compensation and without rights for an owner, fled, this was an act of resistance, a heroic act. We know that many American slaves fled north after the abolition of slavery in the British Empire. So slaves fled both during the English and the French regimes in place. I want to talk about Marie-Joseph Angélique, a black slave from Montreal. In 1733, she asked her owner to free her. Her owner refused. She fled with a companion to the New England coast in hopes of going to Portugal, where she was born. She was captured 2 weeks later in Chambly and returned to her owner. A little bit later, in April 1734, she was accused of being responsible for a fire that devastated a merchant quarter in Montreal. According to her accusers, she set fire to create a diversion so she could flee again. She was convicted, tortured, and hung. And even if we know with certainty that she was right to want freedom, she was right to reject the system of slavery and flee, but it doesn't matter if she was responsible for the fire. The open revolt and escaping were acts of resistance that undermined the system and contributed to the abolition of the system in place by resisting. Slaves made maintaining these systems of repression more expensive. It was less profitable, therefore, for merchants and slavers to maintain the system. The enslaved peoples were, yes, victims of this great historical crime, but they were also agents of change through their resistance because they had to resist to triumph over injustice. Abolitionist and former slave Frederick Douglass illustrated the need to fight. He said, and I quote, "If there is no fight, there is no progress. Those who say they are in favor of freedom and who do not allow or want agitation are people who want the harvest without doing the work. They want the rain without the clouds and thunder. They want the ocean without the terrible sound of the waves and the storms. The fight can be moral, physical, or both, but it is a battle. Power never gives up anything without someone asking. It never will, and it never has." End of quote. Resisting, fighting was ultimately worth it, even if it took time. Quebecers knew it. 200 years of oppression, fights, battles, 2 lost referendums, but our thirst for freedom is still intact. Every little brick that we put in building freedom bears fruit, perhaps not necessarily immediately, but it always does ultimately bear fruit. How much time do I have left, Madam Speaker? I'm out of time? Well then, I could have said much, much more. It's an important motion, M36. I supported, everyone in the bloc supported. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to have this opportunity to add my voice in support to the motion put forward by the member of Richmond Hill, which calls upon the government to designate August 1st of each year as Emancipation Day. As the member of Parliament representing the riding of Niagara Falls, it is indeed my pleasure to speak on this motion and share the incredible local history and important stories of our Black communities, which need to be heard. In my colleague's motion, he references the British Parliament's decision to abolish slavery as of August 1st, 1834, as part of his rationale in having this date designated as Emancipation Day in Canada. I would like to build on this reference and actually take us a bit further in our country's history to the time of the first Lieutenant Governor of Upper Canada, John Graves Simcoe. In many places across Ontario, the August civic holiday has become known as Simcoe Day. However, this holiday has also been referred to by many within our Black communities as Emancipation Day as well. Prior to running to become the Member of Parliament, I had the pleasure of serving as the Senior Manager of Communications and Stakeholder Relations for the Niagara Parks Commission. The Commission is an Ontario government agency responsible for the environmental and cultural preservation of the lands located along the Niagara River corridor, stretching from Lake Erie all the way to Lake Ontario. One of the Commission's holdings is the Mackenzie Printery, which contains a piece of important history in its collection, the Louis Roy Press. According to the Niagara Parks, this 1760s press was operated by the King's first printer, Louis Roy, who was responsible for printing all official government documents in Upper Canada. One of these documents included the printing of an act to prevent the further introduction of slaves and to limit the term of contracts for servitude, which is also known as the Act to Limit Slavery in Upper Canada, which was printed in 1793. On March 14, 1793, Chloe Cooley, a Black slave in Queenston, Ontario, was forcibly returned by her owner to the United States. Army veteran Peter Martin, a former soldier in Butler's Rangers and a free black, bravely and rightly reported the incident and Cooley's protests to the Lieutenant Governor John Graves Simcoe. This led Simcoe to introduce the 1793 Act, which attempted to make slavery less common, with children born to female slaves to be freed at age 25 and with no additional individuals allowed to be brought into Upper Canada in servitude. While the act did not abolish slavery outright, it was an early challenge against the legal status of slavery and a critically important step in the fight to abolish slavery in Canada and the British Empire, which would take place in 1834. For some, this is the reason why Simcoe Day and Emancipation Day are celebrated together in many parts of Ontario. Miss Cooley's story and the resulting introduction of an act against slavery in Upper Canada was recognized by the Ontario Heritage Trust on August 23, 2007. Fittingly, it was former Ontario Lieutenant Governor Lincoln Alexander, Canada's first Black federal parliamentarian and first Black federal cabinet minister, who attended and unveiled this plaque in his capacity as chair of the Ontario Heritage Trust. This plaque, dedicated to Miss Cooley, is one of many other specific markers and monuments within the Niagara Parks that commemorate the significant contributions and impacts that Black Canadians have had on the development and rich history of Ontario and our country. On the site of Queenston Heights itself, there is one specific plaque dedicated to those Black Canadians who fought in defense of Canada from American invasion and for their own personal freedom during the Battle of Queenston Heights on October 13, 1812. In the southern part of my riding, there is another plaque that recognizes the starting point of Niagara's Freedom Trail. Slaves escaping the northern states would be ferried across the Niagara River from Buffalo to Fort Erie, where they would land on shore and temporarily reside in a series of safe houses until permanent accommodations and jobs could be found. These communities and safe homes were major conduits of the Underground Railroad. This river crossing landing site in Fort Erie was the point where many hundreds of escaped African American slaves would experience freedom for the first time in their lives. Which leads me, Madam Speaker, to Part C of this motion, which recognizes the abolitionists and others who struggle against slavery, including those who arrived in Upper and Lower Canada by the Underground Railroad, who have historically celebrated August 1st as Emancipation Day. Again, the region of Niagara is rich in history and stories of significance to many in the Black community. Recently, the Niagara Parks Commission unveiled 2 interpretive plaques honoring Harriet Tubman and her efforts to end slavery and advance the rights and freedoms of all people. From 1851 to 1861, Harriet Tubman was a guide for freedom seekers making their way to Canada. In November of 1856, she crossed the Niagara River with some of her charges in a train traveling over the new and very first railway bridge, the International Suspension Bridge, at what is now the Whirlpool International Bridge in Niagara Falls. Her courage and an unwavering commitment to help people escape slavery leaves one in awe. She truly was a remarkable woman and a role model for us all. It is in tribute to these actions and her role as the most famous conductor of the Underground Railroad that the Canadian federal government bestowed the honor of designated Harriet Tubman as a person of national significance, historic significance, in 2005. In Part E of my colleague's motion, he speaks to, and I quote, the heritage of Canada's people of African descent and the contributions they have made and continue to make to Canada. As part of this, I wanted to quickly highlight the efforts and contributions of the Niagara Military Museum in my riding for creating an absolutely marvelous exhibit and traveling exhibit funded in part by Veterans Affairs Canada, which highlights the major role and contributions of Black Canadians in our country's military history. With a focus on those who serve from Niagara and those communities surrounding us locally, the exhibit features the personal stories and service and commitment of Black Canadians from the various military conflicts Canadians have participated in throughout our history. The sharing of these important stories would not have been possible without the involvement of those families and local historians and contributors who came forward to see that the stories and legacy of these families' ancestors would never be forgotten. Madam Speaker, as we speak to this motion and its reference to Canadians of African descent that have and continue to make Canada a great place to live, I would be remiss if I did not mention the late Wilma Morrison, a nurse, community volunteer, and historian we all came to rely upon for her expert knowledge. Wilma worked tirelessly in our community, promoting and preserving the culturally rich and important history of Black Canadians residing in Niagara. In April of this year, Wilma passed away at the age of 91 after a courageous battle against COVID-19. Wilma was a member of the Nathaniel Dett Chapel British Methodist Episcopal Church, which is now designated as a National Historic Site. When the church was threatened with being sold and destroyed in the 1990s, Wilma helped save the chapel and the significant volumes of heritage and genealogical books and records which document the many contributions of Black residents in our community. The church is now a focal point of the Niagara Freedom Trail Tour, which Wilma played a large role in helping to develop. I last saw Wilma in February of 2020 at the launch of the newly created Black Military History exhibit at the Niagara Military Museum. In meeting her, you cannot help but feel better because of the time you had spent together. You also came away from your discussions realizing that there is so much more for us to accomplish as a community and as a country. Wilma Morrison is greatly missed, but her legacy and contributions will live on forever in Niagara Falls and across our Niagara region. I believe Wilma would have been quite supportive of this motion, as it would have been an opportunity for us to share in our collective and rich history, which we all need to learn and celebrate. For those reasons, Madam Speaker, I am pleased to support this motion, and I thank my colleague for bringing this motion forward for our consideration. Thank you.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Oui, merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to participate in this discussion with my colleagues this morning. It's an important debate on this motion to recognize an Emancipation Day. I would like to thank and congratulate the member for Richmond Hill for tabling this important motion. I think that it allows all of us to have a discussion, to have a debate on recognizing the history of Black people in Quebec and Canada, and to recognize the history of slavery. When we talk about slavery and people of African descent, we think mainly, and with reason, of the United States, where the massive use of slaves of African descent in plantations, namely cotton, but also other economic activities, really marked their history, and thousands, hundreds of thousands of people were exploited. They were sent over in ships in absolutely despicable conditions to work in the United States. There's a broad association between slavery and the United States, and for good reason. However, that means we have a tendency to forget the place and the mark of slavery in our own history, in Quebec and in Canada. I think that the motion of my colleague from Richmond Hill reminds us of certain facts and allows us to review this history. With the years, it's possible to act as though it didn't exist, as though it only affected our neighbors to the south, whereas it has the same scope. Although not at the same scope and intensity, it did exist. It was allowed, it was legal, it was done openly. It was possible to own a human being. It was possible to sell them. It was possible to trade them. It was possible to use them as a war tribute. And we need to be aware of this in order to make the right gestures. When it comes to the history of Quebec and Canada, I would like to remind everyone of an essential, fundamental issue that can lead to things like slavery and even genocide. This is a mental or intellectual process that we call dehumanization. We take a category of human beings and we take away their human character and described them as something else, as being inferior, as being more animal than human, as being vermin even. We've seen it with anti-Semitism in Europe in the 30s. The comparisons that were made to talk about Jews at that time, and in Quebec as well. When part of the population is described in such a way because of the color of their skin, their religion, their gender, their sexual orientation, and they're labeled in such a way that they're no longer considered human beings, afterwards it opens the door to this dehumanization. It opens the door to considering them as goods, as property, as slaves, or as people to even be eliminated. It opens the door to things like slavery and genocide. We saw it with the Shoah, the Armenian genocide, and what we're seeing now with the Rohingya in Myanmar. It's important to remain aware of these dehumanization processes when part of the population is described in such a way to remove their human characteristics. It allows them to be open for attack. And still, today, we see this at work. Therefore, we must all remain vigilant and aware, and we must absolutely fight against this process that opens the way to abuse and to anti-human acts, essentially. In New France, slavery was there from the very beginning of colonization. It wasn't something that was imposed afterwards, even though there was not an active slave trade between Quebec and France. There was the presence of slaves in New France from the British Empire from the beginning. It must be known, however, that the first slaves in New France were indigenous persons of the Pawnee Nation. They were captured and then sold. There were thousands of slaves of black origin, but in New France, slaves were mostly indigenous people, and it's important to recall that fact. At the height in New France, under the British regime, there were about 4,200 slaves in total. They were used on our territory. Out of those 4,200, there's about 2,700 indigenous persons. Slavery was not used at the same level of economic intensity compared to the cotton plantations in the United States. Generally, slaves here were used as servants. They worked in homes, more in homes than in the fields. It's said that the first slave, who was not an indigenous person, was a child from Madagascar or Guinea, who was brought over in 1629. Olivier Lejeune was his name, and this was the first slave inventoried in New France, that small child. And this was authorized because Louis XIV allowed the importation of slaves in 1689. Possession was legalized in 1709. The conquest of 1760 didn't change much when it came to the situation for possessing slaves in New France, which became a British colony. It changed nothing because the rules about owning, trading, selling slaves were the same under Section 47 of the Capitulation Act. It clearly mentions that the same rules continued to apply. Afterwards, the Imperial Law of 1796, or 1796 rather, allowed British loyalists fleeing American independence who came to Canada because they wanted to remain loyal to the British Crown. This imperial law of 1790, after the conquest, these loyalists were allowed to immigrate and were allowed to bring with them furniture, utensils, clothing, and black people without paying taxes. There was an exemption for American loyalists that wanted to come live in Canada and say you don't have to pay taxes on your clothes, your utensils, your furniture, and your black slaves. It's written. And there were about 2,000 to 3,000 black descents who came with those loyalists who came to live in Canada. This continued for a long time. The last record of sale in New Brunswick was 1816. The last sale of a slave in Quebec is September 14th, 1799. It's almost the 18th century. It's a small boy, a 9-year-old child, who was sold in 1799, the last sale in Quebec. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to say that this is part of our history and that, unfortunately, we've somewhat forgotten it, somewhat erased it, but it was always present here. And today, among us, we have many people who are the descendants of Indigenous or Black slaves. Emancipation Day is so important. I am very proud, on behalf of the NDP and as the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, to support this motion. For now and for the future, if we forget our past, it's possible that we may make the same mistakes. And so congratulations again to my colleague for Richmond Hill.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary
du gouvernement numérique.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak to Motion M36, which seeks to designate August 1st of each year as Emancipation Day in Canada. Motion M36 takes us back to August 1st, 1834, the symbolic day when slavery was abolished in the British Empire. However, this crucial date in Canadian history is still a reminder that slavery did exist in Canada for over 200 years. We know that Black and Aboriginal people were enslaved, but unfortunately we do not know their names or their stories. The first slave of African origin was named Olivier Lejeune, and he was only 6 years old when he arrived in Quebec. Were there other children? How did they live their lives? Knowing this past, knowing their past, is a collective task, a societal duty that we have as part of celebrating Emancipation Day. And that's why the motion put forward by the Honourable Member for Richmond Hill emphasizes that it remains important for our country to commemorate the past, to remember sometimes difficult events such as slavery, and to educate by telling the story. Celebrating Emancipation Day in Canada is a step toward recognizing the positive contributions of people of African descent to Canadian history. Historians report that on August 1st, 1834, in the port of Montreal, a group of African Montrealers, who were ardent supporters of the abolitionist cause, celebrated the coming into force of the Slavery Abolition Act. The beauty of this is that since then, Black Canadians all across the country have continued this celebration and have created their own traditions to commemorate this historic event. Different customs have been adopted in our Black communities to honor their enslaved ancestors, but also their emancipation. Our history is rich and full of twists and turns, and it's an important part of our history that I had the great privilege of learning about last summer during the symbolic Emancipation Day March, which was organized to contribute to the campaign to reclaim and rebuild the Black Community Centre of Montreal. The event began with a rally at Place Dieuville in honor of the Black Montrealers of 1834 who gathered there to celebrate the abolition of slavery. Afterward, our crowd of about 100 people marched through the streets of downtown Montreal toward Oscar Peterson Park, which is the site of the famous pianist's memorial, and more importantly, the site of the Black Community Centre in Montreal's history. As part of the march, we were honored to hear from members of the community, such as the first Black judge in Quebec, the Honourable Juanita Westmoreland Traoré, and the Honourable Marlene Jennings, the first Black member of Parliament from Quebec, elected to the House of Commons. This march reminded me of the importance of collective memory and how rewarding and how imperative it is to continue to celebrate our communities and our contributions. While the 1834 legislation represents a victory, this does not mean that the battle was won. For a long time, too long, people of African descent would still not have the same rights as other British citizens in the colonies. And today, the pandemic has shown us just how wide and visible that gap remains, as Black communities across the country have been disproportionately affected by COVID-19.
If I may, let me borrow the words of Senator Wanda Thomas Bernard, who introduced Bill S-255, an act to proclaim Emancipation Day, before the Senate in 2018. During the second reading of the bill in the Senate, she explained, and I quote, "I propose for Emancipation Day to be federally recognized, as this acknowledgement is a necessary step toward healing the historical trauma endured by African Canadians. Our history has been repeatedly erased. Enslaved Africans were stripped of their names in an attempt to strip them of their identities." Senator Bernard's point on healing greatly resonates with me, Madame la Présidente. It acts as an important reminder that our communities have endured trauma, spanning multiple generations, and that the wounds from this historical harm require a proactive and collective healing approach. And while Emancipation Day marks a significant milestone in our history, we must remember that Black communities in Canada continue to face numerous challenges. Systemic racism experienced by Black communities continues to cause suffering, widen divisions and inequities, and contributes to a climate of fear, intolerance, and stigma in Canada. Our commitment to respecting our differences, overcoming our prejudices, and finding new and better ways to build a more united Canada are the foundations on which Canada must rest. If there is something that the past year has taught us, it is the urgency of now. We've seen unprecedented mobilization as part of the movement for Black lives, from coast to coast to coast. Significantly, radical change is in order, for our constituents are expecting for their demands to be implemented. The weight of change cannot be shouldered only by Black people. This work is deeply traumatic and frankly exhausting. We need our non-Black allies to show up, to do the work, especially when it's uncomfortable. As chair of the Parliamentary Black Caucus, I've witnessed the extraordinary power that collective support brings when addressing anti-Black racism. We've made a lot of strides in the past 6 years, but there's still a lot more work that is needed to be done. And I believe that it is with continued nonpartisan support in our fight against racism that we will be able to live up to the expectations set out by abolitionists in 1834. Les communautés noires du Canada.
Canada's Black communities have made significant political, cultural, and economic contributions to our country for over 400 years, since more than 200 years before the creation of Canada. If diversity is our strength, and if it defines us as Canadians, then, as we celebrate Emancipation Day, let us commit to commemorating our rich history and continuing to fight for a better and more just future. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank all of my parliamentary colleagues who support this bill, or this motion rather, to recognize Emancipation Day.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, this morning we are debating the entirely uncontroversial proposition that the House should recognize and celebrate the abolition of slavery throughout the British Empire. That abolition happened by Act of Parliament on August the 1st, 1834. Throughout most of human history and in most parts of the world, slavery in various forms was simply normal. It was a given that people would be owned, bought, and sold. Today, perhaps we are inclined to view abolition as the inevitable discovery of some obvious truth. But in historical terms, we can see that the abolition of slavery was neither obvious nor inevitable. In the 19th century, the idea that slavery should be abolished was controversial. Today, it is not. And so for some of us, this is an occasion to double down on Hegelian ideas about the inevitability of progress and to congratulate ourselves on our superiority over our ancestors. But the abolition of slavery, especially in the British Empire, was not part of some inevitable or irresistible trend of history. It was rather the result of a particular intellectual, political, and theological movement that successfully persuaded both decision-makers and the public. If that movement had failed in its efforts to convince Parliament and the British people, then slavery would have continued, just as other forms of violence and oppression have continued. The ideas that led to the abolition of slavery were also contingent on a prevailing morality. This prevailing morality has been anything but universal in human history and has been rejected at times by both primitive societies and extremely sophisticated societies. So today, we celebrate emancipation, but often without properly acknowledging the precariousness of the moral substructure which led to emancipation, or how the moral arguments which were used in this case should have other implications in other cases. With this in mind, it might be worth asking ourselves where we would be if emancipation had not happened. What if slavery were still a live question in our politics today, either in terms of a continuing domestic slave market or in terms of an international context in which slave markets existed and Canadian investors buying foreign stocks could profit from them? What might the arguments in this place look like if that were in fact the case? Now, some would, I assume, argue for the abolition of slavery on the grounds that it was a violation of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. But sadly, slavery has often coexisted with constitutional doctrines of human rights. After finding that all men were created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, the United States persisted in permitting slavery for almost 100 years. So demonstrably, the existence of human rights doctrines does not guarantee the actual protection of human rights. It simply increases the chances that public debates will be denominated in terms of human rights. In a hypothetical era of modern slavery coexisting with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, some would certainly use the Charter to argue for the rights of enslaved persons. But others would argue that enslaved persons should not be considered persons under the Constitution, or that rights doctrines should be interpreted in a way that does not interfere with the cultural rights of slaveholding jurisdictions, or that certain rights can be abridged for the sake of the national interest in accordance with Section 1. And politicians would appoint judges who shared their interpretation of the idea of human rights in this context, and then defer to those same judges when decisions were made that they agreed with. As de Tocqueville observes in Democracy in America, the manners of a people are substantially more important than their laws. Any critics of slavery would hear a certain amount of whataboutism. How can you focus on this issue, they would be asked, when there are many other problems as well? And they would be criticized as hypocritical for opposing slavery if they did not also advocate for the kinds of social programs and supports that would ensure a happy and comfortable life for people after they were free. If slavery existed as a modern institution, its critics would likely face some forms of rhetorical cancellation. Their ideas would be called dangerous, and their descriptions of injustice called misinformation. Debates would be canceled on the grounds that the issue had already been settled. Pseudoscientific arguments would be advanced to suggest that racism was grounded in empirical evidence. This has certainly happened in the past. There would be economic arguments. Abolitionists would craftily make the case that abolishing slavery is good for our economy, and perhaps build alliances with domestic labor groups who would see unpaid labor as a threat to the interests of their members. But others would argue that the increase in production facilitated by slavery would create more cheap products for consumers. They would also say that some products will inevitably be produced by slave labor in an integrated global trading system. Why abolish slavery here, they would say, when it will simply lead to an increase in slavery and slave production in other jurisdictions, hurting our economy and not actually doing anything to reduce the global aggregate amount of slavery. Some would argue that any restrictions on the importation of slave-made products is simply an excuse for protectionism, which violates the letter or at least the spirit of our WTO commitments. And Canadian investors must be able to invest their money anywhere so as to maximize their return on investment, because any politicization of investment decisions would start us down a slippery slope and prevent the necessary diversification of investments, which helps ensure the security of Canadians' retirement savings. If we were speaking of slavery in an international context, would Canadian companies be willing to produce the implements and tools of human oppression for export, or would we intervene to prevent such export, even if doing so cost us jobs? Or might government decide to simply leave the question to individual conscience? Certainly, if slavery were prevalent around the world today, then we would hear the arguments of so-called foreign policy realists and of international moral relativists. They would say that even if slavery runs contrary to Canadian values, we have to engage with countries around the world who practice it and not seek to impose our ways on them. Efforts to promote the abolition of slavery in other countries might be portrayed as a new form of colonialism. The pursuit of engagement would be used to justify turning a blind eye. Perhaps we would find it strategically necessary to align with slave trading powers at moments where we were annoyed by the antics of other free nations. Who can doubt that if the Confederate States of America had successfully separated from the United States of America, we might find occasion to partner with the Confederate States of America in order to resist the thoughtless and boorish interventions by some administration or other of the United States that we did not like. Parliamentary committees might hear from the Confederate States Business Council about how we should raise human rights issues in private, but not do anything that would damage their Southern pride. Imagine if the Confederate States were hosting the Olympics, the 2024 Montgomery Games. Would we use the occasion for taking a resolute moral stance, or would we close our eyes and think of the athletes? Mr. Speaker, grave injustices always look clear in the rearview mirror, especially when past victims or their descendants have the power to be heard even in Parliament itself. And so today Parliament will come together to celebrate the emancipation that took place in 1834. I doubt Cabinet will abstain from this vote. But injustices which are before us instead of behind us never seem quite as simple or as clear. And too often the response of this place in those cases is simply the sound of silence. There is slavery in our world today. Imagine 500,000 people forced to pick cotton under the hot sun. I'm not talking about the antebellum South. I'm talking about modern China, the world's most populous nation and second largest economy, expanding its colonial footprint throughout the world with the help of Canadian investments. Our tax dollars in the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank and investments that the CPP Investment Board made a couple years ago in Chinese state-affiliated companies developing the technology for the administration of Uyghur mass enslavement and genocide. Canada lags behind in our response to supply chain slavery, and we have a serious domestic problem of human trafficking which has been widely ignored and the prevention of which has been badly underfunded in recent years. I congratulate the member for Richmond Hill on bringing forward this motion, but I would challenge him to step up and do more to call for freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law for the people of Iran, rather than mischaracterizing their current repressive regime as democratic. Our world today is seething with injustice, present injustice, and certainly complicated injustice. The solutions that we should pursue are not always obvious, but the stakes are no less high than they were 200 years ago. In our present reality, I often find it frustrating to see that people are more willing to condemn injustice perpetuated by the weak than to condemn injustice perpetuated by the strong. It is much easier to condemn weak racists as part of a social pile-on, a Girardian scapegoating ritual, rather than to be the first to stand up and condemn an injustice being committed by someone who is as yet still powerful. Many of us will have grown up with the classic Disneyfication of good and evil. In old Disney films, good and evil characters are easy to identify right at the outset. But in real life, those committing or complicit in evil still often think of themselves as doing good. This is something Disney itself probably understands after producing Mulan. In real life, it's not so much that people start out good or evil and act in accordance with their nature. It is more that people with the same natures and aspirations render themselves good or evil by their actions, which serve to degrade or elevate them. I was reflecting on this point recently after reading the narrative of the life of Frederick Douglass, an American slave. In one section, he discusses being purchased by a woman who he describes as a generally kind and gracious person. He is the first slave she has owned. And he also describes her becoming meaner and crueler as she is degraded by the institution of slavery. Slavery's contemporary critics never failed to notice the powerful degrading impact that the institution had on slave owners, people who begin life just as you and I do, but who degrade themselves through the participation in evil actions which were justified and normalized by the societies in which they lived. William Wilberforce and others, including many of the oppressed who were themselves protagonists of the drama of their own emancipation, fought for the abolition of slavery in defiance of the spirit of the times. They were told to put aside their faith, their moralizing, and their impoliteness and to get with a social program, but they refused. It is because they stood in Parliament and did what was hard instead of what was easy that we now find it so easy to celebrate Emancipation Day.
Resuming debate, the reprise de débat. The honourable member for Richmond Hill has 5 minutes for right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm delighted to stand in the House for the second reading of M36. I first introduced this motion about a year ago. Since then, we've experienced a global pandemic and a global protest for racial justice. We all watch as millions across the world march peacefully to protest anti-Black racism and raise awareness of systematic discrimination and inequalities embedded in our institutions. Witnessing these events and participating in the movement, I realize how imperative this motion is and how important it is for our government to take the necessary steps to address the systematic racism in our institution and society. Madam Speaker, this motion to have the House formally recognize August 1st as Emancipation Day would be a stepping stone in our effort toward building a more just and equitable society. Naturally, the next question we must ask ourselves is, how can we move forward from here? Through three principles of acknowledgement, empowerment, and engagement, we can progress forward and make a significant impact in the lives of Black Canadians. The acknowledgement principle is what we can accomplish with this motion. Recognizing the history of Emancipation Day includes recognizing the remnant of slavery and the multi-generational impact of slave trade. Acknowledgement also includes formalizing Black history in our curriculum and through public awareness. With this motion, we can empower our school and our educators to develop lesson plans that highlights Black history in Canada. From coast to coast to coast, Black Canadians have made and continue to make an immense contribution, and it is vital that we acknowledge them. This is an essential milestone for improving education awareness into issues of race and injustice. Madam Speaker, the next step and principle in our path to justice is empowerment. By providing opportunities, advocating for community, and educating our society, we can empower equity-deserving communities. Empowerment includes eliminating obstacles that deter Black Canadians from stepping into their own power, seeing their own potential, and contributing meaningfully to all aspects of society. Madam Speaker, the third and last principle is engagement. This includes removing socioeconomic barriers that Black Canadians face, investing in education, funding innovation, creating affordable housing, and provide safe childcare spaces. We must also reevaluate our criminal justice system. We must question the reasoning behind the high percentage of Black Canadians in our institution system and why high recidivism rates exist. Only then can we create policies that addresses these issues. As we strive to create an inclusive, multicultural society, we cannot ignore this part of our past, and it is generational impact on our fellow Canadians. As Canadians, it is our collective responsibility to create a more multicultural, inclusive society that is informed by and sensitive to the experiences of different ethnicities and cultural background. Madam Speaker, as a first-generation immigrant, I immediately connected with the underlying tone of racism and injustice experienced by Black community. Though I can never understand the struggle that a Black person faces in our world, I can empathize and I can be a fierce ally. As an elected official, I have a platform where I can help amplify the voice of Black Canadians. After the events of past summer, it is evident how important a systematic approach is, an approach that addresses all aspects of our society. As an advocate for mental health, I also see an opportunity to advocate for those who feel an intense burden dealing with systematic racism on a daily basis. Emancipation Day is a celebration of survival, human rights, equality, culture, and resilience. Recognizing it will not only acknowledge the harms caused by slavery, but it also pave a path toward justice. Madam Speaker, in summary, I believe M36 is only the first step. By empowering the principles of acknowledgement, empowerment, and engagement, we can move towards progress and through equity. In closing, Madam Speaker, I want to thank Senator Wanda Thomas Bernard for bringing this initiative forward in Senate and all community groups and advocates who have advised me, educated me, and helped me promote this motion. This is a testament to your work, activism, and persistence. I hope to join you all in an Emancipation Day celebration this summer. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is as follows. Mr. Johari, seconded by Mr. Fergus, move that the House recognize that A, the British Parliament abolished slavery in the British Empire as of August 1st, 1834. Should I dispense? Dispense. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would request a recorded division, please.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, March 24th, 2021, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Ordre du jour, orders of the day. Government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion concerning removing profit from long-term care, standing in the name of Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh, seconded by Ms. Kwan, moves that given that during the first wave, 82% of COVID deaths in Canada happened in long-term care, the highest proportion in the OECD. 2, there have been over 12,000 long-term care resident and worker deaths in Canada since the beginning of the pandemic. 3, le risque d'infection.
3, residents and workers in for-profit long-term care homes have a higher risk of infection and death than those in non-profit homes. The House call upon the government to ensure that national standards for long-term care, which are currently being developed, fully remove profit from the sector, including by A, immediately bringing Rivera, a for-profit long-term care operator owned by a federal agency, under public ownership.
Transitioning all profit care to not-for-profit hands by 2030. Working with provinces and territories to stop licensing any new profit care facilities and making sure that measures are in place to keep all existing beds open during the transition. And D, investing an additional $5 billion over the next 4 years in long-term care with funding tied to respect for the principles of the Canada Health Act to boost the number of non-profit homes. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
My time with the member for Vancouver East. Madam Speaker, as you know, this pandemic has gripped the entire world, and everyone in the world has felt the impact of this pandemic. But what I've referred to as a national shame is the fact that in our country, it was our loved ones in long-term care, particularly seniors in long-term care, that bore the brunt of this pandemic with their lives. That should never have happened. And what we are calling for today is to recognize this national shame and to do something about it. And what we've learned with incontrovertible evidence, an overwhelming amount of evidence, is that for-profit long-term care homes have meant worse conditions of care, more rates of infection, more deadlier infection, which has meant more people lost their lives. Let me be very clear. For-profit care means more of our loved ones were killed because they did not get the care they deserved, because for those for-profit long-term care homes, profit was more important than people. We know that 82% of COVID deaths in Canada happened in long-term care. That is a scathing stat. This is the highest proportion in the entire OECD. What we also know is that this is not a new problem. The underfunding of long-term care homes has been chronic. The lack of care for our loved ones in long-term care has been chronic and long-lasting. COVID-19 simply exposed what was there for a long time. La pandémie a nous montré.
The pandemic has demonstrated the impact, the negligence, and the inaction of liberal and conservative governments in the past. We saw exactly what those impacts were because the pandemic hit our seniors in long-term care homes the hardest. It's a national shame that the most vulnerable people in our society, our seniors living in long-term care homes, were the hardest hit. It's not only unacceptable, it's unforgivable. Our parents, our grandparents built this country. They deserve respect and dignity in retirement. We have all the evidence that clearly demonstrates that in long-term or for-profit care homes, the consequences were the worst, and more of our seniors died.
Clear. So what do we need to do? We need to immediately, with national and federal leadership, declare clearly that profit has no place in the care of our loved ones. That profit has no place in healthcare at all, but certainly not in the care of vulnerable loved ones in long-term care. And just to provide some of the clear and compelling reasons why we need to do this. For every dollar that we spend on long-term care, if we are spending that dollar on for-profit long-term care, not every dollar will make it to the care of our loved ones. Some of that $1 will end up in the pockets of shareholders for profit. It'll end up in the pay of executives. It is not all going to make it to care for our loved ones. We've got some clear examples. 2 for-profit operators in Ontario, Extendicare and Sienna Senior Living, during this pandemic, during the worst outbreaks that our country has seen when it's come to long-term care homes, when our seniors are being ravaged by COVID-19, when workers were not having access to the necessary PPE, when seniors were worried for their lives, instead of investing in caring for our loved ones, these 2 for-profit long-term care home providers paid out $74 million in dividends. Imagine, in the worst outbreak in the history of our country when it comes to long-term care, gripped with a global pandemic, these two for-profit operators who had horrible conditions in their homes paid out $74 million in dividends instead of investing in workers and investing in care. At the same time, they paid out $98.3 million to shareholders and received the Canadian wage subsidy. They took public money on one hand, and then on the other hand, paid out dividends. This happened in our country. Personne ne devrait.
No one should benefit or profit from negligence on the backs of our seniors. In Quebec, we saw terrible figures. Nearly 5,000 of our seniors died in over 300 long-term care homes in Quebec. A recent report by the press indicated that the death rate is higher in the private sector compared to public establishments and conventional care homes. This cannot happen again. We must take out the profit from long-term care homes. That's it.
It's out of long-term care homes immediately. We also need to immediately fix the long-standing problems that Liberals and Conservatives have contributed to. We need to invest more in our healthcare. And we need to specifically act to fix this problem by doing a couple of key steps. First off, Revera, it's owned by a federal agency. We need to immediately make that public, make sure we work with provinces and territories to ensure that Revera is delivering care in a public model, make that public immediately. We also need to transition all of our for-profit long-term care homes to not-for-profit and public homes by 2030. That's our plan. We need to work with provinces and territories to stop licensing any new for-profit care facilities and make sure that measures are in place to keep all the existing beds and all the existing spaces. We need to invest an additional $5 billion over the next 4 years in long-term care, with funding tied to respect for the same principles that are already agreed upon by all provinces and territories that are enshrined in the Canada Health Act. Those same principles that helped us achieve what Canadians now are most proud of, the fact that we've got universal health care. We can use those same principles to lift up those that are vulnerable and our seniors in long-term care homes. We can't go back to a healthcare system where making money and profit was more important than the care of our vulnerable seniors. We can't go back to a time when, if a pandemic or an outbreak happens, it's our loved ones in long-term care that bear the brunt of it. We cannot go back to that. So here is a time, here is a moment where we can tell people of this country that we are committed to moving forward in a way that honors the lives lost by committing that it will never happen again. It's not enough to hear people in this House of Commons pay tribute to the lives lost. It's not enough for people to have moments of silence. It's not enough to say that you're sorry or wring your hands. Here is a moment to do something about it. The evidence is overwhelming. We need to get rid of profit out of long-term care homes. We need to protect our seniors and our loved ones, and we need to do it now. I implore everyone in this House to support this motion so we can take a clear and bold step forward to protect our loved ones in long-term care homes. I don't want to hear excuses. We can work with jurisdiction. We can work with provinces and territories. People aren't looking to hear excuses. They're looking for solutions. Here is a solution. The time for leadership is now. Let's see what leadership is. Yes.
Then comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And my question to the leader is in regards to the importance of recognizing that the provinces, as an entity, provide the administration and support for care home facilities. Has the leader or his health critic had any discussions at all with any province in regards to their motion? If so, can he give an indication in terms of what provinces are supportive of his motion? Given the fact that it's the provinces that would in part be footing the bill for many measures that might be indirectly or directly implied through this particular motion. Has he actually got the support of any provinces?
Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Madam Speaker, if we took the approach suggested by the Honourable Member, we would never have had universal health care. It is a fact that many provinces were opposed to universal health care. That didn't stop Tommy Douglas and the leadership of New Democrats to say, we know the people want this. The people need this. The people are crying out for this. Just because a province doesn't agree doesn't mean we stop and give up. It means we have to continue to work forward, to push forward. And what we've seen in the past is when we established our universal healthcare system, other provinces started signing on voluntarily, and eventually provinces all joined on. But they didn't all join on right away. They didn't all agree right away. And so what we're saying now is we've got the same opportunity to show leadership and provide that leadership and convince provinces that this is the right way forward to lift up our seniors and our loved ones in long-term care homes.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the leader of the New Democrats for his remarks. I do agree that long-term care homes, they have been the center of the COVID-19 pandemic, but I missed a few things from his speech. I do know that a workforce crisis, insufficient resources, limited access to care, and aging infrastructure have all been identified as contributing factors when it comes to the outbreaks and the fatalities in some of these long-term care facilities. So I'm just wondering if the leader of the New Democrats would agree that the systemic problems that are in long-term care require a collaborative approach and comprehensive solution. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Yes, indeed, it's going to take a collaboration and it's going to take a comprehensive approach. One of the clear findings, in addition to the fact that for-profit homes were the worst, is that conditions of work, the conditions of workers, is directly tied to the conditions of care. So we need to absolutely make sure workers are paid a good salary and make sure they've got enough hours and make sure there's enough hours of staffing and enough staff members to provide the care necessary. So let's be very clear, with for-profit, all of those essential care elements are cut. Hours are cut, pay is cut just to make a profit. So absolutely we need to work together. The solution has to be comprehensive, but let's not ignore that profit is at the heart of many of the problems, and we need to lift up the conditions of workers, which will directly lift up the conditions of the long-term care residents.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville.
Bonjour, Madame la Présidente.
Hello, Madam Speaker. My question is a fairly simple one. Why is a motion that mentions standards that have to be given to standards when provinces and territories unanimously, for many months now, have one common demand, which is to increase health transfers by 35%, when we know that from the beginning of this Health Act, from the very beginning, transfers to the provinces were reduced by 22%. Provinces have been clear. They don't want national standards. I'm sorry, I requested a brief question. There's only 15 seconds left on 1:20. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. We very much agree that it's important to increase health transfers to the provinces. However, people that I have spoken to in Quebec and throughout the country are angered. They have seen the impact of COVID-19 on our seniors in long-term care facilities. And we need to specifically improve conditions in those facilities by removing profit. It's clear that this has to be done. And this would apply not only to Quebec. We are there to defend the interests of everyone. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very honored to second this motion and rise to speak in support of this important motion. The motion, as we heard from the leader of the NDP, basically calls for the federal government to act now, to take profit out of long-term care, to put people before profit, to say we as a society, we value the lives of seniors more than money. Seniors in long-term care facilities have been especially hard hit by the pandemic. In the first wave of the pandemic, more than 80% of all COVID-19 deaths in the country have been reported in long-term care facilities and retirement homes. That means 1 in 5 of the total COVID cases in Canada were among long-term care residents. And of course, the impact of COVID-19 also affected the workers in those facilities. In Canada, more than 9,600 staff in long-term care facilities were infected with COVID-19, representing more than 10% of the total cases. The pandemic has exposed severe cracks in our system, and some of the elderly and most vulnerable people pay the ultimate price for that. Across the country, more than a quarter of Canada's long-term care homes are for-profit. And we have learned that for-profit care homes were more likely to see extensive COVID-19 outbreaks and more deaths than non-profit facilities. In fact, things got so bad in Ontario that the military and the Red Cross had to be called in to help care for seniors. How did things get so bad? In the for-profit care homes, care aides and personal support workers were underpaid, and they're often part-time or casual workers, which meant that they often had to work in multiple job sites in order to make ends meet. This is, of course, can be deadly in the face of a pandemic where social distancing is an essential health measure. And to be clear, the reason why they're underpaid is so that the company could get a larger profit margin. They are part-time or casual workers, which also meant that they are not paid benefits or sick time. And in addition, long-term care homes often subcontract out services such as laundry, cleaning, and cooking, and it's also very likely that subcontracted staff do not have paid sick leave. And without paid sick leave, workers may be compelled to go to work even if they're feeling ill. All of the above conditions contributed to and increased the risk of transmissions. The outcome is devastating for far too many seniors and their families and for the workers. The horror stories of the condition the seniors were in that we heard through the media just takes your breath away. It is not supposed to be that way. The seniors in our communities help build this country. Their retirement years are supposed to be their golden years. They deserve to live in comfort with dignity and safety, and as do people with a disability. Yet because of decades of cuts under funding and privatization, our continuing care system is broken. The bottom line is that Canada has failed to protect long-term care residents and workers throughout this pandemic. We have to ask ourselves, how is it possible that seniors in some care homes were abandoned in their beds for weeks on end? Some cried for help for hours before assistance was provided. Some had to be bathed that had not been bathed for weeks. Imagine if that was your mother or your grandmother. Such horrific stories are not just stories. They are real experiences of loved ones. Report after report review what we should know instinctively, that profits should never be the bottom line when it comes to continuing care. And the evidence is overwhelming. It is undeniable that for-profit homes have seen worse results than other homes with deadlier COVID outbreaks. Yet at the same time, For-profit operators were getting public subsidies and paying out millions in dividends to shareholders. And meanwhile, their workers are underpaid and some making minimum wages. Things were so desperate for some of them that some had to resort to live in a shelter. And in fact, there was an outbreak in an Ottawa homeless shelter under exactly such a circumstance. It helps no one if frontline essential healthcare workers are pushed into homelessness. The colossal failure of the system is Canada's national shame. Even outside of a pandemic situation, research has shown that homes run on a for-profit basis tend to have lower staffing levels, more verified complaints, and more transfers to hospitals, as well as higher rates of both ulcers and morbidity. We, as parliamentarians, have the power to do something about this. Action must be taken now to prevent a repeat of this in the future. We must transition the for-profit model in long-term care to a non-profit model. For the NDP, we want to see an end to for-profit long-term care by 2030. That's why we're calling for a national task force to devise a plan to get the job done. We must also set national standards. Let's work collaboratively with provincial, territorial leaders, experts, and workers alike to set national standards for long-term care and other continuing care that would include accountability mechanisms. Without national standards, the federal government is leaving the door wide open for the for-profit companies to cut corners and to put profit first at the expense of our loved ones. And that cannot be allowed to continue. Those standards should be tied to $5 billion in federal funding and the principles in Canada's Healthcare Act. We can put in place a seniors' care guarantee. Seniors deserve to know that they will have safe, dignified care both at home and in care homes available to them as they age. Families deserve to know that their loved ones will have the care they deserve with inspections and appropriate levels of care and staff ratios. Workers deserve to know that their wages will reflect the value of their work and allow them to live in dignity without having to work multiple jobs or end up in a shelter because they can't afford housing. They deserve to know that the government has their back and that they will have access to protective equipment and safe working conditions. The federal government can show leadership by transferring Rivera from a for-profit long-term care chain owned by a Crown pension fund into a publicly managed entity. Public ownership of long-term care facilities would allow workers to work full-time at one home at competitive union rates, which would address understaffing and prevent the transmission of illness. The benchmark for quality long-term care is 4.1 hours of hands-on care per resident per day. However, no province or territory currently meets the standard of care. Long-term care homes are chronically understaffed across Canada. Nurses and personal support workers at these facilities are often paid low wages, saddled with overwhelming workloads, and subject to high levels of stress, burnt out, and even violence. Precarious and part-time employment often forces these healthcare workers to move between facilities to earn a living. Wait lists for long-term care can have lengthy backlogs because the care facilities isn't keeping pace with Canada's aging population. This shortage leads to overcrowding at long-term care facilities and overuse of the hospital system by those without access to appropriate care. There's a lack of accountability for long-term care facility operators due to lax enforcement of standards and regulations. For example, a recent CBC investigation revealed that 85% of long-term care homes in Ontario have routinely violated healthcare standards for decades without near total impunity. We have the power within us to end this for this generation and beyond. Seniors deserve better. Families deserve better. Workers deserve better. And let us never forget these words from Canada's Chief Public Health Officer, and I quote, "I think the tragedy and the massive lesson learned for everyone in Canada is that we were at every level not able to protect our seniors, particularly those in long-term care homes. Even worse is that the second wave, as we warned of the resurgence, there was a repeat of the huge impact on that population." And for those who want to say we can't do it because of jurisdictional issues, let me quote Marcy Cohen, Research Associate for the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives. And she said, "The setting of clear standards in healthcare as a condition of federal funding is not an attack on provincial jurisdiction. It is the only path."
Unfortunately, the member's time is up. I've been trying to... Unfortunately, the member's time is up. I've been trying to give a signal, but I'm sure she'll have lots of time during the 5-minute question and comments to add. The questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just want to try to ask the seconder of the motion the same question that the Parliamentary Secretary did of the mover, and that's with respect to any possible consultation that's gone on with provinces. The mover, the leader of the NDP, responded to that question by basically just saying, well, it's not as though we can't do this without provinces. They can come on board later. But that's not the question that he was asked. He was asked, did any consultation occur? Not how do provinces feel about it. We're just trying to figure out if any consultation occurred on this, and can the seconder confirm whether or not any of the provinces have been consulted on the motion?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I know that the government would often say that we can't move forward on anything unless if the province and the territorial, the provinces and territories are also in agreement. And of course, if we actually lived with that kind of suggestion, we would never have had universal Medicare. Let me just finish my quote because that goes to the heart of the issue right here from Marcy Cohen. And I was just about finishing it, and where she said, "The setting of clear standards in healthcare as a condition of federal funding is not an attack on provincial jurisdiction. It is the only path forward to a universal public system of long-term and continuing care. The same path Canada took to universal hospital and physician care. Seniors and people with disabilities deserve nothing less." And this motion actually calls for us to do exactly that work, to engage with province and territorial leaders and experts in the system and healthcare workers to come up with those standards, to put in place protection for seniors so that what we saw happen in the pandemic and the loss of lives will never happen again.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments.
Oh, excuse.
The Honourable Member.
Salaberry-sur-Roi. Salaberry-sur-Roi.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member has had the privilege, like I did, to work in a long-term care facility. I've been a social worker in a long-term care facility in Quebec. I've also managed beds in a long-term care facility. In my opinion, it's not national standards that's going to improve care. That's not what we need. I'm not sure who she consulted in Quebec, but I can say that that's not what is going to change the situation. My question is, through this motion, is she aware that this is an affront to the Premier of Quebec, an affront to the National Assembly of Quebec, which unanimously is opposed to national standards and is opposed to any intrusion in its jurisdiction, including health care? Is she aware that this is an affront to Quebec?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have to say this. What I see as an affront is what's happened to the seniors. What I see as a national shame is the very fact that we don't have national standards and so many seniors lost their lives in the face of the pandemic. We know that for-profit long-term care facilities has contributed to the loss of lives. Report after report, expert after expert who's looked into this situation has said so. Isn't it time for us to set aside jurisdictional issues? Isn't it time for us to say we must do better, that the seniors deserve no less? Isn't it time that we ensure that the Canada Health Act is followed? Isn't it time that we take profit out of care? Isn't it time that we put people before all else? And to say very clearly, lives matter, and we value seniors, and we will do everything we can to protect them and to never let this happen again.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank all of my colleagues who are in the House today and speaking about this very, very important issue. I'm pleased to rise in the House to address the motion from the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. And I share the member's concerns, and indeed I can safely say all members' concerns for Canadians living in long-term care facilities during this unprecedented COVID-19 health crisis. The Government of Canada recognizes the impact of the virus on many vulnerable populations, including those living in long-term care facilities. And Madam Speaker, as you know, the administration of long-term care falls under provincial and territorial jurisdiction. But as committed in the speech from the throne, the federal government is taking action and will continue to take any action we can to support seniors while working alongside the provinces and territories. From the outset, these facilities were hit hard in many parts of the country. During the first wave, approximately 81% of the fatalities from COVID-19 were residents of long-term care facilities, and to date, more than 66% of deaths due to COVID-19 have occurred in long-term care. An analysis by the Canadian Institute for Health Information in June 2020 compared Canada's experience in long-term care facilities and that of other countries in the OECD. And as the member has noted, this report found that the proportion of COVID-19 deaths among long-term care residents in Canada was higher than other OECD countries. Of course, there is substantial variation in the experience of people and long-term care facilities across Canada's provinces and territories. Some regions have fared better than others. Generally, jurisdictions with lower COVID-19 infection rates in the community reported fewer long-term care cases and deaths. However, right across the country, the pandemic has highlighted long-standing and systemic challenges in Canada's long-term care system. And it has had a significant impact on residents and staff in these facilities, exposing gaps in infection prevention and control, staffing, infrastructure, and testing. In response, the federal government is taking important steps to respond to the significant challenges faced by long-term care facilities across the country. And we do recognize, the Government of Canada recognizes the need to work with the provinces and territories to develop long-term care standards. The government has committed to establishing national standards for long-term care as a means to address critical gaps in long-term care facilities, including improving the working conditions of lower-wage essential workers in senior care, particularly personal support workers who have persevered in the face of adversity. In the early stages of the pandemic, all levels of government began working in close collaboration to ensure public health measures were in alignment. Public health authorities continue to closely monitor COVID-19 in Canada and carefully consider approaches to easing public health restrictions when and where this is possible. The epidemiology of COVID-19 is different in each jurisdiction, and this means that approaches across Canada will not all be the same and will need to be tailored to the unique challenges and context of the disease in each province and territory. Each jurisdiction in Canada is looking at different kinds of community settings, such as long-term care facilities, and developing risk-based approaches and assessments based on what's taking place within their own jurisdiction. I'd like to outline two key measures from the fall economic statement, the Safe Long-Term Care Fund and the expansion of the Long-Term Care Plus initiative. Both measures will be implemented with funding provided through Bill C-14. Unfortunately, in this House, we've seen partisan games that are preventing this important legislation from passing. Under the Safe Long-Term Care Fund, Up to $1 billion will be transferred to provinces and territories to help protect people in long-term care facilities by implementing additional measures for infection prevention and control. Specifically, provinces and territories will have the flexibility to use these funds to help facilities retain and hire new staff, including through topping up wages. It will also help them upgrade infrastructure, such as increased ventilation to reduce transmission, as well as undertake needed assessments to determine what other infection prevention and control measures might be required to prevent and mitigate the effects of COVID-19. To help Canadians better understand the significant efforts underway, provinces and territories will develop detailed action plans, and they will report on progress and results. Officials are working out the details now with a view to getting these investments to provinces and territories as quickly as possible to further protect Canadians who reside and work in long-term care settings. This legislation is critical, and it needs to be passed. In July 2020, the Canadian Foundation for Healthcare Improvement published a report on lessons learned from the response to COVID-19 long-term care and retirement homes. It was called Reimagining Care for Older Adults, and this report is based on interviews with family partners in care, healthcare leaders, and policymakers. It focuses on promising practices that have the potential to reduce the risk of future COVID-19 outbreaks in long-term care and retirement homes. From these findings, the Canadian Foundation for Healthcare Improvement and the Canadian Patient Safety Institute, now amalgamated and known as Healthcare Excellence Canada, they launched a new program called the Long-Term Care Plus Initiative. And this program helps prevent and control infection in long-term care homes and seniors' residences, allowing them to prepare for possible future outbreaks and mitigate the pandemic's effect. Direct support is available through coaching and seed funding to help participating facilities address gaps identified through the program. The fall economic statement committed an additional $6.4 million over 2 years to further expand this initiative. As of March 10, 2021, a total of 1,086 facilities have submitted applications and are participating in the Long-Term Care Plus initiative. Of course, the Safe Long-Term Care Fund and the Long-Term Care Plus initiative are only the most recent of many programs launched over the past year. I'll provide a few examples of other initiatives that are already making a difference in long-term care facilities. Last April, Health Canada, with the support of from the Public Service Commission of Canada, launched the COVID-19 volunteer recruitment campaign. The Government of Canada supported provinces and territories by facilitating this inventory of skilled Canadians to provide surge capacity in the following key areas: case tracking and contact tracing, health system surge capacity, case data collection and reporting. Provincial and territorial continue to draw upon the volunteer inventories as needed to support local public health responses. At the beginning of the pandemic, the Canadian Armed Forces provided support in Ontario and Quebec for outbreaks in long-term care facilities. Now, the Red Cross continues to be available for deployment to homes that are experiencing significant outbreaks and has already supported more than 130 long-term care facilities in Quebec, Ontario, and Manitoba. The Canadian Red Cross is also overseeing the recruitment and training of workers to support infection prevention and control, basic care, and facility management. Last summer, the Government of Canada negotiated the Safe Restart Agreement with the provinces and territories, and the agreement provided $740 million in funding to support vulnerable Canadians, including those in long-term care, home care, and palliative care, who, as we know, are more at risk of severe cases of COVID-19. The government is also providing comprehensive and evidence-based preliminary guidance on key populations for COVID-19 immunization, including residents and staff of congregate living settings that provide care for seniors. And finally, a temporary COVID-19 resiliency stream was created to provide provinces and territories with I think Canadians understand that personal support workers are an integral and important part of the healthcare system, providing close, direct support to residents. Every person entering a long-term care home, including essential visitors and volunteers, has a responsibility to prevent infections among residents of those facilities who are at high risk of severe illness and death from COVID-19. And because of this high risk, access to personal protective equipment and training is critical for the workers' own safety and the safety of residents. The Government of Canada is taking action to ensure that healthcare workers have the personal protective equipment and medical supplies they need. We've done this through collaborative bulk procurement with the provinces and territories, building domestic production capacity, and identifying potential alternatives to extend product life. We also need to recognize the contributions of workers in long-term care facilities and better compensate them for taking care of our most vulnerable citizens. Their work is essential in reducing the spread of the virus, and this government understands that. That is why up to $3 billion in federal funding was provided in support to provinces and territories to increase the wages of low-income essential workers, which could include frontline workers in hospitals and long-term care facilities. Provinces and territories will also be able to use the funding under the Safe Long-Term Care Fund to top up wages of staff members in long-term care facilities. And finally, the Government of Canada recognizes that we need to increase the number of personal support workers in the country. And we committed funding of $38.5 million over 2 years for Employment and Social Development Canada to support training of up to 4,000 personal support worker interns through an accelerated 6-week online training program. This will be combined with a 4-month work placement to help address acute labor shortages in long-term care and home care. Madam Speaker, as we've learned more about this virus and the populations at risk, we are doing everything we can to help protect citizens in long-term care facilities. The Public Health Agency of Canada has provided infection prevention and control guidance to help prevent COVID-19 infections amongst residents and workers in long-term care and assisted living facilities, as well as in home care, including the appropriate use of PPE. Many facilities have already implemented their own measures, such as restricting visitation or other non-essential on-site services. And now, as we learn more about the impact of these restrictions on residents, more and more facilities are developing nuanced and compassionate approaches to visitation. The Long-Term Care Plus program has recently released a checklist for the safe re-entry of essential care partners in long-term care facilities. Long-term care facilities should also follow the best practices developed by the relevant provincial or territorial health authority. For example, daily screening of anyone entering facilities, rapidly testing people who are ill, widespread testing if there's an outbreak, and supporting people in isolation and quarantine. We know these measures have to be followed diligently. We also know now that one of the best practices is to ensure support for the workers. Many personal support workers from racialized communities are not paid well, and they do not have sick leave benefits. Some of the federal supports, like the Canada Recovery Sickness Benefit, help with that so people can stay home if they're ill. Madam Speaker, our government is taking action to support residents of long-term care homes, but we do know there's more to do. The pandemic has highlighted the challenges to the long-term care sector that it has faced for many years. The Government of Canada is working with provinces and territories to address these challenges, to protect residents of long-term care facilities from exposure to the COVID-19 virus, and help the provinces and territories deliver on their healthcare responsibilities. And together we're making progress. After more than a year of living with the threat of COVID-19, provinces and long-term care homes across the country are ramping up vaccinations for the residents. Infections and death rates in long-term care homes are reduced, but we still have to be able to quickly detect and respond to outbreaks if they occur. And we need to be prepared for the possible increases in the number of infections caused by new variants. So this continues to require a coordinated effort. As you can imagine, a lot of work is happening behind the scenes with our many partners across all levels of government and indeed with non-governmental organizations that have stepped up. All of this work will deepen our understanding of the disease and provide the data we need to inform our response and decision making. If we've learned anything over the past year, it's that we have to continue with strong public health efforts to reduce transmission of the virus and minimize its impact on the vulnerable residents of long-term care facilities, and that we have to work together. We must also plan and be ready for the future, as there's a lot that we still don't know about COVID-19, and we have to address the needs of residents in long-term care as the situation evolves. Madam Speaker, I can assure you that the Government of Canada will continue to do everything within our power and jurisdiction to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic and protect the health, safety, and well-being of all Canadians during these difficult and uncertain times. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And we heard in the Honourable Minister's comments that they're willing to do absolutely everything they can to protect Canadians. Pat Armstrong, a sociologist at York University, who studied Canada's long-term care homes for 30 years, firmly believes that Canada's dismal record stems from a historic decision to exclude long-term care facilities from Canada's networks of provincial and territorial public health systems. She states that this has resulted in undertraining, poor treatment of workers, substandard and aging facilities, overcrowding, and poor infection control capabilities. Madam Speaker, through you to the Honourable Minister of Health, given what she stated in her interventions, knowing that the vast majority of deaths from COVID have been related and connected to long-term care, not just our seniors, but also our workers, Madam Speaker, would the Honourable Minister support within her government's power the application of the Westray law to ensure that these corporations are held responsible for the deaths, the unnecessary deaths of their workers?
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And yes, our government has always supported the use of Westray law when appropriate, and certainly would not stand in the way of charges that were applied, and believe that workers' rights are fundamental. And they're fundamental in not just the protection of those individual workers in this case, but certainly of their families. We know that onward transmission in households has been another huge driver of case growth in this country. And so I think our government has been very clear that workers' protections are paramount to us, and we would obviously support the application of any potential criminal charges, of course, within the respect of the law.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Battleford-Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for her comments. I just wanted to ask a question regarding the 4,000 PSWs, personal support workers, that are being trained. They're being accelerated in an online program, and then these trainees go into the field, receive the bulk of their practical training with already understaffed, overworked personal support workers who just don't have the time. I'm just wondering if the minister thinks that this is an acceptable and a compassionate way to approach the staffing crisis in our long-term care facilities.
Minister.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question. I think, when I look at the response that the government has taken to try and support provinces and territories with what I would call a significant staffing shortage, certainly we've developed everything with provinces and territories. And that's the real difference between, I think, what the NDP are proposing here today and what the government believes. We know that the provinces and territories have not only the right to deliver healthcare, but the responsibility to. And so whenever we work with them in an area of their jurisdiction, it is with a full partnership model, and this is no different.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the minister. It's true that the pandemic allowed us to see all of the flaws in the long-term care home system, and we saw how much loss of life there was in Quebec and elsewhere. But Quebec is able to take care of its health centers and its long-term health centers on its own. So the question is, will you increase the health transfers to the provinces, yes or no?
Sure.
Well, I thank the member for her question. I'll just say the underlying premise is not necessarily correct, given that the Canadian Armed Forces was required for quite some time in Quebec to support the work of the province. Now, I think the Prime Minister has been very clear. We'll be there for provinces and territories with money, as I've demonstrated through my remarks today, with practical support in terms of evidence and research and best practices, and with equipment and vaccines. And that's exactly what we've done. I want to congratulate the province of Quebec for working so hard to immunize so many people in long-term care and the staff that work in those facilities. And certainly, I think they're on the right path in terms of protecting the most vulnerable amongst us. But anything we do in terms of future trends...
You allow for other questions. Sorry. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Minister. The crisis, the humanitarian crisis in long-term care homes has been a concern for all Canadians, no one more than for Green Party leader Annamie Paul, whose father died in a long-term care home in Toronto at the beginning of the pandemic. And we have been providing a lot of very specific recommendations, some of which are in the NDP motion today. So my question to the Honourable Minister is really around what more can we do in the approach the government is taking. I personally support the notion that we need an emergency summit of federal provincial leadership to actually think about whether we can't do better and overcome the jurisdictional barriers. But I listen to people like President Charlene Stewart of the SEIU union, and what those workers are going through and continue to go through. They're not going to be able to absorb new people who are on a learning curve when we're still in pandemic. And I ask the Honourable Minister what more can be done and if she's more open to some of the solutions that are before us today.
Sure.
Thank you so much to the Member of Parliament for, as always, a thoughtful question. And first, let me just give my condolences to Ms. Paul. I mean, it is a tragedy to lose a loved one, and I can't imagine the pain that she's gone through like so many other Canadians. First of all, let me just speak about the treatment and pay for long-term care workers. You know, my first job, if you will, for the federal government was Minister of Status of Women. And you may remember, the House may remember the many debates that we had about pay equity and also the gender wage gap and the historic underpayment of people who provide care. And I think this is a really powerful reminder that we have a lot of work to do in how we value what we consider care work, whether it's care of seniors or care of children. Care work is undervalued, and I think that there is a significant gender bias there. There's
questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Minister for her intervention. And thank you for helping me with my issues in Guelph. I've been working with long-term care facilities of different types. One issue that's come up is with the Class C facilities where people would normally share rooms and, in fact, share bathrooms. And now within COVID, these facilities have had to drastically reduce the numbers of people under care, which also affects their funding models. And testing of having more than just nose swabs, where Health Canada's approved saliva testing. How can we work with the provinces to help support Class C facilities as well as expanded testing?
Minister?
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his work and advocacy in his own community of Guelph. And I'll just say the Government of Canada has adapted the Investing in Canada infrastructure program, specifically with the mind of trying to support provinces and territories to renew some of this aging infrastructure and address some of the most pressing issues, which might be things like shared washroom facilities, but also could be inadequate ventilation, older windows that don't open. I mean, people think of ventilation as something that is extremely complex, and it is, but there are also low-tech solutions, and sometimes it's about airing out rooms and having the ability to do that. In some of these older buildings, that there's not that capacity. So this flexibility of the COVID-19 resiliency stream allows provinces and territories the ability to do these quick start, short-term projects that can have great health benefits. So I want to thank the member again for his advocacy. I think there's a lot of work to do in terms of improving the quality of care in Guelph and across the country.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Battleford, Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to make note that I will be splitting my time with the member from Calgary Nose Hill. We know that Canadians have the right to live and age with dignity, and every senior, regardless of where they reside, is owed it. Long-term care homes have been at the center of the COVID-19 pandemic, and this past year has been extremely difficult for our seniors in care, their families, and the frontline workers in the long-term care community. We know that COVID-19 has led to too many families having to say goodbye much too early, and that some families were not even afforded that opportunity. We all know that the health crisis has left too many seniors neglected with their care needs not being met, and too many families have missed out on precious time together. Too many seniors have been lonely and isolated for far too long, and our long-term care workers have sacrificed so much, worked tirelessly on the front lines, and many are understandably burnt out. Whether we read the Canadian Armed Forces exit report, watched the news stories, or heard firsthand accounts, we should all be gripped by the heartbreaking stories that have emerged during this pandemic. The inadequate living and working conditions that have been exposed in some of these long-term care facilities is unacceptable. With the most outbreaks in fatalities and the toughest restrictions, seniors living in long-term care homes have been hit hard, very hard, by this pandemic. And the difficult truth in these outcomes is that the serious shortcomings in long-term care contributed to these outbreaks and these fatalities. Scarcity of PPE, delays in testing, staffing shortages, and inadequate infrastructure all contributed to the tragedy in long-term care. These vulnerabilities had a direct impact on the health and safety of our seniors and those who care for them. Delays in getting PPE, rapid testing, and an efficient vaccine rollout all have had a real human cost. And shamefully, Canada's outbreak and fatality rate in care homes stands out on the world stage. First wave reporting showed that Canada had the highest proportion of deaths occurring in long-term care among OECD countries. Canadian seniors living in long-term care were more vulnerable than seniors in care elsewhere. That is unacceptable. And where we go from here matters. We cannot ignore the aggravating factors that have contributed to the losses in these homes. And while the pandemic has heightened and worsened the challenges in long-term care, the reality is that these problems are not new. The need for better ventilation systems, private rooms, an updated space that allows for infection prevention control measures, they aren't new. But the pandemic has put a spotlight on the human cost of not investing in long-term care infrastructure. Just as the need for qualified and adequate levels of staffing in care homes is not new. It is not possible for a long-term care home to bring in surge staffing if the home is already understaffed. These gaps in the long-term care sector left our seniors and frontline health care and essential workers vulnerable. And with an aging population and increasingly complex needs, the problems in long-term care will only grow without intervention. We need immediate and medium-term action to stabilize and address the vulnerabilities in this sector. The pandemic has underscored the urgency of action. Ensuring the health and safety of seniors living in long-term care must be a priority for every level of government. No one has the jurisdictional or moral right to neglect the serious shortcomings in this sector. The federal government owes it to our seniors and all Canadians to collaborate with provinces, territories, seniors advocates, and caregiving organizations to address it. It's important that all these voices are in partnership to ensure that we find meaningful and appropriate solutions. We are now more than a year into the pandemic. This Liberal government has announced its intention to deliver national standards for long-term care, but we have not seen progress made on that announcement. There needs to be a collaborative approach to move the needle. Conservatives understand that to deliver meaningful change in long-term care, we cannot have a top-down Ottawa approach. Not only do provincial and territorial governments need to be at the table, we need to include seniors advocates and caregiving organizations. Their experience and expertise are critical to developing appropriate solutions for our seniors. Solutions that are more than just patchwork responses. We owe that to our seniors who have helped build this great country. We owe it to them to care for them in their later years. Financial gain cannot be the priority in delivering care to our seniors. We need a thorough response to address the many serious shortcomings in long-term care. There cannot be a siloed approach to addressing it. We must act to address the vulnerabilities in all models of care homes. Together, all levels of government, seniors advocates, and caregiving organizations must act to address the wide range of vulnerabilities in care. A comprehensive response to the crisis in long-term care must consider best practices for quality and appropriate care. Seniors in care should never have their care needs neglected, and they should have access to quality and appropriate care regardless of where they reside. A comprehensive response has to tackle the growing staffing crisis in care, bring stability in the short term, but also find solutions over the medium term to increase the pool of skilled workers in this sector. It has to ensure that there is adequate access to PPE, rapid tests, and infection control measures. We need to ensure that care homes have the resources they need to protect the health and safety of our seniors and our frontline healthcare workers in this pandemic, but also moving forward. A comprehensive response has to include a plan to update our outdated infrastructure so that the brick and mortar is in place to allow for the implementation of infection control measures. There needs to be investment and support for more long-term care facilities, and we cannot ignore the continuum of housing needs for seniors. We need to ensure that our frontline healthcare workers have the supports that they need. Conservatives know that the needs in long-term care are comprehensive. Therefore, we need a comprehensive plan to address the crisis in long-term care. And with an aging population, that will only put more pressure on an already exhausted system. The need to act is immediate. Everybody needs to be at the table to address it and ready to act in areas of their responsibility. We need to move beyond announcements and towards meaningful action. Our seniors, regardless of where they reside, deserve to live and age with dignity. Madam Speaker, the federal government should be in partnership with all levels of government, working together to provide not only better but appropriate supports for Canada's seniors who live in all models of care homes. That is why Conservatives urge this government to work collaboratively with provinces, territories, seniors advocates, and caregiving organizations to take action on this important issue. Conservatives are ready to work collaboratively to provide better supports and appropriate care for Canada's seniors. And we urge this government to take a leadership role in promoting best practices in long-term care while recognizing the diversity of needs and challenges across the country. We need to work together in partnership with all levels of government, caregiving organizations, and seniors advocates. And we need to develop immediate and medium-term solutions to address the critical vulnerabilities in a long-term care sector. We need to stabilize the long-term care sector as we continue to navigate the pandemic, but we cannot afford to narrowly focus just on the pandemic. We need to work towards a comprehensive plan that will deliver substantial solutions for our seniors in care and those soon to be in care. It's not just our seniors in care need more care, but we must ensure that there's a quality of care that addresses the complexity of their care needs, whether it's the quality of care, workforce shortages, or adequate infrastructure. Only a collaborative and comprehensive approach will address the systemic issues in our long-term care sector, and there is no time to delay. We have seen throughout the pandemic the real human cost of neglecting this sector.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Battlefield, Lloydminster, for her speech on this issue, which really affects seniors. But I'd like to hear her comments because she talked about the importance of the healthcare system, a healthcare system that can take care of seniors, not national standards dictated by the federal government when it doesn't concern them. I'd like to hear her because what we are experiencing now is the result of years and years of low investments, be it in the Conservatives and the Liberals when it comes to healthcare transfers. Is she prepared to go as far as 35% more for the transfers? This would really help deal with the issue.
Member for Battleford, Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Shefford for that question. You know, I think as I touched on my remarks, what has to happen first is we have to have a collaborative approach, and that has to be all levels of government, provincial, territorial, even municipal, but also those organizations, those caregiving organizations and senior advocates. I think they have so much, and having met with so many of them from across the nation, I think they have firsthand experience that sometimes elected people in elected political positions don't have, and it's so imperative that we hear what those needs are. Thank you.
And comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, depending in terms of the Conservative addressing the issue of personal care homes, you often get differing opinions in regards to whether or not there should be national standards, to what degree. And my question is, can the member give any sort of a clear indication from her perspective with respect to the Conservative Party? Does the Conservative Party support Ottawa having stronger national standards in regards to home care services? Obviously, we have to work with the stakeholders, in particular our provinces, in order to be able to achieve that. But to what degree does she believe that Ottawa needs to play a leadership role?
The honourable member for Battleford, Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from across the way for that question. I think the great thing about the Conservative caucus is we definitely have different opinions. We're allowed to debate those opinions, and we bring them to the table. That being said, again, in my remarks, as I stated, we absolutely need to hear from the people on the front line, senior advocates, and those caring for our seniors. You know what? Best practices. I think I absolutely think that there is the opportunity for all of these people to come together, whether it's organizations, stakeholders, different levels of government, and talk about best practices. Iron sharpens iron, and we can always learn something for better care for our seniors. Thank you.
Comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for her remarks. How important is it to look at more of a bottom-up strategy than an Ottawa top-down strategy, and making sure that we have the support of these organizations and particularly the provinces as we go forward?
The honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. I never think that an Ottawa knows best top-down approach works for anything. This country is very vast and differing regionally, especially when we look at our seniors who live in rural Canada have different needs and access to necessities than urban seniors do. So we absolutely have to have those stakeholders and those frontline workers there having the conversation, putting their input in, but I don't see any problem with all levels of government coming to the table and having that conversation.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I know that my colleague from Battleford's Lloydminster is on the call. She just debated. I just want to thank her for her work on the issue of seniors. She's been tireless. I've been working with her, but she has been meeting with dozens of affected groups from across the country. And I know that she brings a very good perspective to this issue. And I want to start my speech today by talking about what this issue is. In the last year, we have seen senior citizens under duty of care, government duty of care, die covered in their own feces alone. We've seen military called in to deal with these situations. Nobody gets to say in Parliament or any level of government that it's not our job to deal with this situation. What happened during the last year during COVID in our long-term care facilities across this country should light the entire country on fire. If we truly believe that every Canadian deserves to live with dignity, then we need to be talking about this issue. We need to be proposing solutions, and we need to be moving forward. Anything less than that, I would say, is un-Canadian. And this is not an issue that just affects seniors. This cuts across every generation. This is the seniors who are living in long-term care. This is Canadians who might be approaching the age of where they have to consider long-term care. It's people of my generation who are starting to have hard conversations with, parents about what do you want? What do you want to have happen? How are you going to age? Are you going to age in place? And it also affects the workers in these facilities. I mean, I am tired of seeing articles come out, which are absolutely true, of the PTSD that workers in long-term care facilities have experienced dealing with the COVID pandemic. We all need to wake up and understand that we have to push forward with proposing solutions. And so I'm very pleased that the NDP have decided to use one of their supply days, their precious supply days, on bringing this issue forward to the House of Commons for debate. We've spent a lot of time in this Parliament and in the last Parliament talking about dying with dignity, which is an important topic. But we also need to be talking about living with dignity. And we also need to be talking about the conditions under which seniors in Canada that require long-term care are currently living under right now. So I want to start by looking at the motion itself. So the first part of this motion requires Parliament to recognize 3 facts, deadly facts for which there can be no debate. That during the first wave, 82% of COVID deaths in Canada happened in long-term care, the highest proportion in the OECD. That there have been over 12,000 long-term care residents and worker deaths in Canada since the beginning of the pandemic. And that residents and workers in for-profit long-term care homes have a higher risk of infection and death than those in nonprofit homes. These are facts. We can't deny them. The evidence is there. And I think that Parliament has to recognize that. The first part in finding a solution is recognizing that there's a problem. 12,000 long-term care residents during the COVID pandemic. Like, quantify that. Think about that. That's bigger than the size of some Canadian towns. Think about how many families were affected by that. And also think about the workers that are affected by this. Many workers in these facilities, they are underpaid, they are undersupported, and many of them are new Canadians. Some are temporary foreign workers. And this is just something that I think a lot of people are willing to turn a blind eye to. So I'm glad the NDP put these figures in this motion. I think that Parliament should be recognizing them and waking up to them. So the second part of the motion suggests that given that even with, that something must be done. And so the NDP have proposed a solution. And what the fix of this motion proposes is to move all privately owned long-term care facilities into public ownership. So that's a spicy solution. At least there's a solution being proposed here, right? I'll start by saying that my party strongly supports a well-funded, robust, publicly funded healthcare system in Canada. And it can't be denied that there are issues, significant issues with privately owned long-term care facilities in Canada. And I want to talk about one example that this government has never rectified. and that's the approval of the sale of many long-term care facilities to OnBon. The purchase of long-term care homes by OnBon was approved by this Liberal government, by the former industry minister, who scrutinized it under the investment review decision because it exceeded the $600 million threshold. In an article published earlier last year, the union head in BC said it's pretty clear that this company is in crisis and unable to provide adequate care at a growing number of its sites. It's a big problem because the company also is the largest contracted provider of long-term care beds in BC. And there have been articles during the pandemic about the high proportion of deaths in OnBon facilities. So you would think that the failure to uphold Canadian standards by the state-owned enterprise would have resulted in some sort of action by this federal government, and nothing has happened to date. Highly problematic. So will moving all long-term care facilities into public care fix all of these problems? Well, there's a strong argument to be made that the process used to approve the OnBon sale was certainly deadly for many Canadian seniors. Moving to a fully public model would need a strong framework to evaluate what would change. For example, how would provincial governments absorb this responsibility and over what period of time? What would this mean for seniors and workers? What is that framework of care guarantee? And as well, I do think that for-profit care providers now need to show that there's clear evidence that making profit off of long-term care can be combined with a high certainty of standards of care. Like, that needs to be presented. So more clarity is needed. But I am glad that we're having a discussion about how to move forward and that no proposed solution at this point should be outright dismissed. And we shouldn't be saying that this isn't our job to look at. On the issue of jurisdiction, which everybody's dancing around today, the reality is that the federal government pays billions of dollars for healthcare. And the federal government provides guidelines and best practices for all sorts of areas of care. So the question becomes why the federal government has not moved in this regard. Not saying that we need to take, as everybody is saying, an Ottawa knows best approach, but after overseeing the sale of OnBon and not doing anything about that, it's very convenient to just abdicate responsibility. And so at least we're talking about a solution here today. So again, I do think that there is more work to be done before moving to one conclusion or another on what the fix is. But I am glad that we are having this discussion today. So with that, because I'm always for finding solutions, I move, seconded by the member for Battleford's Lloydsminster, that the motion be amended by replacing all of the words after the words, "The House call upon the government to," with the following: collaborate and partner with the provinces, territories, seniors advocates, and caregiving organizations to A, improve long-term care standards, including taking a leadership role in promoting best practices while recognizing the diversity of needs and challenges across the country. B, ensure that long-term care homes have adequate access to PPE, rapid tests, and an effective vaccine rollout. C, direct existing federal infrastructure and housing funding towards new construction and the renovation of long-term care facilities. D, develop immediate and medium-term solutions to address the critical staffing needs in long-term care facilities. E, increase mental health supports for frontline healthcare workers, residents, and their families. Let's get to a solution today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It is my duty to inform honourable members that an amendment to an opposition motion may be moved only with the consent of the sponsor of the motion. Therefore, I ask the honourable member for Burnaby South if he consents to this amendment being moved. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much. Respectfully, I say no. I think it's fundamental that we remove profit from long-term care, given all the evidence. I appreciate the gesture, but I respectfully say no.
There is no consent, therefore, pursuant to Standing Order 85, the amendment cannot be moved at this time. Resuming debate. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her comments. Fundamental to this motion and to the issue that we have seen with the pandemic, for-profit long-term care facilities have actually resulted in a much higher rate of COVID infections as well as death for seniors. So my simple question for the member is, does she support taking profit out of care for seniors?
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Well, I think one of the things that makes Canada great is our strong and robust publicly funded healthcare system, for which I strongly support. I think that for profit or not, if it's government owned, we need to have guidelines, best practices to ensure quality of care. I don't think one governance model in and of itself, without those standards, can guarantee anything. That said, I do think, given everything that I outlined in the speech, particularly the sale of many long-term care facilities with Enbon and the disastrous results that have come from there, precipitate the need for our country to have a strong discussion about how we are treating our country's seniors in these facilities.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Pickering-Oxbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her speech. I'm disappointed the NDP did not allow the amendment because the amendment actually spoke, or proposed amendment actually spoke to precisely the areas that our government had invested from the first wave to the second wave, which is through investing in PPE, infrastructure to improve long-term care facilities, funding for staffing to help support provinces and territories. But with that being said, and I do agree with the member opposite, her comments around every senior needs to live in dignity. It's precisely why the Prime Minister made long-term care national standards a priority in the speech from the throne, as well as the fall economic statement. So my question to the member is, if she is looking for solutions, if her party supports solutions, then why on February 9th did her leader comment publicly saying he does not support national standards and take that off the table for her and her party to work with us to establish long-term care national standards? Why doesn't her leader support that?
The honourable member of Calgary-Nose Hill.
3 points. Point number one, if somebody over and over again talks about how much money they spent and don't get results, you shouldn't trust them to spend your money. And that's the hallmark of the Liberal government, and they should be ashamed for trying to say that they've spent their way into a worse situation for seniors. Number two, on the issue of moving forward and standards, this government has done nothing. They've said that they want to deliver on guidelines, whatever. They haven't done anything. The Minister of Health hasn't put anything forward on this. This is not a priority for them, and they should be ashamed. She should be ashamed for raising this as a talking point. She should update her book. The third point, with regard to my leader, the leader said that he, as much as everybody else has said on this call today or on this debate today, that Ottawa has to respect jurisdiction, but at the same time that there is room for guidelines and best practices on how to move forward. So I would encourage her in her new role to encourage her ministers to deliver some action so she doesn't have to keep having this debate with me over and over in the House in the future.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi, a brief question. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In Quebec, there are some long-term care facilities have had some serious problems. They're under third-party management, and there are investigations ongoing, even through the coroner's office. Are there not solutions to deal with some of the serious mistakes that have been made? And in Quebec's case, the best way to go about that is to do that under the jurisdiction of Quebec's government instead of the federal government that is trying to get involved in jurisdictions that belong to the provinces. The member for Calgary-Nose Hill, a brief answer, please.
Une brève réponse.
We need change. Canadian seniors in any part of this country cannot be expected to live under the circumstances that they've been put forward over the last year. Yes, provinces have an important role and their autonomy needs to be underscored. but the federal government has a duty to work collaboratively with provinces on coming up with a solution, and that's where our discussion should be squarely focused.
Reprise le débat, l'honorable député de Shefford.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to be sharing my time with the member for Montcalm. It's with a certain amount of exasperation that I speak to the motion that essentially calls for national standards and the nationalization of long-term care homes. You'll understand that we are vehemently opposed to this motion because it is a pure and simple intrusion into an area of provincial jurisdiction. Quebec and the provinces want nothing to do with federal involvement. It's up to Quebecers to choose the model of care they want, whether it's public or private. While it's true that the pandemic revealed weaknesses in our long-term care facilities, CHSLDs, Quebec is more than capable of improving its own system without giving up any of its autonomy. A public inquiry by the Coroner's Office and an inquiry by the Quebec Ombudsman are underway. Quebec does not need federal standards to improve the situation and does not need Ottawa to dictate solutions. I will essentially focus on 3 points. I will explain more about our position, which is aligned with Quebec's position and other organizations in Quebec. At the beginning of the pandemic, Quebec made the decision to transfer patients to long-term care facilities to free up hospital beds in the belief that the pandemic would fully mobilize the hospital system. We recognize that COVID-19 primarily affects seniors. This fact, combined with the fact that there's deficiencies in our long-term care facility system, like a lack of staff, poor administration, displacement of workers between different residential care centers, has led to the catastrophe we've seen today. Over half of the 10,587 deaths occurred in Quebec in long-term care facilities. Let's remember that last May, negotiations between Premier Legault and the Liberal government were very tense because of the federal government's refusal to renew the Army's assistance. The government used Quebec's recourse to the Army to announce its intention to impose Canadian standards on long-term care facilities in the throne speech. This was a way for the government to impose its demands in the face of a common front of provinces calling for a 35% increase in federal health transfers. He has since come back with this idea in last fall's economic update and during the 20th First Minister's conference call with, of course, the blessing of the NDP. In all likelihood, federal standards would be based on the guidelines for long-term care facilities published by Health Canada in April 2020 and updated on February 26th. This document indicates procedures to be followed in long-term care homes to fight the pandemic. I would like to point out that there's already debate on the nationalization of long-term care facilities in Quebec led by Premier Legault and his minister responsible for seniors and caregivers, Madame Marguerite Blais. So let them have that discussion. We reiterate that for the Bloc Québécois, healthcare is an exclusive jurisdiction of Quebec and the provinces. The Constitution Act of 1867, Sections 91 and 92, determine the division of government powers between the federal and provincial governments, and it is clear. Health is an exclusive power of Quebec, with the exception of Indigenous health, military hospitals, approval of medication, which belongs to Health Canada, and quarantines. And where the federal government has failed is Indigenous health, vaccines, and quarantines. The Liberal Party of Canada and the NDP are constantly tempted to interfere in provincial jurisdictions, especially in the areas of health, because it's close to the people and it looks so very good. However, the federalism that they are supporting requires that each level of government respect their own jurisdictions. On the one hand, the NDP is forgetting its attempt at rapprochement with Quebecers with its Sherbrooke Declaration, and on the other, both political parties are succumbing to the temptation of any way out of the crisis: centralization, cuts, austerity. Federalists sometimes argue that health transfers must be subject to conditions, otherwise the provinces take advantage of them to lower taxes instead of providing more services. We reply that it is not up to the federal government to lecture provincial governments and Quebec. Stop this paternalism. In a democracy, it's up to voters to decide when it comes to their government, and unanimously, a motion of the National Assembly denounced the Canadian national standards in long-term care facilities and demanded an increase in health transfers. On December 2nd, the minister responsible for seniors and caregivers, Marguerite Blais, tabled a motion denouncing the Liberals' desire to impose Canadian standards on long-term care facilities. that the National Assembly reject the Government of Canada's desire to impose Canadian standards in long-term care facilities and seniors' residences, an area of exclusive jurisdiction for Quebec, that it express its disappointment at the absence of an increase in federal health transfers in the federal government's latest economic update, while the provinces must assume major health expenses in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, that it asks the federal government to commit to not imposing Canadian standards in long-term care facilities and seniors' residences and to increase health transfers to 35%. The Bloc Québécois defends the unanimous position of the National Assembly and denounces the centralization proposed by NDP and Liberals. Because Quebec already has its own standards, these regulations are included in the Act for Health Services and Social Services for long-term care homes. In Quebec, the majority of long-term care homes are public, 86% of them, while the average in Canada is 46%. Provinces and Quebec have expertise and experience in long-term care homes, not the federal government. Provinces and Quebec fund the vast majority of these services. In 2014, the Canadian Institute for Health Information estimated that 73% of costs attributed to long-term care facilities in Canada were funded by provinces and Quebec, territorial and municipal systems and organizations, while 23% of costs were borne by residents or by their private insurance. All of these facilities must meet safety and quality of care standards to be licensed and to operate. They must renew this authorization every 4 or 5 years, depending on the type of facility. They must demonstrate over and over that they meet minimum standards. The government makes occasional visits to ensure that the quality of services offered is maintained. Each facility must also set up a seniors committee or a users committee, which is responsible for informing residents of their rights, defending their interests, and trying to improve quality of services. Quebec's government has already declared that it wants to standardize the supervision of long-term care homes and working conditions of employees. It is obvious that it is not up to the federal government, which has neither the experience nor the expertise to define standards for institutions instead of the provinces and Quebec. The government should focus on doing what is expected of it and take responsibility. My colleague from Salaberry-sur-Roi, who was a manager in the healthcare system, could tell you more about this. The Premier of Quebec described it as a mistake when the Liberal government manifested their desire to propose measures to centralize measures that apply to health. The report of the Canadian Armed Forces following their visit to long-term care facilities in Quebec last spring is clear. Standards and rules on the prevention and control of contamination or wearing protective PPE, for example, are already in place, and yet they have not been sufficient to stop the virus. The issue is more about the capacity to respect standards and rules in place and to apply them. The main reason why these rules have been hard to comply with is also clear: shortage of labor. According to their observations in the report, the need for long-term care facilities is really for medically trained staff. If the federal government really wants to help provinces in Quebec get through the pandemic and improve care offered to our seniors, it must stop being paternalistic, let go of imposing national standards that are poorly adapted to different social and institutional contexts, and increase health transfers that will attract and retain more people in the health system. Third, let us look at the position of other seniors organizations in Quebec. FADOC, which is Quebec's Golden Age Seniors Federation, has come to the Standing Committee on the Status of Women with what it has been writing in its pre-budget briefs to the Finance Committee for a long time. It's not standards that Quebec needs, it's financial means to better take care of its own people. The bottom line is that the real problem with funding for the healthcare system is that transfers have been successively reduced by a liberal conservative cut since the 90s. This view is shared by many organizations in Quebec, including AFEAS, which advocates for the women's rights and recognizes that underfunding has a direct impact on healthcare. Even the director of the McGill Institute for the Study of Canada, Daniel Bélan, said it was a band-aid solution to make the Prime Minister look good, saying that there's national standards that are needed. That can win points with some people, but it's really up to the provinces to deal with it. And they need more money. So the solution is simple: increase federal health transfers. The federal government's refusal to fund healthcare in long-term facilities is unrelated to the difficulties in provinces of Quebec have in providing adequate care to their populations. While we have been fighting a pandemic for more than a year with healthcare workers who are carrying our healthcare system through their own efforts, the government is persisting in its refusal to increase health transfers, which would be an obvious way out of this crisis. It's time for the Canadian government to realize that this demand is not a whim of the provinces. It is necessary. It is immediate. Canadians and Quebecers need to get the care that they deserve, and our seniors need to be able to receive the deference for the contribution that my pardon, time has run out. Questions and comments.
Questions and comments? The honorable député.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I really want to congratulate my colleague on her professionalism. I really think that this was a great speech. She has advocated for seniors very ably, and I think she's able to represent their needs and interests. Could you tell the members across the way and in the NDP just how important it is to respect Quebec, to respect Quebec's choices made in the National Assembly so that Quebec can manage its own health care for seniors? The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague, the member for Salaberry-sur-Roi, for her excellent question. Well, I didn't have the time to say this in my speech, but, you know, I have a lot of examples of when the federal government tried to interfere in files that should be managed by Quebec. And every time, they didn't really understand Quebec's reality or the province's realities. For example, marijuana, all kinds of controversial subjects. Obviously, Quebec is best placed to know the needs of its own seniors and its own workers who are working in this very difficult community setting. I've worked in community settings and also in the health system, and what I know is that we need more resources.
Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And we've heard time and time again the Bloc passionately arguing on behalf of their province, and yet I would like to think, through you, Madam Speaker, that all members in this House would want to ensure that all people across the country would have a standard through which we could protect our seniors. And so my question through you to the previous speaker is, does the previous speaker not acknowledge the failures of long-term care within their province, given the death rates within Quebec? And would this member ever consider a possibility through which Quebec might actually have lower standards than the national comparators across the country? Or is their National Assembly so perfect that they will always far exceed the rest of Canada?
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. Once again, I think the Liberals and the NDP are just failing to respect Quebec's jurisdiction and provincial jurisdiction. As I said from the beginning, Quebec has focused on solutions. They looked at what happened during the crisis and they came up with concrete solutions. In the last election campaign in Quebec, there was this whole discussion around long-term care homes, and we had the Minister of Health, representatives for seniors, and the Premier really getting into the issue. I don't think it's up to the federal government to be paternalistic and to say, well, here are the standards. They shouldn't be saying, oh, you can't manage your own healthcare system. That's unacceptable to me, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan, River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, the members, for the speech. I was wondering if the member could offer some comments on why the Liberal government chose to do actually no action or lack of action in Quebec in particular. Was there a particular instance where the Liberal government could have acted better in Quebec?
The honourable member for Shefford. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As I said, there are a number of issues where the federal government could have acted much more quickly, notably on the issue of, well, now this is where the federal government is sort of interfering, but like border security, for example. There are a lot of people who are wondering, why didn't the government take action earlier? Then there's the issue of vaccine transparency. Seniors were first in line to get vaccinated, but there was a lack of transparency, and there were a lot of delays. Now things are taking off again, but really there were a lot of delays, and people are wondering about that lack of transparency. The government also didn't manage the issue of vaccine development very well. We don't have domestic vaccine production. That was completely abandoned by Liberals and Conservatives.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. The Honourable Member for Montcalm, I believe he needs to put his microphone on. There we go. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think, yes, it'll work better with the microphone. Now, what more can be said after such an amazing speech? My colleague is really an excellent advocate for seniors. I think she touched on all of the major aspects that are problematic in the NDP's motion today. Now, this motion presumes that there need to be federal standards, first of all. And this presumption is based on an idea that I think has a certain degree of contempt in it. A certain degree of contempt not just for seniors, but also for those who provide care to seniors. Because what this motion says, if we assume that federal standards are even required, it presumes that things could have been better done. But how can the NDP say that things could have been done better under the circumstances? It's clear that what happened in long-term care facilities was a catastrophe. But at the beginning of the pandemic, Quebec made the decision to transfer some patients from long-term care homes to free up beds in hospitals because they thought that the pandemic would put too heavy a burden on the hospital system. In fact, what happened was that hospitals became red zones. There were people waiting for spots in long-term care homes. And so they tried to free up hospital beds so that the system would be able to weather the pandemic. And when they made that decision with that information, and then the coroner and the other committees studying this can decide whether this was a good decision or not, but the decision was made in good faith. No one wanted what happened in long-term care homes to happen, Madam Speaker. And yet it was this catastrophe. It's completely unprecedented. But where was the personal protective equipment? How is it that we didn't have a national reserve of PPE? How is it that masks were being sent to China when we didn't have enough reserves for us? How is it that we didn't protect the people, the workers who ultimately contaminated seniors' home residents? How is it that for the last 30 years we didn't increase the health transfers to ensure that workers didn't have to work in 2 or 3 different long-term care home facilities in order to make ends meet? What the pandemic revealed were the weaknesses of this system. All of the experts who appeared before the Standing Health Committee told us clearly that what the pandemic revealed were the weak links in the chain. And that this was all due to chronic underfunding of our healthcare system. So, to tell the provinces and to tell Quebec today, here's what you're going to do. We would have done this better than you did. Well, I think that shows a certain amount of disdain and contempt for the provinces. Now, Quebec doesn't need national standards, federal standards, to take care of its own people. There are inquiries that are ongoing. There will probably be other ones in the future as well. But the debate on nationalization here has already started. And what we definitely don't need is a one-size-fits-all solution. 95% of long-term care homes in Quebec are public, whereas the average in Canada is 46%. In a report from the Canadian Institutes for Health Information, it's estimated that 73% of the costs for long-term care homes were financed by provincial, territorial, and municipal organizations, whereas 23% of costs were assumed by residents or by private insurance. Now, when it comes to jurisdiction, Lucien Bouchard, who was opposition leader in this House and who was also Premier of Quebec, said of provincial jurisdiction, for a long time, Quebec governments, regardless of their options concerning Quebec, have sought to affirm its jurisdiction in order to ensure that Quebec can take care of its people's own social, cultural, and economic development. Now, it's surprising to see that the NDP, which is very proactive, rightly proactive, when it comes to ensuring Indigenous peoples' social, economic, and cultural development, doesn't want to support Quebec's social, economic, and cultural development. I think that's surprising. You know, I talked about my colleague's proposal to have universal pharmacare. You know, it seems to me today that they need to be supporting Quebec's interests. What we need, Madam Speaker, is an increase in the health transfers. If there's one thing we can learn from this pandemic at the moment, it's that Quebec and the provinces need to be able to plan for the future. They need to be able to get their healthcare networks back on their feet. Now, is the federal government's priority to give the provinces the resources that they need? Will they finally, after 30 years, finally give the provinces their fair share so that we can get our healthcare systems back on their feet and take care of our people properly? Madam Speaker, have you ever seen a federal government be so attacked over the issue of healthcare? I haven't seen that. But the governments of Quebec and of the other provinces, well, yes, I've seen their governments take a beating over healthcare issues. Why? Because it's their responsibility. All the federal government is supposed to do is give money to the provinces. And the provinces have the expertise to provide health care. So saying that we should have done better or that having national standards would make things better is simply wishful thinking. Yes, there are debates that can be had here, but Quebec can make the necessary changes. We already have lots of standards. We have standards in our own Quebec legislation. We have standards for long-term care homes. And, you know, those standards can be improved, and they probably will be improved at the end of the inquiries that are currently ongoing. But the Bloc Québécois is here to bring motions, unanimous motions from the National Assembly to the awareness of the House of Commons. We want people to be aware of the consensus in the National Assembly. A unanimous National Assembly motion denounced the state of long-term care homes and called for an increase in health transfers. How much time do I have left, Madam Speaker? 20 seconds. Oh la la. Well, I'm going to have to answer this very quickly. But what this motion says is that we need to increase the health transfers to 35%. And so having this debate after the pandemic, that is a fundamental mistake that we should not make. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, my colleague's speech saddens me. You know, I think he spoke well, but it's unfortunate that he didn't recognize the crisis that long-term care homes are currently in, especially in Quebec. There were thousands and thousands of deaths in long-term health facilities. So what the NDP is proposing today is ensuring that long-term care homes are addressed in the Federal Health Act. A majority of Quebecers support this initiative. They want to increase funding to long-term health facilities. And again, a majority of Quebecers support this initiative. So what we're proposing today is in line with public opinion in Quebec. That is certain. So what I don't understand is why the Bloc Québécois... Oh, I'm sorry. We need to leave time for answers and other questions. The Honourable Member from Montcalm. Yes, Madam Speaker. It's really surprising. The member for Burnaby claims that the unanimous motion passed in the National Assembly goes against what the majority of Quebecers believe. So this is sort of adding insult to injury. Not only are they ignoring Quebec's jurisdiction and its ability to govern its own affairs when it comes to healthcare, but they're also saying that we're out of touch with Quebecers. So I just want to say, yes, what happened in long-term care homes was a catastrophe, but that catastrophe is something that we can manage as long as the federal government does its share to provide us with resources. We have billions of dollars in play here that the provinces are calling for, and if we have the money that we need, we can take care of our people. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, Liberal members of Parliament in all areas of Canada have recognized that long-term care and what's been happened through the pandemic is a good example of building back better. When the Prime Minister talks about that, we need to see national standards that obligates and means that we continue to work with provinces and territories in order to deliver what Canadians want us to deliver. My question to the member is, will he not recognize that the federal government at times is called upon from the citizens in all regions of our province to take specific action to protect the interests of seniors? Will he not recognize?
The député de Montcalm.
The Honourable Member from Montcalm. Madam Speaker. Successive Liberal governments and also the NDP seem to want to centralize and also to instrumentalize the long-term care home crisis in order to impose their desires on Quebec and the other provinces. And that is deplorable. I don't understand why they can't see that this is the time to increase the health transfers so that we can give healthcare providers enough leeway to be able to get the network back on its feet and really take care of our seniors. A brief question, the Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, one thing that I wasn't able to talk about in my speech is the question of how do we support union leaders to have higher health transfers? And can we talk about how important it is to support them in coming out of this crisis? A brief answer from the member for Montcalm. Absolutely, my colleague is entirely right. On March 1st, 2020, the CSQ, the CSD, and other unions spoke about just how important it is to increase the health transfers in order to eliminate the crisis that has resulted from the pandemic. And I'm sure that doesn't include long-term care homes. So there you go.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today is World Water Day. All living things on Earth need water to survive. But for many, this basic need is not being met. Hundreds of millions of people around the planet lack access to clean drinking water, including 41 First Nations communities right here in Canada. Access to clean drinking water is a fundamental human right, but increasingly, water is being treated as a commodity and profit center. Corporations are buying up water rights around the planet. They control freshwater supplies, aquifers, rivers, streams, and sometimes even the rain falling from the sky. They bottle water, privatize public water utilities, and extract maximum profit from a basic human necessity. Madam Speaker, we cannot stand by and accept this as normal. We must push back against the commodification of basic human needs. We must defend the human right to water. Thank you.
The honourable member of Halifax West.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to congratulate Nova Scotia's Nate Darling on achieving a professional basketball first for our province. Mr. Darling is originally from Bedford in the riding of Halifax West. On March 13, 2021, he became the first Nova Scotian ever to play in a regular season NBA game. A shooting guard for the Charlotte Hornets, Nate's debut rebounds with hope and excitement for his future as a professional basketball player. His entry into pro basketball is inspiring for many young Nova Scotian athletes with dreams of their own. In a recent statement, Basketball Nova Scotia referred to him as a role model for young basketball players in the province and said, "Nate is paving the pathway for basketball in Nova Scotia. Best wishes to Nate Darling. We're hoping your career is a slam dunk."
The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Madam Speaker, late last month we lost a man who served his country and his community with honour and distinction. Colonel Robert Douglas grew up in Toronto, the son of a father who served in both World Wars, who took up a military calling of his own, enlisting with the Royal Regiment of Canada and serving with the SAS of the British Army in Malaya in the 1950s. After returning to Canada, he made his way to the rank of Lieutenant Colonel and became commanding officer of the Royal Regiment. His career outside of the military took him from Toronto to Montreal with NCR and Merrill Lynch, a career generous in community service from the World Society for the Prevention of Animals to St. John's Ambulance, and as honorary colonel with several Canadian Army regiments, including the Grey and Simcoe Foresters and the Toronto Scottish Regiment. 2 years ago, he lost Anne, the love of his life of 61 years. To their children, Cam, Catherine, and Robert Gray, I send our deepest sympathies and our most profound thanks for the life of Colonel Robert Douglas.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Madam Speaker, I rise today to highlight the work our government does every day to improve the lives of Canadians and ensure their well-being.
Despite this unprecedented difficult time, our government continues tirelessly to serve Canadians and protect their rights.
I would like to thank the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities for having announced a $6.6 million investment, allowing for the completion of Laval's St. Dorothy pumping station.
Will provide an optimal wastewater management and better response to significant increases in the flow during rain or snow melt episodes. Thanks to this investment, flood will be avoided and Laval-les-Îles residents will be more secure. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Madam Speaker, I want to draw attention to the musical success of Louis-Kevin Célestin, better known under the stage name of Kaytranada. This young man grew up in Saint-Hubert and recently won 2 awards at the prestigious Grammys alongside artists like Beyoncé and Taylor Swift. His work, 10%, awarded for the Best Dance Recording, has had over 40 million hits on Spotify. His album Bubba, was designated as the Best Dance or Electronic Album of the Year. It's his second album. He's already got a Grammy for Best Album in the category after only 2 albums. That's something. Being successful so young is promising, and I'm particularly certain that his many fans are waiting to see what he will come up with next. I was, up until a year and a half ago, an actor, and I always celebrate the cultural successes of those from Quebec, including Xavier Dolan, Céline Dion, Denis Villeneuve, Arcade Fire, all of whom show Quebec culture throughout the world. So to Kate Tornada, bravo.
Missisquoi.
The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Madam Speaker, yesterday was International Day of Forests. I want to take this opportunity to highlight the contribution of Stancia Platenga. This woman from Canton de Poton has been fighting to protect our forests and natural habitats for decades. She has a deep-seated love of nature, and this pushed her and her husband to create a land trust in 1987. It's one of the first of its kind in Quebec, based on the American land trust model. Today, there are over 80 similar trusts protecting Quebec forests. The Stancia Forest is a stunning sight, and those who visit it call it a paradise on earth. Her story shows the power of individuals to protect our land. Brome-Missisquoi as a whole has benefited from her hard work over the past 35 years. We are extremely grateful to her. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Madam Speaker, today I'm proud to recognize the great work of volunteers in my riding of Yellowhead. I want to give special recognition to the brand new food pantry at the Edson United Church, who have already been supplying free, nutritious hot meals to the community. I recently had the opportunity to visit the church, and it was fantastic to see shelves stocked and volunteers in action. They are working in cooperation with the Edson Food Bank, so they are not duplicating services, and the community gets the best of both organizations. Another fantastic initiative I would like to recognize is Edson's new shelter pods for the town's homeless population. Once completed, this project will help some of Edson's homeless find a safe and warm place to stay. These shelter pods are a commendable initiative that should be considered in all corners of the country. I am proud to represent a riding with such great organizations that have a strong sense of community and support people that are in need. Keep up the great work.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, I would like to ask the House, do you have a favorite cocktail? Because if your answer is gin and tonic, then I'd like to tell you about a gin distillery in my community that makes not only great tasting gin, but they deserve a shout out for the amazing work they do for our community. At the beginning of the pandemic, Reed's Distillery converted their operations to make hand sanitizer, which they distributed to community members for free. The sweet smell of juniper berries was flowing throughout our community. And it was a wonderful example of how local businesses are a cornerstone for our community. But as I give a shout out to Reed's Distillery, I also need to point out how they have stepped up to provide opportunities for Black and Indigenous people who are interested in the distilling industry. Recognizing that Black and Indigenous talent is underrepresented in the industry, they created a targeted scholarship. Thank you so much, Reed's Distillery, for the work you do, and I am greatly happy to be able to say something about them today in the House.
The Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to rise in the House today to wish an exceptionally healthy and happy New Year to the many Canadians celebrating Nowruz. Over the weekend, many in our country joined 300 million people around the world with cultural roots in Western and Central Asia to welcome in a new year. A 3,000-year-old tradition, Nowruz is a festive holiday celebrated, amongst others, by Persians, Afghans, Turks, Kurds, Zoroastrians, Baha'is, and Ismailis. Over the weekend, I had the pleasure to virtually join many around their half-seen tables to mark the spring equinox and to embrace the promise of new beginnings. Celebrated for several millennia, Nowruz is meant to bring together people of different cultures and languages to celebrate renewal, optimism, and light. all essential qualities that can guide us as we emerge with all the necessary vim and vigor to put the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic behind us. To everyone, Haruzatun Noruz, Noruzatun Piruz.
Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Looking ahead to the upcoming fishing season, our BC public fishery is facing an uncertain future. I've met with countless members of the BC fishing community who are gravely concerned that if the Minister of Fisheries continues to ignore sound science, their futures are at risk. The science tells us there are over 110 million hatchery Chinook annually entering our Pacific waters, along with many rivers showing strong and even record returns. Closing the fishery simply isn't required. There are other solutions, including increasing opportunities for a marked selective fishery. I was honored to be one of 25 BC MPs to sign the member for North Okanagan Shuswap's letter calling on the minister to support this promising initiative. Marked selective fishing can help conservation efforts while also supporting economic and social activities. It's time the minister starts listening to the science and to the voices of British Columbians and support our BC public fishery.
The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Mr. Speaker, last Saturday on March 20th, all Francophones and Francophiles around the world celebrated the International Francophonie Day. More than 300 million people speak French around the world. French is the fifth most spoken language in the world. In Canada, more than 8 million people speak French at home. Although this year we did not have the opportunity to get together in person, I want to thank all of the artists who amused us on Saturday. Pandemic or not, our artists continue to show us their art. And at home, be it Véronique Ducaire, Vanessa Winnett, Harold Swam, just to name a few, these artists all made a choice to create in French, inspiring a new generation to create in French as well. Mr. Speaker, I wish a wonderful International Day of the Francophonie to all Francophones and Francophiles across the country who celebrated on Saturday.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian case of the novel coronavirus was reported by Health Canada on January 25th, 2020. 422 days. 422 days of temporary measures with no long-term plan, 422 days of business shutdowns and sector collapses, and 422 days of widespread unemployment and mass job loss. We're all united in the worst way possible. Millions of Canadians from every sector, every province, and every background have been left behind, and the light at the end of the tunnel we've been hearing about burned out long ago. People don't want to rely on government support. They would rather just get back to work. The path of the Prime Minister's reimagined economy veers off into the unknown, leaving nothing but shutdowns, uncertain futures, and untested changes that will leave millions of Canadians behind. Canada's Conservatives are offering another path, a plan, one of security and certainty. Conservatives will secure jobs and secure Canada's future, delivering us a Canada where those who have been struggling the most to get through this pandemic can get back to work. We got Canada through the last recession, and with Canada's recovery plan, we'll make sure Canadians get through this one too.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Canada's future is at stake. The Liberal Prime Minister was slow to deploy vaccines and will be even slower to restart the economy. It's not time to rethink the economy. The Prime Minister wants to be the center of attention and take us to something new with economic experiences that will leave millions of Canadians behind. All Canadian workers deserve to get their jobs back. All workers in all sectors of the economy deserve to be part of the economic recovery. The Prime Minister decided to pick which Canadians will have a future. That is not the right solution for millions of workers who built Canada. What the leader of the Conservative Party is proposing is a more secure future, a Canada with fewer slogans, but more money going into the pockets of families. After months of deprivation, Canadians want to have hope again of a better life. It's not by ignoring the millions and thousands of workers in traditional sectors that we will do that. As the leader of the official opposition said in his excellent speech on Friday, we need to rebuild Main Street after COVID-19. Only the Conservative economic recovery plan will ensure a stable economic future for Canadians.
Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday was the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, and I believe this government has failed to address the spread of misinformation and hate through social media and the growing divide in wealth and prosperity. I believe that the more disparity we see, that the more people suffer and fight just to survive, the greater all divides among us will grow. In my community of London, Ontario, people from so many diverse cultural and ethnic backgrounds have fought back against this divide. They come together when events happen here at home or abroad. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused even greater disparity, but to highlight only a few organizations that have worked to counter it, I want to thank the Caring Canadian Society, Al Hayat's Mosque Soup Kitchen, Canadian Cedars of Hope, the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat Group, and the United Six. There are so many more I want to give my gratitude to. You make us stronger. You are fighting for the change and progress we must achieve.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, there's a minority in Canada about whom we can hear hate speech said about with absolutely no consequences. I'm talking obviously about Quebecers. The most recent example comes from a professor of the University of Ottawa who thinks that Quebec is racist. He stated that the Premier of Quebec is a white supremacist, nothing less. He said that Quebec was the Alabama of the North. He accused most specifically the Pure Laine or Old Stock Quebecers of being white supremacists, nothing less. This individual is called Amir Attaran. He won't face any consequences because in Canada, Quebec bashing is allowed and even profitable. I want to name him because I want his name to be recorded in the annals of Canadian parliamentary history that Amir Attaran is a francophobe and somebody who's ignorant.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. COVID-19 has unleashed a surge of anti-Asian racism across North America. From Atlanta to Vancouver and even Markham, the Asian community and especially the Chinese community have been victimized. It began as hurtful comments at the beginning of the pandemic and grew into physical violence. The numbers are staggering. Major cities have seen the number of hate crime grow as much as 700%, and most of the targets are women. I encourage everyone to confront racism when they see it. Racists are only encouraged by silence. Unfortunately, the federal government hasn't done much. A Liberal MP has admitted that, I quote, the federal government has to some extent overlooked Asian communities in its recent anti-racism strategies. The Prime Minister needs to acknowledge the growing anti-Asian racism and do more to tackle it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pretending a problem doesn't exist is not a solution and risks disaster, be it in relation to pandemic or climate change. We're better in a competition of ideas, but we need to start from a reality that is based on science. Climate change is real and all Canadians need to act. That's why our government has put a price on pollution, whose rebate puts more money in people's pockets, and why we've made investments in things like public transit and why we're growing a zero-emissions vehicle sector. Canadians know that pollution has a cost, and then when it's free to pollute, there will be more pollution. All of us will lose if the Conservative Party is allowed to move Canada in reverse as it continues to deny the very existence of climate change. To the Conservatives who know that climate change is real and that action is required, join us and the millions of Canadians who know it too and are taking real action together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand that there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence in memory of the victims of the shooting in Atlanta, Georgia. I
invite honourable members to rise.
Oral questions. Question orale. The honourable member for Portage-Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, we are over a year into COVID. Lockdowns were set initially across the world to give governments time to get the tools in place that they needed to protect their people. Those tools are now available, tools like rapid testing, vaccines, and treatments. But our federal government, well, they haven't delivered them as quickly as other countries. So when the US, the UK, and others are planning a final end to the restrictions and freedom once again, here in Canada, there is no hope and no end in sight, only the threat of more lockdowns. So, Mr. Speaker, where is the data-driven, detailed federal plan to end the lockdowns? Is there a plan?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before we respond to this important issue, I must underscore a matter of deep concern in this House. This past weekend, the Deputy Leader opposite's party once again rejected science and reaffirmed its disbelief in the reality of climate change. I know it is discouraging to many Canadians that a major political party in this country will not acknowledge this basic scientific fact and the threat it poses to future generations. But let me assure Canadians that our government knows climate change is real, and we will continue to implement our plan to address it.
Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
What's real is the government has no plan to end the lockdowns for them. That's something they know is real. Mr. Speaker, another very serious matter I hope we can get an answer to. For over 2 years, the two Michaels have been held in prison in China. Now, while these Canadians are having their so-called day in court, and you know what? Canada's ambassador in China is missing in action. 23 other countries are there to show their support, but our ambassador didn't show up. Why is that? Well, maybe it's because he's delivering, maybe hand-delivering that $40 million check from Canada to China for the Asian Infrastructure Bank.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, of course, I reject the premise of that unusual question. I want all Canadians to know that the release of Michael Spavor and Michael Kovrig is our #1 priority, and our thoughts go out to both of them and their families at this very difficult time. We, of course, have said for the longest time that arbitrary detention is totally unacceptable, and we're very preoccupied by the lack of transparency in their court proceedings. And we thank other countries for joining us in front of the courthouse for today's trial.
The Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Well, actions speak louder than words. The Liberals have used the imprisonment of these Canadians as an implied reason not to deal with Huawei or to deal with genocide and the multitude of China's other abuses. Now, while the two are appearing in this kangaroo court, we've learned the Prime Minister has just sent $40 million to China for the Asian Infrastructure Bank. How can we have any confidence that the Prime Minister is actually acting in the best interest of the two Michaels when he's sending $40 million to the communist regime that took them captive?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have been focused on the release of the two Michaels from the very beginning. We have said very, very clearly that arbitrary detention of innocent Canadian civilians on trumped-up charges is totally unacceptable. Now we are joined by many other countries who also are very concerned about arbitrary detention. And my message to China is that if you're doing business with other countries, it is not acceptable to detain their citizens when you have a difference of opinion with that country. That is not how the international rules of law are applied.
Le député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
Monsieur le Président, généralement.
Mr. Speaker, usually when somebody is facing allegations of inappropriate conduct, there's an investigation. When an investigation is led, is to be very careful, and I'm talking about the case of General Vance. When the Prime Minister's cabinet found out that there was an investigation, what did they do? Increased his salary by $50,000. How can the so-called feminist Prime Minister explain this? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me first make it very clear that our government and I have no tolerance for any type of misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces. And let me be clear, I do not determine pay increases. That is done independently and is based on the advice and recommendation of the public service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Let's recall the facts. There were allegations of misconduct And recently, the Prime Minister said he was not aware, and then the story changed. He said, oh, yes, it's true, my office was aware, but that changes nothing. The office of the Prime Minister was aware of allegations of sexual misconduct weighing against General Vance, and the Prime Minister, with the support of the Council of Ministers, gave him a $50,000 pay raise. Why? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated, let me be clear that I do not make determined pay increases. This is done independently and is based on the advice and recommendation of the public service. I also just want to point out today in the Defense Committee, we heard from the Harper's former Chief of Staff, and let me quote him, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister's office is not an investigative body. Senior officials in the Privy Council's office are the ones responsible for interacting with the Department of National Defense and the Canadian Armed Forces with respect to this matter. Political staff, ministers currently aren't investigative entities in our system of government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de la Prairie.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. On Thursday, the Government of Quebec will table its budget. Unfortunately, during a public health crisis, it will not be able to massively reinvest in health because the federal government is refusing to do its part. It makes no sense. After seeing everything that our care staff has gone through, after seeing a third wave on the horizon because of variants, the federal government will not give any answer to our nurses and caregivers except with, we'll see after the pandemic. Does the government at least have the intention of increasing health transfers? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way, we've been there for provinces and territories, whether it's billions of dollars in safe restart agreements, $740 million of which was designated to long-term care. Mr. Speaker, whether it was purchasing protective equipment, whether it was purchasing vaccines, whether it was supporting the payment of essential workers through $3 billion in top-up wages. We've been there for provinces and territories. We'll continue to be there for the province of Quebec.
La Prairie.
C'est une hausse des transferts.
What we need for health is an increase in transfers. We need to help our nurses and help our care workers to improve care offered to those who are ill and to our seniors. That's what needs to be done. Our care staff doesn't need to take any lessons from the Liberals or accept their standards. They don't need a meeting among politicians 100 days after the next election, as has been proposed. These parties are disconnected from reality, and what we really need is an increase of transfers during the pandemic. Why is it nobody here understands that? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when Quebec needed the Government of Canada, we were there for Quebec. We sent in the Canadian military to support the care for seniors in long-term care facilities across Quebec. We were there with the Red Cross, Mr. Speaker, making sure that long-term care homes that were experiencing outbreak had trained supportive staff to help the province in a very difficult time for all Quebecers. We'll continue to be there, Mr. Speaker, now and into the future.
L'honorable député de Burnaby Sud.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister found out that his former Chief of the Defence Staff was facing allegations of sexual misconduct. Instead of running an investigation, they increased his pay. That sends a clear message to women in the Canadian Forces that they are not taken seriously and that they are not safe. Will the Prime Minister apologize and prevent the occurrence of such a situation again?
Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated, our government has no tolerance for any type of misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces. And let me be clear once again. When it comes to pay increase, that is done independently and is based on the advice and recommendation of the public service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Systemic racism hurts racialized people, and in particular, Indigenous people. The RCMP civilian watchdog made two very serious findings. One, the Bushi family was discriminated against by the RCMP, and two, the RCMP destroyed evidence in the case. A year ago, the Prime Minister took a knee at a Black Lives Matter protest, but has yet to take any action. People are fed up with the Prime Minister's symbolic gestures. When will the Prime Minister take concrete action to end systemic racism in the RCMP?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, let me begin by acknowledging my deepest sympathy to the family, friends, and community of Colton Bushy. And we thank the CRCC for their excellent work in providing answers to the questions that the families had. Mr. Speaker, let me also acknowledge that in the report, the CRCC addressed deficiencies in several areas of the RCMP response, including the manner in which the next of kin notification took place. I have spoken to the commissioner of the RCMP. She has accepted all of the recommendations, and we'll work very closely with her to ensure a full implementation to address the deficiencies in the police response identified by the complaints review. Thank you.
The honourable member for Carleton.
When it originally came to light, the Prime Minister had given a $500 million taxpayer-funded grant to a group that had paid his family $500,000. He blamed it all on a bureaucrat over in the employment department, saying his office had nothing to do with it. Well, until last week, when it came to light that Craig Kielburger wrote a message to the Prime Minister's senior advisor. Hello, Ben, thank you for your kindness in helping to shape our latest program with the government. Will the Prime Minister agree to let his top advisor come to the Ethics Committee and explain what role he played in shaping this program that gave money back to a group that had paid off the Trudeau family?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we believe that committees do very important work in this Parliament, and we've also always worked very closely with all committees. Our ministers have appeared at committees, have answered all the questions. We provided the documents that have been requested, thousands and thousands of pages, Mr. Speaker. But my colleague also knows that committees are masters of their own work. They make their own decision, and we will always respect that.
The honourable member for Carleton.
So anxious to see committees do their work that the Prime Minister actually shut down committees, and indeed all of Parliament, for almost 2 months to stop them from answering those questions. He then began another 2-month filibuster to block questions, and today, when we came forward asking for Mr. Chen to come and testify in a motion, Liberal members showed up and began filibustering all over again. Mr. Speaker, if this government has nothing to hide, why don't they let us open up the investigation and find the truth?
Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président, mon collègue.
Mr. Speaker, the government maintains that committees are masters of their own destiny, and the member knows it. They can make their own decisions. I'm sure that the Conservatives respected the autonomy and independence of committees when they were in power, as we do now. And this ethics can plays an excellent role in maintaining Canadian democracy.
Richmond Hill.
Le Comité de la Défense étudie de graves allégations.
The Defense Committee is studying serious allegations of sexual misconduct within our Canadian Armed Forces. The committee's testimony is important for the committee and for the public. However, Zita Astravas, former Chief of Staff to the Minister of National Defence, refuses to appear. Will the Minister of Public Safety confirm that his current Chief of Staff, Zita Astravas, will appear before the Defence Committee? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I said it earlier. The government believes in and supports the extremely important work that all committees are doing. Our ministers have appeared, they have answered questions, they've provided documents. We've provided millions of documents, and we do it professionally, and we are pleased to do so. Committees are masters of their own destiny. They take their own decisions, and I hope that they keep this in mind.
Ridges, Richmond Hill. Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, understanding who knew what and when regarding sexual misconduct allegations against the former Chief of the Defence Staff is critical to achieving a Canadian Armed Forces where women can serve equally and without fear. As a public servant, Zita Astravas is in service to Canadians. As the former Chief of Staff to the Defence Minister, her testimony is required. for the Defense Committee to do its work? Will the Public Safety Minister confirm when his Chief of Staff, Zita Astraves, will testify at committee?
Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I said it before. We believe that committee do very, very important work in this parliament, and we always work closely with the committees. We keep working closely with the committees. Our minister are going there all the time. They're appearing, they're answering the questions, very important questions that have to be asked, and we answer those questions. And when documents are asked, we provide them. And I mean, it's in thousands of pages, Mr. Speaker. We do what has to be done. But my colleague knows very well that committees are masters of their own work. She has to respect that, and I hope she will.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
And the minister says that, Mr. Speaker, as the Liberals filibuster at the Defence Committee to call Zita Astraves. We know the Defence Minister's Chief of Staff briefed the Prime Minister's office regarding serious allegations of sexual misconduct by General Vance back in 2018. The Prime Minister admitted he learned of these allegations before he signed off on a pay increase for the accused general. The women and men who service in uniform deserve respect, but all they get from the Defence Minister is cover-ups. Will the Defence Minister tell Canadians why he failed to flag sexual misconduct allegations to Cabinet before they approved General Vance's pay raise?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated, I do not determine the pay increases. That is done independently based on the advice and recommendations of the public service. And Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the testimony, the Chief of Staff of former Prime Minister Harper stated political staff ministers clearly aren't investigative entities in our system of government, Mr. Speaker. But also, he also raised the question regarding the leader of the opposition and what he knew about the rumors of that time of the former Chief of Defence Staff. Thank you.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
And we know from that testimony today, Mr. Speaker, that unlike the Defence Minister, who pushed away and refused to take evidence and do anything with it and participate in a cover-up, our government took that evidence and fully investigated it. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Defence Minister and the Prime Minister knew about allegations of sexual misconduct against Canada's top generals back in 2018 and refused to investigate. Now we learned that General Vance was given a significant pay raise right after the evidence was brought to the minister. This Liberal government's feminist credentials are a joke. Will the Defence Minister explain to the brave women and men in the Canadian Forces why he failed to step in and stop that pay increase?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated before, when allegations were brought forward, they were immediately taken to the Privy Councils for action to be taken, Mr. Speaker. But we also have questions ourselves right now, what was known in 2015 by the member himself, Mr. Speaker, because he was Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of National Defence, and also to the opposition leader that based on the testimony that the former Chief of Staff, Prime Minister Harper, had raised. What did they know? Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, what we're going to be focused on is making sure that we prevent these type of misconduct, but more importantly, hold people to account as well. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Contrary to what members of the Conservative Party believe, climate change exists. However, what's almost as disappointing as this denial is the Liberal bill that's supposed to stop climate change. The government sets no greenhouse gas reduction targets for 2030 or any intermediate goals for 2025, and is subject to no independent accountability. In short, the federal government will continue to be able to do nothing for at least 10 years. Will the Liberals tighten up the spell? Or do they also have doubts about the climate emergency? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to be able to say that for once I agree with my colleague for the Bloc Québécois regarding that climate change exists, and what the Conservatives did over the weekend is extremely worrisome. Such a major party refuses to recognize the importance of climate change. That is deeply worrying, because before being able to find a solution, one must recognize that a problem exists, and the Conservatives refused to recognize climate change. And with my colleague of the Bloc Québécois, I agree that we should condemn what they did. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. It is indeed concerning that the Conservatives aren't recognizing climate change, but you know what else is worrying? Investing $12 billion in the Trans Mountain Pipeline and granting licenses for 100 exploratory wells during the pandemic and offering billions to fossil fuels. And on the other hand, with the Conservatives that don't believe in climate change, and yet over here we have the Liberals who are doing nothing to fight climate change. What's the difference between the two? Can somebody tell me? The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Climate change threatens our health, our lifestyle, our planet. That's why our government is going to set up climate measures as of now. We will keep the promise we made to Canadians to present a plan to achieve this goal, create thousands of jobs, and ensure that we surpass our objectives for 2030 and set up the basis for carbon neutrality by 2050. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, for once, I agree with the member for Gaspésie-Les-Îles-de-la-Madeleine. Even a minister in this government admits that it's the fault of their own government if fishing season in the islands is being endangered. Ottawa is imperiling the entire region's economy by closing the port's capacity by 37%. The federal government is responsible for the state of the port. It is its job to maintain it. Ottawa has to shoulder its responsibilities. In the short term, is the government going to promise to compensate fishers and businesses for losses caused by the negligence of the Liberal government? The Honourable Minister.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I was on mute. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work with our stakeholders, with transport, with our fishers to make sure that we're doing everything possible to mitigate any challenges that we're seeing with the port. We will continue to work with all parties engaged, and we will follow up with her on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Mégantic.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable.
Vous êtes en sourdine. On va recommencer.
Let's restart. You were on mute.
C'est pas sourdine, c'est le microphone qui est trop.
Perhaps it's the microphone position? Is that better? Yes, thank you. Thank you. On Friday, there was a sad anniversary for Canadians. It's been exactly 2 years, 24 months, since Canadians had a federal budget. 2 years that the Liberal government is failing the test of transparency and accountability. While all G7 countries have presented at least one budget since the beginning of the pandemic, the Prime Minister prefers to hide his inability to present a recovery plan to Canadians. When will the Minister of Finance finally present a budget to Canadians? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my friend, the honourable member opposite, for the question. And with respect, the Minister of Finance will be sharing details soon on the timing of this year's budget. I will remind him, however, though, that during the course of this extraordinary once-in-a-century pandemic, we have gone to great lengths to make sure that Canadians have access to information about where their money is being spent. I can point to a 237-page fall economic statement, the regular practice of putting forward estimates, bi-weekly updates during the COVID-19 committee, and now reports that are going to the Government Operations Committee, in addition to most of the information which we're putting on the Government of Canada's website. I'd invite him to check it out.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, what's going on behind closed Liberal doors is very worrisome. They're unable to curb their own spending and is asking for an increase to their credit line by $663 billion, not million, billion, $663 billion more on the collective credit card of Canadian families, and the Minister of Finance is refusing to explain why we need to borrow so much. They have no respect for the future of our grandchildren. When will we finally have a budget with a real plan for economic recovery? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if my friend opposite thinks that the cost of action has been too great, I'd ask him to consider the cost of inaction. It would have been paid for with bankruptcies at local businesses and individual Canadian households that couldn't afford to put food on the table. With respect to his assertion, I'd point out that the recent report of the International Monetary Fund has explained that while the fiscal deficit and public debt have increased, sizable fiscal support was necessary to help avert larger economic and social consequences. Mr. Speaker, Canadians can rest assured we will continue continue to be there for them through this pandemic, no matter what it takes, as long as it takes.
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Excuses, excuses. This government has gone over 2 years without tabling a budget, a dubious record. What's worse, they want to increase their line of credit by a staggering $750 billion. And the minister won't even tell us how she plans to use that money. All we know is she has no plan to reopen our economy, no plan to secure our future. The only guarantee is that future generations of Canadians will be left holding the bag. Mr. Speaker, where's the budget? And where is the plan to reopen the economy?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable member for divorcing himself with the conversation at their convention on the weekend on the reality of climate change to bring the focus onto economic issues. Only the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, would suggest that our emergency benefits have been too generous and that Canada couldn't afford them. The reality is, when the coronavirus stopped the Canadian economy in its tracks, it caused serious costs to our communities. The government made the decision that we would be there to support households so families could keep food on the table and businesses could keep their doors open and workers on the payroll. As we move forward, yes, there will be a need for continued investment, but as the chief economist at the IMF has said, that can be fiscally responsible and economically sound.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, due to decades of underfunding and privatization, COVID-19 has cost the lives of thousands of Canadians in long-term care homes. Residents and staff are living and working in unsafe conditions so bad, the Army had to be called in to care for seniors and help overwhelmed workers. Federal governments allowed this to happen by failing to regulate national standards of care and allowing companies to profit off vulnerable patients and those who care for them. Will Liberals put the health of our seniors first and take profit out of long-term care?
Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think the member opposite knows that it is not only the right of provinces and territories to deliver health care, but it is also their responsibility. Now, having said that, I think the member opposite knows that the federal government has been there for provinces and territories in protecting seniors in long-term care homes throughout this pandemic and have committed to the development and the upholding of long-term care standards across this country. In fact, we've been there for provinces and territories, Mr. Speaker, to support workers who have been struggling with low wages and with poor training. Indeed, $3 billion, Mr. Speaker, to provinces and territories to increase wages of low-income essential workers.
Honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, 60% of student loan borrowers are women. They hold the vast majority of student debt, accrue more interest, and have more trouble paying it off. And the pandemic has only made the gender gap worse. On Saturday, the NDP proposed a plan to cancel up to $20,000 in student debt per person, stop loan payments until the pandemic is over, and permanently cancel interest. Will this self-proclaimed feminist prime minister stop profiting off the backs of women and students who are just trying to get an education, follow our lead by freezing loan payments, forgiving student debt, and ending interest for good?
Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We recognize that student debt, of course, can be challenging for graduates, and that's why in response to COVID-19, we increased Canada student grants by 50% to help Canadians from low and middle income families. We've improved the repayment assistance program so applicants won't have to repay their student loan until they are earning at least $25,000 per year, and we've expanded eligibility for Canada student grants and loans for part-time students and students with dependent children. We'll continue to be there to support students and remain committed to making post-secondary education more affordable.
The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, anti-Asian racism is on the rise. Since the start of the pandemic, there has been a significant increase in hate crimes against the Asian population, from verbal abuse to harassment and accumulating in the violence we witnessed in the U.S. last week. COVID-19 has had a devastating impact on the lives of Canadians, and racism is further increasing challenges faced by the Asian Canadian community. Can the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness inform Canadians how our government is fighting back against hate, discrimination, and racist violence?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member of Scarborough Agincourt for her very important question and for her tireless advocacy. Recent events have reminded us of the tragedy and the unacceptable threats faced by the people of Asian descent, which have increased since the start of the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, we strongly condemn these acts and we stand in solidarity with all Asian communities in denouncing racist violence. And Mr. Speaker, last Friday, I convened a roundtable with members of Markham Thornhill and Waterloo, along with leaders of law enforcement from right across Canada to discuss ways to raise public awareness and to hold perpetrators to account. Mr. Speaker, we will take action to keep Asian Canadians safe, and that action will be informed by race-based data collection.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Every single Canadian has felt the impact of pandemic restrictions on their mental health. Families are saying goodbye to loved ones on FaceTime. Business owners, gig economy workers are unsure how they will make ends meet. And we're still seeing rises in the level of domestic violence. We need hope and clear advice from the government on the circumstances under which normal life can permanently resume. For example, can a Canadian senior who is suffering the negative mental health impacts of isolation, who has received their vaccine, give their grandchild a hug?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if the member opposite realizes this, but many of the situations that she references are in fact at the purview of the provincial and territorial governments. In fact, it's the provinces and territories that, with support from the federal government, develop guidance to be used in all of our jurisdictions. And it's in fact the provinces and territories and indeed local leaders that decide which measures need to be in place to protect citizens. I'll tell you this, Mr. Speaker, our government believes in following science and evidence, including public health leaders, and will continue to do that.
Member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, we are facing a mental health crisis that is worsening by the day. Lives and livelihoods have been lost. Suicide rates have spiked. Depression and anxiety are at unprecedented levels. This crisis is real, and Canadians need real mental health resources now. They don't need another government website. They don't need to be placed on hold because of this government's failure to implement a 3-digit national suicide prevention hotline. Conservatives have a real plan to secure Canada's mental health and well-being. A simple question, Mr. Speaker. Where's theirs?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way, this government has invested in mental health supports pre-pandemic and indeed throughout the pandemic, as the member opposite might realize. In fact, I want to speak today about wellnesstogether.ca. Unlike what the member opposite says, this is not just a website. This is actually direct connections for Canadians across the country to get paid professional help completely for free and in both official languages, translated into 60 others. I encourage all Canadians to check out wellnesstogether.ca today. In fact, over 1 million individuals across Canada have used the program in over 2.9 million distinct sessions.
Honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has raised the issue of Line 5 with President Biden. Will he ask President Biden again to intervene to keep Line 5 open and save 50,000 jobs on both sides of the border?
Le Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Line 5 is non-negotiable. People will not be left out in the cold. Hundreds of thousands of homes on both sides of the border depend on it for heating. Tens of thousands of jobs on both sides of the border depend on it. We take threats to Canada's energy security very seriously. We are standing up for our proud energy workers. They are the ones who are leading our economic recovery. They are leading the way. As I say, Line 5 is non-negotiable. Thank you, Mr.
L'honorable député de Sarnia.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Vern Yu, the president of Liquids Pipelines for Enbridge, told our Canada-U.S. Special Committee they'd appreciate the support of our federal and provincial governments by way of filing amicus curiae briefs in the lawsuit, declaring they support Enbridge's position that this is a federal matter of jurisdiction in the U.S. Will our Natural Resources Minister commit to filing such a brief in support of keeping Line 5 open?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Line 5 is a battle that we are fighting on every front, including legal, including diplomatic. We are taking every tack that we need to in order to make sure that we protect Line 5. Line 5 is the most efficient way to deliver the products that Michigan needs to heat its homes and fly its jets and power their economy. And shutting it down would mean 800 extra rail cars a day, 15,000 additional trucks per day, transporting crude and propane. Mr. Speaker, we don't need more trucks on the road jamming up the 401 and jamming up our already congested border crossings. Line 5 is safe. It has been for 65 years, and it will continue to be so.
L'honorable député. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, on January 27th, the House of Commons unanimously passed a motion, put forward by the Bloc Québécois, calling on the Minister of Immigration to grant Canadian citizenship to Raif Badawi. Now, almost 2 months later, Mr. Badawi remains in prison in Saudi Arabia and is still not a citizen. My question is simple. What has the Minister done in the last 2 months? Why is it that Raif Badawi is still not a citizen, despite the request of all members of Parliament from all parties in this House? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada will always defend human rights around the world, and we are aware of the case of Raif Badawi and following it. We are following his case at the highest level, and we have asked for clemency multiple times.
Nous avons un petit problème.
I believe we have a little problem. Okay. Now we have the camera back. What we'll do, just to make sure that everything is properly on the record, is we'll start over with the question from the member for Lac-Saint-Jean, and then we'll have the answer as well. Well, I hope the Minister understands the question this time. On January 27th, the House of Commons unanimously passed a motion put forward by the Bloc Québécois calling on the Minister of Immigration to grant Canadian citizenship to Raif Badawi. Now, it's been almost 2 months. Mr. Badawi is still in prison in Saudi Arabia and is still not a citizen. My question is simple. What has the Minister done for the last 2 months, and why is it that Raif Badawi is still not a citizen despite the request of all of the members of Parliament of all parties in this House? The Honourable Minister for Immigration. Mr. Speaker, we appreciate this motion that was recently passed by all parties of the House and Senate. We will always defend human rights here in Canada and around the world. Our immigration system is based on compassion and the rule of law, and we should be proud of that immigration system. We will continue to work together with all members to reunite Mr. Badawi with his family. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, that wasn't the question, Mr. Speaker. And I think that this answer shows a lack of respect for Mr. Badawi and his wife and family and this House as well. All members of Parliament have called on the Minister to grant Mr. Badawi citizenship. Even the Senate wants to join the movement by passing the same motion. The Minister has the discretion to grant citizenship to a person in distress. Everyone can see that this is the case of Mr. Badawi. His life is in danger, and he's been in prison for nearly 9 years. When will the Minister grant him citizenship? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I entirely agree with the member. We are very concerned by Mr. Badawi's safety. We are working with our colleagues, with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and we will continue to defend human rights around the world and here in Canada. We will continue to work with Mr. Badawi's family. It's very important, and we will continue this work together. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have ignored allegations in the Canadian Armed Forces, turned a blind eye to the abusive relationships of former Governor-General Julie Payette. They've turned a deaf ear to employees of Radio-Canada and Quebec who recently reported a toxic work environment. And in the case of the Canadian Museum of History, they let an investigation drag on for more than 2 months following a complaint of harassment. Mr. Speaker, there are victims in all of these stories. When will the Minister take action? The Honourable Minister. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. We're currently studying the independent investigation report concerning the Canadian Museum of History case, and we are working directly with the President there. We expect museums to uphold the highest standards of respect and inclusive workplaces, and that includes prioritizing the physical and mental well-being of its staff. The Government of Canada has a zero-tolerance policy when it comes to workplace harassment. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, we have an immigrant from Mexico who's gone through the entire selection process, and his employer is waiting impatiently for him to come. The only thing he needs is his biometric appointment, but the subcontractor, VFS Global in Mexico City, is closed until further notice. If we wait until the pandemic is over, we'll be waiting quite a long time, Mr. Speaker. So rather than making excuses, will the government propose a solution here? And when will this employer be able to get the employer to Canada? The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, our government has strong experience in meeting our immigration targets. Our 2021 plan is based on the economic recovery and recruiting the workers that we need to meet food service, healthcare, and other needs that exist in Canada. We continue to work with employers from various sectors to work on planning for our immigration targets.
Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, oil workers are hard at work keeping our economy running. Yet the Liberals are sitting back and delaying regulations to keep these workers safe on the job. The Liberals waited until the last minute to introduce a bill in the Senate to keep offshore workers safe in their jobs. Well, the Senate has finally done its job, but now the government is dragging its feet again on moving this bill through this House. Enough with the delays. Conservatives are waiting, and so are thousands of offshore workers for 6 years. When will this government stop sleeping on the job and actually get to work to keep oil workers safe?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Workers in the offshore are currently protected. The legal framework continues to be in place. It has been since 2014. Workers are protected under the best health and safety frameworks in the world, and we continue to improve it. That's why it is the best. We are working on permanent regulations with our partners, and when it comes to the lives and safety of the noble men and women who work in our offshore, I can tell you that getting it right is paramount. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, last weekend, the cat was out of the bag. Like many other Canadians, I was shocked to see a so-called modern national party reject the simple fact that climate change is real. The reality is that we are dealing with extreme weather phenomena, such as flooding and forest fires. How can the Conservative Party and its leader really claim that they're ready to govern if they can't admit the reality of climate change? The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for Bourassa for his question. Climate change is real. We are experiencing more extreme weather events, such as historic floods and forest fires in Quebec. And despite this, the Conservatives have decided to bury their heads in the sand and reject the reality that we all acknowledge. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the Conservative Party is going backwards. And unfortunately, it is future generations who stand to deal with the consequences.
The Honourable Member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, thousands of students across Canada are struggling to find summer employment in the middle of a pandemic. Families in my community are trying to make ends meet, and students need a job to pay for their education. Last year, the Liberal government's brilliant solution to this problem was to try and pay their friends at We Charity $500 million. Instead of paying their friends again this year, will the Liberals commit to supporting students by increasing funding for the Canada Summer Jobs Program like Conservatives have called for?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And good news, Canada's prosperity and post-COVID economic recovery depends, we know, on young Canadians getting the education and experience they need to succeed. That's why the Canada Summer Jobs Program is an important part of our government's youth employment and skills strategy. Last year, we funded 80,000 CSJ job placements, and this year we're aiming to create 120,000 job placements for young Canadians. We understand the importance of this program, and we will be there to support jobs for young people this year and in all the years to follow. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
The government
can only work effectively if they have the trust of Canadians. That trust, however, is eroding. To access benefits, Canadians have to provide their personal information online. However, according to cybersecurity experts, the government is not doing an adequate job protecting that information. The CRA has now closed down 800,000 accounts because hackers are gaining access. My question is simple. What is the government doing in order to beef up security measures in order to make sure that bad actors aren't accessing Canadians' personal information and using it against them?
Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président, il m'apparaît...
Mr. Speaker, it seems clear to me that my colleague is only reading the headlines and not the full articles. The protection of citizens' data is a priority for government, and that's why the agency deactivated people's accounts in order to prevent identity theft. The government was proactive before the data were compromised. I want to thank employees at the agency who did excellent work on this, and I would invite my colleague to read the details of the articles and read the articles right until the end before spreading incorrect information. I think her constituents deserve better.
The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, since the Minister had no clue about the numbers when asked today at committee, I will fill you in. Enbridge Line 5 safely moves 540,000 barrels of oil to Sarnia each day in order to service Ontario and Quebec. If cancelled, replacing it would require 9 extra 110-car unit trains or 5 barges moving 118,000 barrels of oil each through the Mackinac Strait and the Great Lakes every day. Aside from spouting platitudes and scripted talking points, what concrete results has the Minister received to ensure the continuation of Line 5?
The Honourable Minister.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, everything that the Honourable Member brought up occurs in a place called reality. Reality is a place where Line 5 exists and where workers are on the line. Reality is where climate change is real. It's time for action, not more studies. It's time to deal with reality as it is in a world where climate change is real and where Line 5 is something that is non-negotiable for this government. We know full well what's at stake. 5,000 direct jobs in Sarnia, 23,000 indirect jobs in the region. That's reality, Mr. Speaker, and that is where we live and the job we will do.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, like many Canadians, was deeply concerned when I saw this weekend that the Conservative Party at their national convention rejected adding "climate change is real" to their policy book. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that a plan for the environment is a plan for the economy. Can the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change please update Canadians on how this Liberal government is building a cleaner, stronger, and more resilient economy?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the member from Guelph for his tireless work on this subject. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the aisle, the debate truly is settled. Climate change is real. We stand with science and the scientific community on this important matter. I, too, was deeply disappointed when I heard the news this weekend that the Conservative Party is continuing to reject the reality of climate change. Canadians expect their governments to protect the environment and grow the economy. That is why we brought forward a strengthened climate plan in December. Mr. Speaker, it is a simple fact that in the modern world, you cannot grow the economy without having a plan for the environment. And sadly, it's a fact the party opposite has once again rejected.
Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians pay some of the highest rates in the world for cell phone and internet service. For decades, Liberals and Conservatives have sided with the telecom giants, which reduced competitions, led to skyrocketing prices that many Canadians simply cannot afford. Rogers cannibalizing Shaw will eliminate the little competition we have now, raise these outrageous prices, intensify gouging on consumers, and continue to damage our economy. That's why there is a universal public outcry to stop this takeover. Broken Liberal promises won't pay the bills. Will the minister stop this insane merger?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've been very, very clear that greater affordability, competition, and innovation all across the telecommunications sector in Canada are so important to us as a government, just as they're important to Canadians who are concerned about their cell phone bills and their connectivity. And these goals are going to be front and center as we do the analysis necessary to figure out the implications of this proposed deal. The transaction will be reviewed by the CRTC, by the Competition Bureau, by a standing committee of industry, and by our own department. So the work will be done. And Mr. Speaker, Canadians can be ensured that as consumers, they will be protected, as will the public interest be considered all along these analyses. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, last week we passed the one-year anniversary of lockdowns, only to hear of another breach of liberties gaining traction, vaccination passports. A forced vaxport raises serious medical and ethical concerns. Health Canada tells us it's unknown whether the vaccine prevents the spread of the virus or even how long the vaccine's effectiveness may last. Many are concerned about leaking of personal medical information, religious freedom, and personal consent. Canada cannot become a two-tiered country. Will the minister oppose vaccination passports on behalf of all freedom-loving Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And unlike the member opposite, we believe in a response that's guided by science, evidence, and public health expertise. In fact, that's the only way to get through this pandemic, Mr. Speaker, to listen to those people who are putting their own lives on hold to help guide Canadians through this incredible challenge. It's important, Mr. Speaker, that we don't sow fear and distrust amongst the public health officials that are doing so much work to get us through this all safely. Mr. Speaker, I call on the member opposite to support a public health response that's based on science and evidence.
And that's all the time we have for question period today.
That's all the time we have for question period today. A point of order. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been told that during my member's statement, I was told that one of my colleagues was heard speaking over my statement, so I'd like to be able to start over. Yes, I heard that, and I'd like to take the opportunity to remind members appearing virtually to be careful with their microphones and be sure that they're on mute when they're not speaking, to be sure that they don't interrupt someone who is making a speech or making an important statement. And while I'm here, I will just ask all members. I will just make sure to ask all members to make sure that their boom mic is between their nose and their mouth to make sure it works well. And maybe experiment a little bit to make sure it works well. Because depending on the positioning of the boom mic, it can make a popping noise and it may hurt interpreters' hearing.
And just determine whether the best place is between your nose and your upper lip, because that avoids a lot of the pops. Or the other option is to have it just below your lower lip, so that the pops don't affect the ears of the translators or the interpreters, because that is rather painful on their part. So that's my message for today. I'll leave it now to the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable, l'honorable député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much. Canada's future is at stake. The Liberal Prime Minister was there. He seems to want to be the center of attention, but this is not the time to reimagine the economy and change systems. Canadian workers deserve to get their jobs back, and people from all sectors of the economy deserve to be part of the recovery. But the Liberal Prime Minister has decided to pick and choose which Canadians will have a future. That's not a good solution for the millions of workers who built Canada. What the leader of the Conservative Party wants is a safer future, a more prosperous future, fewer slogans, but more money in Canadians' pockets. After months of sacrifice, Canadians are hoping for a better future. It's not by sacrificing millions of jobs in traditional sectors that we're going to succeed. As the leader of the official opposition said in his excellent speech on Friday, we need to rebuild Main Street. After COVID, only the Conservative plan can offer a stable future for Canadians.
We have another point of order. The honourable member for I'm drawing a blank. Burnaby South, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions, and I hope that when you seek it, you will find consent for the following motion: that the House express its horror at the recent mass shootings in Atlanta and its solidarity with the victims of the shootings and their families, condemn the rise of anti-Asian racism and racist attacks throughout North America, and urge the government to take further action to tackle hate crimes, including by A, hosting a federal, provincial, territorial meeting to discuss the rise in hate crimes in Canada, and to coordinate our collective efforts and identify best practices to countering this trend. B, creating and properly funding dedicated hate crime units in every community in Canada. C, establishing national standards for identifying and recording all hate incidents and their dispensation in the justice system. And D, working in collaboration with nonprofits to facilitate the reporting of hate crimes. Thank you.
All those opposed to the honourable members moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. We have another point of order for the honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
No, Mr. Speaker, I no longer have a point of order. Thank you.
Very good. Nous avons un autre rappel au règlement.
We have another point of order. The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am rising today on a point of order regarding COVID-19 protocols. I have two specific questions. In a report submitted to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs on June 30th, 2020, regarding options for in-person voting, the number of MPs who could attend House sittings safely was 86. As you know, Mr. Speaker, all parliamentarians are following public health guidelines. People are keeping their distance. We are wearing masks when we are not speaking. And there are many fewer than 86 MPs in this House at all times. We have never gone over that number, and no one has ever considered going against these guidelines. Everyone is doing their part. All political parties are doing their fair share. At least almost all political parties are. Mr. Speaker, the virtual chamber is an extension of the physical chamber. But for some weeks, Mr. Speaker, here in the physical House, there have been only 2, sometimes 3 representatives of the governing party. Sometimes only 1. Now, we know that procedure is that the share of members should represent the composition of the various parties. It should be proportional. That's been the tradition for all parts of the workings of the House of Commons. And I would argue that that should apply to the number of MPs that have been recommended for attending in all, while respecting health guidelines and maximums in this House. But that should apply to the governing party. Because, Mr. Speaker, there's no reason for this, especially since for weeks we have been seeing unfortunate contradictions from the governing party. For example, the Minister of Justice always answers questions virtually from his office, which is here on Parliament Hill, only 2 buildings away. So he's not physically here in this House, but he's in his office, which is only 1,023 feet away. And so to get to his office, he's taking all normal risks. He's crossing provincial borders. He is passing people in the corridors. He's passing security officers in the hallways, and he's taking elevators, but he's not here in this House. He even came into this building, West Block, Mr. Speaker, not far at all from here. He spoke with the media a few days ago. in one of the rooms in this very building. In fact, in room 025B, as we all well know, that's right under the physical floor of the House of Commons. So if he's here in this building, then why doesn't he actually come to his desk here in the House of Commons? Another thing, Mr. Speaker, when we leave West Block and we leave by the side entrance rather, we often see in the evening some limousines. Well, perhaps limousines isn't quite the right word, but we see ministers' cars. Not just one or two. Often many more. I don't have any evidence, Mr. Speaker, but it's quite probable that if a minister's formal car is at the door of West Block, well, then it seems quite likely that the minister in question is in West Block. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, if ministers are coming to West Block for cabinet, then why aren't they coming here to the physical House of Commons? And I would repeat, Mr. Speaker, it's not forbidden to be in a different space, given that this has been a virtual house for so long. And we do recognize that the virtual house is an extension of the physical house. But there are some contradictions and inconsistencies here that are very unfortunate. And now, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has left the National Capital Region. He's gone to Montreal, Trois-Rivières. So if he and his cabinet can make themselves available elsewhere than in Ottawa, why can't they also come here to this house perfectly safely while respecting the rules?
The underrepresentation in this place by cabinet members is unacceptable and should be corrected to guarantee the integrity of our responsible government system. Because, Mr. Speaker, the most troubling thing is that the very important doctrine is ministerial responsibility. This is a constitutional convention by which ministers are responsible to Parliament for the actions of the government. And this also means that they have the responsibility to be in the House and to be accountable for their actions and failures. I understand. For the third time, I will be very clear with you. We recognize very well that the virtual chamber is an extension of the House of Commons. But when we see incongruities and contradictions and disappointing situations by ministers and parliamentary secretaries who go to West Block but do not come to sit in this chamber, we think that is unfortunate, and that is why the underrepresentation of this group in the House undermines the institution of Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Notwithstanding the fact that the member was addressing the physical presence of members in the House, I would point out to you, Mr. Speaker, that despite the fact that he said that the virtual version of Parliament was an extension, his arguments do not support that. The reality is that there is no difference between, as far as the hybrid setting and the rules that have been laid out, there is no difference between sitting in this House or participating virtually. The member is suggesting that we have a two-tiered system, and the reality of the situation is, and I can hear some of them saying there is, the reality of the situation is this is not a two-tiered system. Whether you are participating virtually or in the House, it is the exact same thing, Mr. Speaker. So this is not, I would suggest to you this is not a point of order. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to understand why this side of the House has chosen to do this. Because it is important, not just for the safety of the members of this House, but more importantly for the safety of the people that work here. And I would bring that to the attention of this member, Mr. Speaker, I would bring that to the attention.
Just going to interrupt. I'm having a hard time hearing the argument because there are some interruptions. It's something that we haven't seen in a while, so I think we're all going to have to get used to it or eliminate it right off the bat. So I'll just stop now, and hopefully I'll hear the rest of the honourable members' argument.
Just to conclude that point, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect to the leader, the House Leader of the Opposition, we are not going to take lessons from him while he stands less than 2 meters away from House officers without a mask on, speaking over top of them. With all due respect. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie, a point of order. I would like to add to what my colleague from the Conservative Party mentioned earlier, and I'm completely in agreement with him, with everything he presented. Over a month ago at the leaders' meeting, I spoke about this situation where there was only one member from the Liberal Party in the House, while at the height of the pandemic, there was a House with 25 MPs at the time, and we agreed with the leader of the government leader to have the most likely ministers to be questioned to come to the House. I hear my colleague from the Liberal Party, and he said that this virtual parliament is an extension of the physical parliament, but we all agree that when we are absent here, or even when it's mostly parliamentary secretaries who are answering questions, when they are far, well, it is possible that the answers may become more evasive, more than usual, you would say. So when they are here, there's more collaboration. That goes without saying. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure it out. But the Bloc Québécois, for over a month now, has been highlighting the absence of the government party in this House. Today, there is only one member, and most of the time, there is only one. And unfortunately for us, this person, and that's okay, but she never answers questions. And we have to get virtual responses, and increasingly, the parliamentary secretaries are the ones fielding the questions. This is a pandemic, Mr. Speaker. The transparency should be a priority for this government, but it doesn't want to answer questions, and I think that is awful, and I completely agree with what my colleague from the Conservative Party said. So the Bloc Québécois fully supports his perspective. Another point of order, and I would also like to remind members that we're flirting with breaking House rules, and that is mentioning when someone is here. It's a gray area, but I think that the line could be crossed. I would remind you to be very careful about what you say. The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure, a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are coming back with additional comments.
We'll return in due course with some comments.
Okay, je vais prendre la question.
I will take the matter under advisement, and we will see whether we need to return to the House.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages 2 treaties. The first is entitled Protocol to Amend the International Convention for the Conservation of Atlantic Tunas, done at Palma de Mallorca, Spain on November 20th, 2019. Deuxième,
the second, a bill for coordination between Canada and the United States concerning the use of radioelectric frequencies by radio communications stations online, and carried out in Ottawa January 12th, 2021 and February 13th, 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de documents. The Honourable
Tabling of documents.
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36 bracket 8A, I have the honor to table in both official languages the government's responses to 53 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format. Thank you.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Tabling of introduction of government bills.
Rapport de délégation interparlementaire.
Presenting reports from interparliamentary delegations.
From committees, the Honourable Member for Niagara West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Joint Committee on the Scrutiny of Regulations concerning the mandate and the quorum of the committee. If the House gives us consent, I intend to move concurrence in the first report later this day.
I think that's on their motion.
Just one moment, please. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts entitled Main Estimates 2021-22, Vote 1, under Office of the Auditor General.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to table in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Health concerning the Supplementary Estimate C 2020-2021. The committee studied the appropriations sent to the House and reported on them without amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Natural Resources in relation to the Supplementary Estimate C for the year 2020-2021. Our committee has considered the estimates referred by the House and reports the same back without amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to present in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills Development, Social Development, and the Condition of People with Disabilities, entitled the Supplementary Estimates C 2020-2021, Credit 1C, 5C, 10C, and 15C under the Ministerial Rubric of Employment and Skills Development Canada, and Credit 1C, Vote 1C under the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation.
I may take this opportunity to thank the Ministers of Families and Employment for appearing before the committee, along with their hardworking officials, and the excellent work of the members of the committee to get to this point in a collaborative way, including some rearranging of schedules. By all accounts, it was a moment that would make Parliament proud. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the following three reports of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women. The third report, entitled Supplementary Estimates C 2020-21. The fourth report, entitled Main Estimates 2021-22. Your committee has considered the estimates referred by the House and reports the same. Also, the fifth report, entitled Request for a Government Response to the 18th Report, A Force for Change, Creating a Culture of Equality for Women in the Canadian Armed Forces, from the 42nd Parliament First Session. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to its fifth report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just on a personal note, I want to thank the Honourable Member for adjusting her mic perfectly so that there's no popping and loud enough. That engineering background has really worked out well. Introducing private members' bills. The Honourable Member for Vimy. Oh, wait a minute, sorry. Ms. Koutrakis, seconded by Mr. El Khoury, demande la permission de...
Ask the permission to table a bill entitled An Act to Designate March as the Month of Greek Heritage.
The Honourable Member for Vimy.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, as a proud Canadian of Greek origin, it is an honor to speak in the House of Commons today to present my private member's bill, an act to designate the month of March as a Greek Heritage Month. This bill celebrates the dynamic culture of the Greek community in Canada and recognizes the contributions, their inestimable contributions to our diverse and multicultural society.
As we celebrate 200 years of Greek independence after 400 years of the rule of the Ottoman, under the rule of the Ottoman Empire, Greek Canadians can be proud of their heritage and look forward to national recognition of their culture, language, and history during the symbolic month of March. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I ask my honorable colleagues across all party lines to support this bill in naming March Hellenic Heritage Month. Merci. Thank you.
Thank you.
Efcharisto.
Ms. Koutrakis, seconded by Mr. El Khoury, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Member for Niagara West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If the House gives consent, I move that the first report of the Standing Joint Committee on Scrutiny and Regulations presented to the House earlier this day be concurred in.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Okay, very good. Motions. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to move that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, until Wednesday, June 23rd, 2021, during the taking of a recorded division on a private member's business, when the sponsor of the item is the first to vote and present at the beginning of the vote, the member be called first, whether participating in person or by video conference.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed? The House has now heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As an Albertan, as someone who grew up hiking, skiing, and playing in the Canadian Rocky Mountains, I am deeply honored to table this petition signed by over 18,000 Canadians. These Canadians are urging the Environment Minister to ensure that there is a fulsome assessment of the impacts of all proposed coal developments and exploration activities in the Rocky Mountains. In particular, the petitioners wish to see the government ensure treaty and Aboriginal rights, water quality, species at risk, and environmental impacts are assessed and adequately protected. In addition, Mr. Speaker, until the federal government does such a study on behalf of the over 18,000 Canadians who have signed this petition, I urge the minister and this government to delay a decision regarding the proposed Grassy Mountain coal project until the cumulative impacts of all mining activity in the region have been adequately considered. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition, l'honorable.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for La Pointe-à-l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I express all my solidarity with the Haitian people, and I am tabling this petition signed by 48 people, which highlights the role played by the Government of Canada in Haiti, and that a number of them are highlighting the fact that the current Prime Minister is being investigated for a number of crimes, and these individuals are calling upon the government to examine its Haiti initiative and to hold a hearing at the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development to examine the ins and outs of the Ottawa initiative on Haiti. In conclusion, I would like to congratulate Ms. Terrell Joseph, who launched the petition.
Présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, today I'm presenting a petition signed by over 32,000 Canadians, including 471 Inupiatiers. This petition was sponsored by the Dene First Nation and calls on the Government of Canada to apologize for its role in the harmful legacy of Giant Mine. It also calls on the government to ensure the YKDFN are properly compensated and are able to fully participate in the site's remediation. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to be back in the House, and I'm presenting 6 petitions today. The first petition is in support of Bill S-204. It's a petition that seeks to combat forced organ harvesting and trafficking, and I'm very pleased to share that this bill has now passed second reading in the Senate, and it's now going on to study at committee. The second petition I'm presenting is with respect to Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or the IRGC. It notes that in 2018, the House of Commons passed a motion to immediately list the IRGC as a terrorist entity, and that in response to the storming of Capitol Hill in January 2021, the Liberal government listed Proud Boys as a terrorist organization within less than a month, thus demonstrating that listing a group as a terrorist organization can be done quickly and efficiently, and that it's been 3 years since the motion to list the IRGC was passed. Therefore, petitioners call on the government to immediately list the IRGC as a terrorist organization and to explain why there has been a 3-year delay. The third petition deals with Bill C-7. Petitioners are very concerned by the fact that this bill has removed vital safeguards associated with the euthanasia regime, safeguards which the government said were essential only a few short years ago. Petitioners called on the government to restore the 10-day reflection period, to restore the original requirement that a person must give consent to a life-ending procedure immediately before it is performed, restore the requirement for 2 independent witnesses, require medical professionals to do everything possible to enable the person to access life-affirming services, to relieve their suffering, and to accommodate persons with communications disabilities by clarifying the refusal or resistance to administration of physician-assisted death. The fourth petition deals with the horrific genocide of Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in China. Petitioners are calling on the government of Canada, not just Parliament, but the government, to recognize the genocide and to use the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, the Magnitsky Act, to sanction all of those responsible. We've seen some tentative steps in that direction today, but the government needs to actually finally join our allies in recognizing the genocide and in holding all of those responsible accountable. The fifth petition deals with Bill C-6, the government's conversion therapy. Petitioners note that they are opposed to conversion therapy and would like to see legislation banning conversion therapy. However, they note that the government's definition of conversion therapy in Bill C-6 is deeply flawed, and it has many unintended consequences. Petitioners join the calls from many groups and Canadians for the government to address the drafting errors, fix the definition, make sure the bill actually only applies to conversion therapy itself, and then to proceed with banning conversion therapy once there is a fixed, clarified definition. So the sixth and final petition is with respect to the situation in the Tigray region of Ethiopia. Petitioners are concerned about human rights violations as well as the humanitarian situation. They're calling for an end to violence, humanitarian access, international investigations, and they're calling on the government of Canada to engage directly and consistently with the Ethiopian and Eritrean governments with respect to the issues around this conflict, and also to promote short, medium, and long-term election monitoring in Ethiopia. I commend these petitions to the consideration of all honourable members. Thank you very much.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
I was in the House this afternoon to present petition E2961 with over 41,000 signatures of concerned Canadians. This petition deals with calling for greater awareness and action overseeing all aspects of the COVID vaccination program across Canada currently underway. The main points of the petition call upon the federal government to protect the ethical, legal, and moral rights of Canadians to informed consent, to ensure that COVID-19 vaccines are voluntary as opposed to mandatory, without prejudice, to create an independent committee with a broad range of stakeholder representatives, including citizen vaccine safety advocates, ensuring that no committee member has intellectual or financial conflicts of interest with the pharmaceutical or medical industry. Grant this committee the power to independently review applications for approval of all vaccines, including COVID-19. One of the key points within this petition was to develop a vaccine injury compensation program related to compensation for those injured or killed by vaccines, and this was actually acted upon by the federal government shortly after I authorized this petition in December of 2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present petition 43-2 on behalf of concerned Canadians, including my own constituents, who are tired and frustrated with inaction by this government to clamp down on illegal marijuana production, including the exploitation of medical marijuana permits. Our communities are becoming less safe and less livable as organized crime outfits are taking advantage of a system full of loopholes and absence of any real compliance and enforcement measures. A simple Google search on the topic reveals numerous paid ads from companies guaranteeing access to production permits, even without a demonstrated medical need. This needs to be fixed now. The petition calls for the Government of Canada to reform the licensing and oversight of the production of cannabis for personal medical use and to grant resources and authority to provinces and municipalities to regulate and enforce the production of cannabis for personal medical use. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present this petition today on World Water Day. The petitioners note that almost all community drinking watersheds on the east coast of Vancouver Island are privately owned because of the ENN land grant, which was part of the agreement to bring BC into Confederation 150 years ago this year. They point out that the ENN land grant violated Aboriginal rights and title. They also observe that there is a high risk of drinking water contamination due to industrial and human activity in these watersheds. The petitioners are calling on the government to work with First Nations, all levels of government, and private landowners to begin the process of bringing these community drinking watersheds under public ownership and control to maintain a secure source of clean drinking water for future generations. I'd like to thank the members of my constituency in Nanaimo Ladysmith for putting forward this petition. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to present a number of petitions today. The first one is signed by Canadians from across Canada. They're calling on the government to recognize the genocide that's happening to the Uyghur people in China and for the government to use the Magnitsky Act in order to hold those who are perpetrating this heinous genocide to account. The second petition is from Canadians from across Canada, and they are concerned with the illegal organ harvesting that happens around the world. They're calling for the quick and speedy passage of Bill S-240. I do believe that it's passed through the Senate and look forward to it coming to this place. Mr. Speaker, I'm presenting this petition on behalf of Albertans who want to draw to the attention of the House the recent StatsCan report, which highlights how a disproportionate number of young men have died between May and October. The petitioners are calling to recognize that men are 3 times more likely to commit suicide. Likewise, Albertans have suffered an energy downturn, an oil price war, and a federal government that is unwilling to support major pipeline and investment projects. Alberta has one of the highest unemployment rates in Canada. The petitioners are asking that the House approve shovel-ready projects across the country, letting Albertans get back to work to ensure that the Trans Mountain expansion is completed and that local communities and organizers are supported and that the 988 National Suicide Hotline is quickly created. The next petition, Mr. Speaker, is from Canadians from across the country. They're concerned about the accessibility of and the impacts of violent and degrading sexually explicit material online and the impacts on public health, especially on the well-being of women and girls. They recognize that we cannot say that we believe in preventing sexual violence towards women while allowing pornography companies to freely expose their children to violent, explicit sexual imagery day after day, which is a form of child abuse. As such, they note that the UN's Convention on the Rights of the Child requires Canada to develop the means to protect children from forms of media that are injurious to their well-being. As such, these petitioners are calling on the House of Commons to require meaningful age verification on all adult websites. The next petition, Mr. Speaker, is from Canadians who are concerned about the current definition of conversion therapy in Bill C-6. They, like most Canadians, want coercive and degrading therapies banned. The petitioners are concerned that private conversations would be limited and ask the government to avoid criminalizing voluntary services, including professional and religious counseling. They ask for a clear and fixed definition of conversion therapy. The next petition I am presenting today, Mr. Speaker, is from Canadians from across Canada who want to support the health and safety of Canadian firearm owners. These petitioners recognize the importance of owning firearms and are concerned about the impacts of hearing loss. They are concerned that damage of the noise levels from firearms, and the need for noise reduction. These petitioners acknowledge that sound moderators are the only universally recognized health and safety device that is criminally prohibited in Canada. Moreover, the majority of G7 countries have recognized the health and safety benefits of sound moderators and allow them for hunting, sport shooting, and reduced noise pollution. The petitioners are calling on the government to allow legal firearms owners to purchase and use sound moderators for all legal hunting and sport shooting activities. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the last petition I am presenting today is on the importance amid the concern for the lives of the elderly and the passing of C7. These petitioners are calling on the government to support measures to protect human life, as all life should be regarded as great respect. We should support Canadians who are the most vulnerable and defenseless instead of facilitating their death. These petitioners, Mr. Speaker, are concerned about the passage of C7 and especially the inclusion of the mental health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 360 to 362, 369 and 370, 372 to 378, 380 to 385, and 389. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to question numbers 363 to 368, 371, 379, and 386 to 388 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed, and so ordered.
And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I may, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. Requests for emergency debate. The Honourable Member for Windsor West is going to give us a brief outline of what he's proposing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am asking for Standing Order 52-2 that we have an emergency debate in the House of Commons with regards to the takeover of Shaw Communications by Roger Communications. Under the COVID-19 pandemic, it's obvious that online internet and cell phone services are paramount to Canadian society, business, and as well, too, even to this chamber, Mr. Speaker. And so we pay amongst the OECD some of the highest prices and have some of the challenging environments among ourselves to be connected. And there's no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that the Shaw by Rogers elimination would take care of reduction of services, because we actually have 4 major providers, and that would eliminate them down to 3. Now, under the debate, the reason I'm calling for that, Mr. Speaker, is because this was the first opportunity to bring this into the chamber. This takeover was announced during the time of our break week or constituency week, really, because members didn't have a chance to even to raise it at that time. So that started the gears in motion of the process that now is in play. This will be the only opportunity, Mr. Speaker, for all members to participate in this debate, because the CRTC, the Competition Bureau, and other factors independent of this chamber are starting their review. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, this is something that affects every single Canadian, especially under this pandemic. Before this, we had declared as a Democrats essential service being the connection of Canadians, but it's critical at this point in time that the expense and also the connection and the type of connection is debated thoroughly, especially because it's a regulated industry and it's affected right now all Canadians as we continue to go through this pandemic. And it will also affect the rollout of the spectrum auction, which is taking place as well, Mr. Speaker. This is definitely an essential service. I would also argue that there has also been a democracy change with regard to this issue, Mr. Speaker. Our chamber will even vote this night with your own cell phones and our devices. Now, you, Mr. Speaker, have been around almost as long as myself here with regards to this, and we remember the old days with the BlackBerry and the track that you would get as part of your things. Today it's different. Our cell phones and our internet connectivity and the competition for it is crucial and paramount, and we've transitioned even into this chamber for the inclusion of society. But what's the reality, Mr. Speaker, is that some people still can't follow Parliament right now because they can't afford the service, or the service costs too much, or they don't have it connected into their community. And Mr. Speaker, the elimination of the fourth player of the four major providers would actually reduce competition, and there will be significant changes that will take place out of this chamber, and this will be the only opportunity for members to get on the record about that. There will be other vehicles to have some comment, some discussion, but will be post after all those things, and those different agencies will be looking towards Parliament for direction. And I would point out, Mr. Speaker, as a quick example, and I won't go on too much longer, but Freedom Mobile is one of the things that would be actually affected. And that is a direct of 2 million people affected by that directly by Freedom Mobile. But Mr. Speaker, it's been known to actually reduce prices, provide additional services. And in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, this government and Canadian Parliament sets the rules in terms of actually how we connect Canadians, whether it's using the access rights through our ground, or whether it's the access right through selling our spectrum, those auctions that we have to actually allow the companies to do so, is public policy. So why this is urgent right now, Mr. Speaker, in summary, is because this will be the only opportunity for Canadian members of Parliament who now have constituents that are connected not only just for downloading social information, not only just for entertainment purposes, but it affects their school, it affects business, it affects their inclusion in society, because even simple meetings have moved online to Zoom and other types of platforms. And Mr. Speaker, the situation right now is well documented that Canada has some of the highest prices and some of the most difficult outreach problems for many different communities. And this affects all of us. With the fact that we would go down from 4 players down to 3, we'll set in a series of different maneuvers from other companies, and we've even witnessed public policy that was supposed to expand competition result in previous takeovers. And at that time, there was no voice raising this in Parliament, where we didn't actually deal with it at that point, but the reality is here is an opportunity for us to do so. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm calling on today for this section to be observed and for us to actually have this debate today, because if we don't have it, it will be a missed opportunity. Canada has a closed market where we do not allow foreign competition to come into our telcos to actually own and operate with a dominance of shares. And so this is our only opportunity to actually have a public voice for the public policy that we set, including investment of tens of millions of dollars into expanding broadband to rural, remote communities. And also, again, Mr. Speaker, it affects every member of Parliament. Even in urban settings, there isn't the competition and service that some people get. And on top of that, Mr. Speaker, the prices and the costs and our movement and our democracy under COVID-19 has intensified that more so than ever before. And I believe this chamber would do well to have members have a chance to express the concerns in their individual ridings as this is debated amongst the structures that we have and the minister starts to review the situation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Windsor West for his intervention. However, I'm not satisfied at this that this request meets the requirements of the standing order at this time. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Travaux des subsides. Reprise du débat sur.
Resuming debate on the opposition motion regarding long-term care and removing profit therefrom.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona. COVID-19 has been a tragic time for many, especially for the people working and living in for-profit long-term care. In fact, during the first wave, 82% of COVID deaths in Canada happened in long-term care. There has been over 12,000 long-term care residents and workers who have died since the start of the pandemic in Canada. We know that residents and workers in for-profit long-term care homes have a higher risk of infection and death than those in non-profit homes. And these conditions, these unacceptable conditions, have been further highlighted during the pandemic. The poor living conditions for individuals living in for-profit long-term care. Elders and many disabled adults that have been denied the right to live in dignity as a result of cuts underfunding, and privatization. Profits should never be gained off the violations of an individual's dignity, Madam Speaker. It is beyond time we take profit out of care. It is beyond time that individuals residing in long-term care are provided with a care guarantee that ensures a safe and dignified life. And it is beyond time that young disabled persons are provided with a choice about whether they even wish to reside within residential care. In fact, Dr. Abraham Saderman, noted director of neuropsychiatry clinic at the University Health Network's Rehabilitation Institute, noted that, in quotes, essentially, it is a default scenario because there is nowhere that a young person can go for long-term care except a nursing home. Madam Speaker, we must do better, and the pandemic has highlighted these issues. Lives have been lost. Our loved ones, friends, family members lacking the safety, care, and resources to stay safe, and in the most dire, and finding themselves in the most dire of circumstances, even trying to survive. And Madam Speaker, we know through what we've seen in long-term care that we cannot leave it up to companies whose purpose is to make profit over individuals to determine who is worthy and who is not. All beings are sacred and worthy of care, and unfortunately, for-profit care homes have not demonstrated this, as witnessed in Parkview Place, a Revera care home in my very own riding of Winnipeg Centre, where too many lives were lost. One life is too many lives. Friends, families, loved ones, and workers. I wish to extend my condolences to all of those who have been impacted in my community and across the country. And it is alarming, Madam Speaker, because while for-profit care homes have only 1/4 of nursing home beds in Manitoba, they account for 44% of deaths that have occurred so far during COVID-19. We've heard stories about poor quality food, individuals left in rooms with COVID without care, so many lives lost. This is a crisis. Life is precious. And this is not the fault of workers. I want to be very clear, Madam Speaker, many of who also lost their lives as a result of poor working conditions in long-term care. And I have to say, it is very clear, certainly we knew it before, but since the pandemic, we know now, it is very clear that care work in this country is not nearly valued enough. And groups more predominantly impacted, we know it's most predominantly impacted are women, and in particular, poor BIPOC and immigrant women who often are in precarious work situations and face exploitive working conditions. This is unacceptable and needs to end now. In fact, there's numerous reports, Madam Speaker, that indicate that many personal support workers were not even provided with adequate PPE during the pandemic, having to supply their own protective gear from home. This is totally wrong. This is totally unacceptable. It is a total disrespect to workers and residents. Care workers who are entrusted to care for residents for long-term care, at the very least, deserve a living wage, benefits, safe working conditions, and security. And that is why I am proud That's why I'm proud today that the NDP is proposing to take profit out of long-term care and put an end to public subsidies for profit operators who have paid out millions in dividends to shareholders. That money needs to be invested in caring for people, loved ones, friends, family members, and ensuring safe working conditions for care workers. The NDP understands this. This is why we have called on the need to develop a regulated system of long-term care. National care standards that include accountability mechanisms supported by federal funding, and improving working conditions for frontline workers in the long-term care sector. Madam Speaker, it is time for a living wage, proper training and resources required to improve working conditions, in turn supporting better quality care for residents of long-term care. And the way forward, we must immediately work towards putting an end for-profit long-term care. Madam Speaker, seniors have inherent value in society, elders. And I know for Indigenous cultures, even globally, they are the backbone of our societies. They guide and direct decisions. And even today, they are key decision makers in our nations. Seniors did not just build this country. They continue to be leaders in our communities. And their knowledge and wisdom, Madam Speaker, are essential in learning how to understand the world around us and how to live. Not just survive, but how to thrive. They are the ones that give us guidance about how we must move forward. And Madam Speaker, when I think about my ancestors and the many elders I look to for guidance even today, I have to acknowledge, and I think we must all acknowledge, their profound wisdom. And it's for this reason it is so disturbing. It is so disturbing that elders and seniors in our community, what we saw in long-term care, they're almost treated as if they are disposable, locked away in institutions where they aren't even afforded basic human dignity. This needs to end now. Madam Speaker, I wanted to share that because we often speak about elders, about their vulnerabilities and weakness, but rarely do we look at the strength, resilience, wisdom, and leadership, an essential part of our communities in which elders are critical. I wanted to end by taking a little bit of time to talk about the culture of ableism, because I think with everything we've been debating in the House that it's important to talk about ableism. For far too long, ableism has shaped long-term care, and this is seen through how we fund and organize institutions from staffing.
I am sorry, but we are out of time. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I posed the question to the leader of the New Democratic Party, and I think it's a very important question that needs to be answered directly. And that is, we recognize that long-term care and the need for national standards is there. It's very real. It's tangible. It's something in which this government is committed to move forward with. But we also need to recognize that the provinces, as the administrators of healthcare, have an absolute critical role. And if we were to automatically do what it is that the NDP wanted us to do at the national level, that would then have additional costs and impacts on all the provinces. My question to the member is, has the NDP gotten any provincial support for this particular initiative?
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. However, it seems that the Liberal government moves swiftly on things like pipelines. But when we're talking about life and death matters relating to seniors, there's nothing stopping the federal government right now to put in place national standards and end for-profit care for seniors across the country. Certainly, money, when we're talking about people who have perished in for-profit long-term care, certainly are seniors and disabled persons in the country, disabled persons and seniors.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her remarks, and I wonder if I can ask her to just pick up on where she was at the end of her speech, talking about issues of ableism and the implications of that. I know many in our caucus have been very concerned about provisions in Bill C-7, and we've joined with people in the disability community in highlighting the ways in which the mechanics of that bill could really perpetuate the kind of ableism that people with disabilities experience when interacting with our healthcare system. I know the NDP supported Bill C-7 at third reading, but then they opposed the message to the Senate. And I wonder if that was in response to hearing feedback from all of the disability groups that were speaking out about this bill. What does the member think we can do in this context to fight ableism in our healthcare system?
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. And, you know, I agree. And disability organizations from across the country have been very clear. They are denied their basic human rights every day. Right to adequate housing, health supports. I think in terms of when we're talking about long-term care, we must first of all take profit out of long-term care, but it also needs to be coupled with an expansion of community-based care, like home care, to support those who wish to live at home in their community, particularly young disabled persons who are often not given a choice between living with home care or in nursing homes. And that is why I'm proud to stand in support of my party's
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciated my colleague's speech. Last spring, when the Canadian Armed Forces took part in helping in long-term care, the report that was published said that there was lack of means to meet the needs, a lack of resources. And recently there was a unanimous motion at the National Assembly of Quebec which denounced the situation in long-term care and asked for an increase in federal health care transfers. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks of this unanimous position taken by the National Assembly regarding federal standards in long-term care.
Centre.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. And I think it's important to point out we knew there was issues in for-profit long-term care long before the pandemic and refused to act. And what it resulted in is thousands of people losing their lives. This is unacceptable. You know, it seems that this federal government can find billions of dollars for pipelines and helping their corporate friends and, you know, turning a blind eye to offshore tax havens. But when we look at expenditures that will literally save lives, putting in place national standards and long-term care to ensure that people are able to live with dignity and human rights, it seems to be an issue. I think we immediately need to address this. It is beyond overdue. We are not out of the pandemic yet, and seniors and disabled persons deserve better.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, COVID-19 has been hard on everyone, but we know that it has been hardest on one group of Canadians. More than anyone else, our seniors and those who care for them have borne the brunt of this deadly global health pandemic. And seniors and staff in for-profit long-term care have been impacted most of all. Madam Speaker, I know everyone in this House has heard the devastating statistics. We know that over 80% of deaths in Canada occurred in long-term care homes. We know that 12,000 residents and workers have died in long-term care homes since the beginning of the pandemic. We know that this is the worst record amongst comparable countries and double the OECD average. We know that Ontario's for-profit nursing homes have 78% more COVID-19 deaths than nonprofit homes. We know that if long-term care facilities are owned by a chain, they are far more likely to have serious outbreaks. In my riding of Edmonton Strathcona, at one point in November, over 90% of the residents at South Terrace Continuing Care Centre, a for-profit centre, tested positive for COVID-19. And Madam Speaker, heartbreakingly, many of those residents have lost their lives. These facts and figures are alarming. They are shocking. But much more importantly, each number represents seniors that our government has failed. Each percentage represents a loss of life and grieving families left behind, unable to say goodbye, unable to share final days. What happened and what continues to happen in Canada's long-term care homes is a national disgrace. The thousands of seniors that we lost to COVID-19 did not have to die. They are dead because the government failed to protect them. How many more thousands of seniors must die before we finally fix our long-term care system? Before we finally decide to actually care for our elders? Before we put the care of our loved ones and the workers who care and support them first? Madam Speaker, each December I deliver poinsettias to the long-term care centres in my riding to bring a little festive cheer and holiday spirit to the community. I pop in to say hello, I share a cup of coffee with some of the residents, I chat about how they're doing and how I can help. I talk to the staff and I thank them for their incredible work. It's one of my favorite things to do. And obviously this December it had to be different. But I still wanted to do what I could to brighten the day of the residents and staff in long-term care homes in Edmonton, Strathcona, and let them know that while I can't visit like I used to, I'm thinking of them and that I'm fighting for them in the House of Commons. So knowing that I couldn't enter the residence, I put on my PPE, I wore my mask, I called ahead to make sure I was following every safety protocol, and I dropped those poinsettias off and those holiday cards outside the long-term care centres. And Madam Speaker, that was a very hard day. I saw family members who were standing in the bitter cold, waving at their loved ones through windows to keep their fathers and their mothers, their grandmothers, their uncles, their aunts safe. I saw those same seniors isolated, lonely, and terrified. I spoke to long-term care workers who broke down in tears because they were so tired and scared. They had been through so much and they felt let down by their government. They were scared. They were tired, absolutely. But they were also mad. One caregiver, a young woman named Claire, a woman who had worked at a for-profit care center, explained that before the pandemic, she had worked at several different long-term care centers in Edmonton just to pay her bills. And that while she and her coworkers were doing everything they could to help residents stay safe and healthy, she felt like the government had let her and the seniors in her care down. This young woman who is on the front lines of the COVID-19 pandemic, who has literally risked her life to take care of our seniors, spoke of the deplorable conditions in long-term care before COVID-19. She told me of cost-saving measures that resulted in the deterioration of care over the years, the understaffing, the increased workload, that the need to increase profit for corporations that owned these homes meant that seniors and staff who cared for them were already in a precarious and dangerous situation before the pandemic. Increasing privatization has moved the focus from caring for our seniors to creating profits for shareholders. And I have said this many times in this House, but let me reiterate. Care and profit are two oppositional forces. The only way to profit from providing long-term care is to cut the care itself, to cut the number of people providing the care, to cut their wages, to cut the time spent providing care, and to cut money from the design and maintenance of the homes themselves. Madam Speaker, long-term care was not working in this country before COVID-19. Experts had warned us. Seniors advocates had told this government over and over again that the level of care was deteriorating and that the profit model in many care centers resulted in massive profits for corporations and increasingly dangerous conditions for seniors and staff. The fact that there were no national standards of care also meant that there was a huge discrepancy in the quality of care provided, and that this was all before the worst global health pandemic of our time. COVID-19 hit our long-term care centers like a tornado. Every flaw in our system, every unheeded warning about overworked staff, about under-resourced centers, dangerous conditions were exposed. We heard from the Canadian Federations of Nurses Unions, who spoke of appalling conditions, overworked staff, rampant profiteering, devastating loss of life. Further, the Nurses Union stated, and I quote, "Canada's long-term care is in crisis. Frontline care workers have been sounding the alarm on conditions for years, but governments have failed to take responsibility and act. And the refusal to take responsibility for the crisis in long-term care has gone on for far too long. And its true cost is measured in lives lost." In my riding of Edmonton Strathcona, the vast majority of residents and staff at the South Terrace Continuing Care Centre tested positive for COVID-19. So many of those residents and staff got sick, and the loss of life was not just at South Terrace. At Carlingview Manor, Montfort Long-Term Care Home, Forest Heights Long-Term Care Home, Mackenzie Town Continuing Care Centre are just a few of the long-term care centres that had outbreaks and high levels of infection and death. And what do all of these long-term care centers have in common? All of these long-term care facilities are owned by one very large corporation, Revera. In fact, Revera owns more than 500 long-term care facilities worldwide. And while it is not the only for-profit with large COVID outbreaks, it is unique because it is owned by the Canadian Pension Fund and its board is appointed by Cabinet. It is because of this that I am joining my colleagues within the NDP to urge the government to immediately bring Revera under public ownership, and not just Revera. We have heard from specialists, we have heard from families, we've heard from workers, and we have heard from seniors themselves just how dangerous and deadly for-profit long-term care has been. We need to work with provinces and territories to transition all for-profit care to non-profit care no later than 2030. We need more than just words. We need more than just a throne speech. We need long-term care that guarantees standards of care for our seniors, regardless of where they live, regardless of how much money they have. We need to ensure adequate funding for long-term care. The NDP would invest an additional $5 billion over the next 4 years in long-term care, with funding tied to respect for the principles of the Canadian Health Act. We need to ensure that workers who are caring for our seniors earn wages that reflect the value of their work and are honored for the support that they provide our families and our seniors. And we need to begin. We need to finally, Madam Speaker, begin to take profit out of long-term care, starting with Revera by 2030. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. As a government, we will continue to fight for national standards. We've recognized that, and we're responding to the whole idea of that we can, in fact, build back better. The issue that I have with the NDP is it would appear, based on my questions, that they are not or have not had any consultations with provincial entities. Our provinces are responsible for the administration of health. That includes personal care home facilities. We've had new Democratic governments in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, British Columbia, none of which have ever taken that direction. Have the NDP done their homework and gotten any support from any province, or are they hoping that it would be Ottawa that would do those negotiations on their behalf?
Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I find it interesting that he's talking about doing our homework when he speaks about fighting for national standards as if he's not a member of the government that could actually put in national standards right now. Does he actually know that he is in fact the government and he can do this? In terms of working with the provinces, I can say that this is, I'm going to quote one of the, Andre Picard, a journalist that specializes in healthcare. Can we please in the name of all that is good and holy, stop pretending there is some kind of constitutional impediment to improving care for elders. The federal government has a role to play in working with the provinces to make this happen. They have the work to do, they have a job to do, and they have not done it, and it's been decades.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from the NDP and also the NDP for bringing this issue forward. As many Canadians, my mom is in a long-term care residence, and I think this issue is a very important debate to have today. And I do want to follow up with what my Liberal colleague was saying, though, because we do want to make sure that these are effective. And when you're bringing the topic of national standards, it can be very complicated. So I was wondering what my colleague would say would be in the NDP plan to respect the diversity needs and challenges of our vastly unique country in bringing forward these standards for Canada.
Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and I send my best wishes to his mother. I hope she's doing well during this very difficult time for seniors in this country. I think it's important that we recognize that while that we have diversity of realities across the country, that there is a level of care that every senior, regardless of where they're located, deserves to live within. There is a level of dignity, a level of respect. And that's what I think is so important that we make sure is in those standards of care. That of course we need to be convening and having conversations across the country, but those standards of what we feel or what we know that seniors, the dignity that they deserve to live within, I think it's so important that it doesn't matter if you're in British...
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I congratulate and thank my colleague from Edmonton Strathcona for her speech, her touching speech that was full of much sincerity. Madam Speaker, I add my questioning to that of my colleague from Winnipeg North, and I would also like to pick up on the question by my colleague from Lac Saint Jean earlier. Health is a provincial jurisdiction. The details that the colleague mentioned in her speech and the shortcomings generally come from a lack of funding, and even if long-term care facilities are private, they nevertheless fall under the provinces. And the question is relevant. Has the NDP had discussions with the provincial governments to know how this proposal would be received? Because they're trying to shove her standards down their throat, and I don't think that that's their objective. So I'd like to know whether she has consulted the provinces.
Madam Speaker, have I been acknowledged?
Yes, you have.
Sorry, I missed that in the translation. Thank you to my colleague from Drummond and for his comments and his questions. I think it's very important that we recognize that regardless of where you are in this country, that your level of your standard of care is the same. Now, I can tell you that I come from a province where I'm deeply, deeply concerned that our provincial government is not doing near enough to protect our seniors. I don't trust the current provincial government to care for seniors, and there is oversight within the federal system. This is the way that the system was designed. It's the way our healthcare system works.
We have to resume debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'll be splitting my time with the member from Brampton South. And I want to start off by just commenting and complimenting and expressing what I believe is a general feeling, I can tell you, from all of my Liberal colleagues, that there is so much love and appreciation for the fine work day in, day out, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day of our healthcare providers. providers, in particular those that have been there in our long-term care facilities. And I know, Madam Speaker, that in saying that, we should also be recognizing, as it has been pointed out, there have been many deaths over the last 12 months, far too many deaths in our personal care home facilities. And it's one of the reasons why I believe that it's such an important debate to have. The issue for me is establishing national health care standards, something that I, the Prime Minister, in fact, our entire caucus believes is absolutely essential. And one of the things in which we have learned through this pandemic, where it's been emphasized that there is a genuine, tangible need for us to have national standards when it comes to long-term care facilities. And that is something in which we will continue to push and strive for. You know, since the start of the pandemic, Madam Speaker, we've had close to 4,000 people from the Canadian Red Cross in terms of staff that have provided care or support of some sort to over 150 long-term care facilities that are based in Ontario, Quebec, and my home province of Manitoba. We've had members of our Canadian Armed Forces, and we're so much indebted to those in the spring of 2020 that came to the table to provide support for, I believe, about 50 or so long-term care facilities, again, in Quebec and in Ontario. Madam Speaker, we understand the value and the importance of this issue to all Canadians, no matter where they live in our beautiful country. You know, I'm a little bit surprised from my New Democratic friends. Surely to goodness they understand the issue of healthcare and responsibilities. I've tried to point out what I believe is a fundamental issue within what it is that the NDP are proposing to do, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I would cite the example of saying at the end of the day, when you look at healthcare, Ottawa plays a very important, critical role, as it should, through the Canada Health Act, and we can look at ways in which we can enhance that. We finally have a government that's worked with getting agreements on healthcare accords, unlike what Stephen Harper ignoring the issue, and you see that in some of the comments where the Conservatives don't want to get engaged in the issue of healthcare. They'll just say, no, it's a province, it's the province, it's the provinces or territories. Madam Speaker, we recognize that Ottawa does have a role to play. But we also recognize the only way that you're going to have the optimum service that the Canadians deserve is when you get Ottawa working with provinces to recognize the problems and work towards positive, creative solutions. That's the way in which we can maximize the benefits. I am very disappointed in my New Democratic friends for not coming to the table saying, well, look, we have consulted. We've worked with some of the provinces, and we have support coming from the provinces. Best I can tell, they've achieved zero support from this idea. It's almost as if they had a caucus meeting and say, well, yeah, let's do this. We want to do this. Even though, and they say that the NDP favor 100% ownership, public ownership of all care home facilities. Well, it's only the national NDP that is actually talking about that. You know, I pointed out that we've had NDP governments in Saskatchewan, Manitoba, British Columbia, Alberta. I can't recall any of them. Definitely in my province of Manitoba. And, you know, in the last 20 years, they've been in government for 15 of those years. I'm rounding a little bit. You know, they're the ones that are ultimately administering. They play a very strong leadership role. We, on the other hand, can influence that. We can say, here is what we as a national government want to see across the nation. So no matter where you live in our country, that you're going to feel comfortable in knowing that there is a standard, a national standard when it comes to care home facilities. I have confidence in provinces being able, and all members should have confidence. It's their jurisdictional responsibility to provide the services. But I have confidence in their ability to recognize what's in the national best interest. And what the pandemic highlights is that it is in the national best interest, in every Canadian's interest, to establish national standards. And I suspect that over the coming months and years, there will be dialogue between Ottawa and the provinces. I would argue, based on what I've heard from the Conservatives, I sure hope it's not the Conservatives, because at the end of the day, they, much like the Bloc, they would argue just give the money, give the money. Giving the money is important, but not tying it to anything, not providing those standards would be a grave mistake, I would ultimately argue. So we should be sitting down with our provincial counterparts and making the argument that, look what we have learned in the last 12 months. And as one member has already pointed out, it even predates the last 12 months, the pandemic, where there have been serious issues at long-term care facilities. We represent constituents, and we're supposed to bring those concerns to Ottawa and to have that sort of a debate in terms of public policy, whether it takes place in our standing committees on the floor of the House or within our caucuses, respective caucuses. And I can tell you, without betraying any caucus confidence, that the concern for our seniors 55 plus is very real, and it's tangible, and we want to continue to move forward on a number of initiatives. And one of the most important initiatives, that whether it's the Prime Minister, the Minister of Health, or individual members of the Liberal caucus talking about ensuring that we have standards. We recognize that we have lost lives. And as a direct result, surely to goodness, we can improve the system. But to jump to the conclusion the only way to improve this system is to have 100% public ownership, I think that might be a stretch. Take a look in terms of our current healthcare apparatus that we have and the many services that feed into that apparatus. Would the NDP advocate that all of it, 100% of it, should become publicly owned? And that's why I think that when as a party you bring in an opposition motion, that you have also a responsibility in terms of doing your homework. And a part of doing your homework is to be able to expand upon how some sort of implementation of what it is you're suggesting is possible. And that's why I posed the question, like, sure, here's an idea. I have a lot of ideas, and time won't allow me to go through. I'm sure you won't, Madam Speaker, to go through all of those ideas. But at the end of the day, we want to make a difference, and we are going to do that, whether it's legislative, budgetary measures. This government has made seniors a top priority, and on that list, you got to deal with long-term care facilities and standards. You have to deal with issues like pharmacare, like the OAS, the Guaranteed Income Supplement, looking at how we can support our seniors for tomorrow by enhancing CPP benefits. There is so much that we can do, and a lot of it involves Ottawa working with the different provincial jurisdictions in order for us to maximize the benefits for all seniors from coast to coast to coast, Madam Speaker. And that, to me, is what it is that we should be striving to achieve. And you get a good sample of that when you read some of the documents that we've provided. Last September, we talked about the throne speech, through the throne speech, in ways in which we can...
We are now up to questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lloydminster. I have half of it. Battleford Lloydminster. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague across the way for his remarks. I don't know where to start. I heard him say, this Ottawa approach, we need this Ottawa approach, which I'm very much against an Ottawa knows best approach. I don't think that actually works. But then he also talked about jurisdictional responsibility. So I'm a little confused if it's the Ottawa knows best approach that he's coming at it with, or a jurisdictional, allowing the provinces in regards to national standards make their decision. So I'm just wondering, he did talk about funding. When it comes to national standards, I'm just wondering, is the Liberal government planning on giving money to the provinces tied to national standards? Is that something that we could expect in the upcoming budget?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm sure the member can appreciate that she, like all other Canadians, including myself, will have to wait for the federal budget, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of good things coming out of it. An opportunity for Canadians really to get a sense in terms of where this government wants to continue to build back better and give more strength to our economy and so forth. But the bottom line in terms of her question is, I recognize, as the government recognizes, there is provincial responsibilities and jurisdiction, but we also recognize that we have to listen to Canadians, as we did through the Canada Health Act, for example, where we get and receive from constituents.
Commentaire, l'honorable député Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm a bit surprised by the Parliamentary Secretary's cynicism, because everyone can see that there's been problems in long-term care. And what's the cause of the problem? Well, it's because the funding was slashed, and the Liberals contributed to that. This problem of the fiscal imbalance didn't happen all by itself. So it's so cynical. That speech was an incarnation of cynicism. I have two things to propose to the Parliamentary Secretary. If he really wants to do anything, he should transfer 35% of the funding of healthcare to the provinces and increase the old age security. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I recognize that it's important for us to listen to what our constituents have to say, and I can tell the member that my constituents want to see national standards in long-term care, and they support the Canada Health Act. And that means Ottawa needs to do more than just give cash to provinces. And at the end of the day, I believe that the institution of healthcare and the services that it provides is something in which Canadians in all regions want Ottawa to always have some form of a vested interest in.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
The member said that he has confidence in the current system. Well, last June, the Canadian Institute of Health Information found that 81% of the deaths in Canada due to COVID-19 were in the long-term care sector. Now, this compares to countries like the Netherlands at 15%, UK at 27%, Australia at 28%, Donald Trump's US, 31%, Germany, 34%. In fact, the OECD average is about 38%. Canada has the worst record of any comparable country. And now I don't know if he's not reading the motion or if he's purposefully staying away from this, but we're not talking about public delivery, we're talking about nonprofit delivery. So how does my colleague in Liberal government justify such an appallingly poor record when we compare Canada to our comparator countries? And does he or does he not agree that we should be making profit off the care of our seniors, which is what the motion calls for?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I suspect that if you were to canvass all the different regions, in particular the provinces, that you will find variances of different standards. And that's one of the reasons why that we should be moving towards national standards on long-term care for people, because this way, hopefully, what we'll see is a better overall service throughout the nation. I would also indicate to the member that even in personal care home facilities, I've been a parliamentarian for 30 years, a lot has changed in terms of clients and the delivery of service, and it really varies. Got to be very careful with stats.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brampton. Apologies. Before resuming debate. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Regina Lewin, Employment. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, Natural Resources. And the honourable member for Bow River, Small Business.
The honourable member for Brampton South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank a member from Winnipeg North for sharing the time with me. Today, I will be speaking on a very important issue following the motion brought forward by the honourable member from the NDP. And I would like to thank you, my honourable colleague, for moving it forward. Let me start with a clear statement. I support the national standard for long-term care. But, Madam Speaker, I support the standard that have been designed right and in consultation with the provinces and territories. This motion we are debating today is unfortunately not the correct course of action we need to be taking today to support our seniors in the long-term care system. Canadian seniors have built this country. Many of them literally fought for it. They deserve our respect and care. As a society, it is important that we have open and serious conversation about the care we provide our senior citizens. There's no doubt that the impact of COVID-19 on long-term care facilities across the country has been devastating for us as Canadians. It has been especially difficult for those that have lost loved ones. As a country, we need to ensure that something like this never happen again. Our government is taking concrete steps in this regard, which I'll speak about shortly. Members of this House know that I have been a vocal advocate for improving long-term care and bringing the national standard in consultation with the provinces and territories, along with the 5 of my Liberal colleagues from the GTA and other Liberal members. Last May, we sent a letter to the Government of Ontario, calling on them to form an independent inquiry into the conditions of these homes and how COVID was able to spread through them so rapidly. From the start, we were sounding the alarm that something needed to be done, and in this letter, we demanded that the province work with the Government of Canada in creating national standard for long-term care, which I strongly support. The report by the Canadian Armed Forces described truly horrible conditions at the homes they assisted in, including Grace Manor in my riding of Brampton South. The stories we have heard in the report were tragic. I have met with many families and advocates from across Ontario. This is why me and my colleagues have been working towards the progress on an LTC standard, and our government is committed to work on this long-term solution. It is the responsibility of the provinces to regulate, protect, and inspect long-term care homes. In Ontario, the province promised an iron ring around them, but this never materialized. Our seniors deserve better. Madam Speaker, as of Saturday, Ontario has seen the death of 3,891 long-term care residents and 10 staff due to COVID-19. 413 of these have been in PO. Too many of these deaths were preventable. I truly support bringing in national standard for long-term care, but this motion before us here today is, Madam Speaker, I would argue that the first part of it, seeking to bring Rivera under public ownership, is not the right solution to address this important problem. With my time here today, I would like to explain why. I think it would be helpful to explain the federal government's role or lack thereof in this context. First, allow me to provide a bit of a background. PSP investment is mandated with investing net proceeds from the pension contribution of the public service, the Canadian Armed Forces, and the RCMP pension plans in capital markets, in the best interest of the contribution and beneficiaries under those respective acts. It reports to Parliament through the President of the Treasury Board, who is responsible for its legislation. The organization does include certain information about Rivera in its annual report as well. Under the Public Sector Pension Investment Board Act, the President of the Treasury Board is responsible for establishing a nominating committee whose mandate is to establish a list of qualified candidates for proposed appointments as a director of the Independent Board of PSP Investments. Based on the nominating committee selection, the President of the Treasury Board makes a recommendation for appointment to the Governor-in-Council. And it is an important distinction, Madam Speaker. The fact is, Madam Speaker, PSP investment is not part of the federal public administration. It is not a government department or agency of the Crown. It does not receive parliamentary appropriations, and it is not a part of the public administration of Canada. PSP Investments is a non-agent Crown corporation that operates at arm's length from the Government of Canada. Part of the motion brought forward by my honourable colleague asked the government to interfere in the investment decision and strategy of this fund in order to make one long-term care group, namely Rivera, public. It implies that the Government of Canada has the authority to enact such a process. But the fact is, Madam Speaker, PSP Investments is intentionally structured to be at arm's length of the government. It is what ensures its independent and non-partisan role. PSP Investment must be and is responsible for its own investment decisions. The President of the Treasury Board, therefore, does not have the authority to issue investment direction, nor can he force PSP Investments to sell or transfer ownership of any of its assets. The organization's investment decisions are not influenced by political direction, regional, social, or economic development consideration, or any non-investment objectives. In fact, such kind of interference would put PSP Investments at a competitive disadvantage and could impact their ability to achieve their legislated mandate. The limitation also extends to Rivera, which, as my honourable colleague well knows, is a private company that owns, operates, and invests in the senior living sector. It is a wholly owned operating subsidiary of PSP Investments, which operates, develops, and invests in senior housing facilities. Importantly, Madam Speaker, it is subject to the same rules as other businesses operating in the industry, and its Canadian homes must be licensed or approved by applicable provincial or territorial government bodies. As such, its services are subject to provincial regulations on the quality of care and services. It is also self-funded, meaning that it has its own sources of financing and prepares independent audited financial statements. And since it is a wholly owned operating subsidiary of PSP Investments, registered under the Canada Business Corporation Act, it is not a part of the federal public administration, Madam Speaker. What I can say, Madam Speaker, is that our government is taking concrete steps to help seniors in long-term care homes. In last September's speech from the throne, our government announced important measures aimed at doing just that, committed to working with the provinces and territories to set new national standard for long-term care so that we can ensure that seniors are safe, respected, and can live with dignity. We all want that. We are taking additional action to help seniors stay in their homes longer and pledge to work with the Parliament on criminal code amendments to explicitly penalize those who neglect seniors under their care, putting them in danger. In last fall's economic update, our government announced funding of up to $1 billion to establish a safe long-term care fund to help provinces and territories protect people in long-term care and support infection prevention and control. More recently, we're seeing progress with vaccinations. Thousands of seniors in long-term care facilities across the country have received their first dose of vaccines, and many have already received their second. This is not a partisan issue, Madam Speaker. Our NDP colleagues know that the responsibility of delivering and regulating long-term care falls to the provinces and territories, and a motion that does not to recognize this fact does not bring us closer to the national standards. In order to be successful,
questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. I'll go to Mr. Manley after.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. I want to ask her a question specifically about the government's record on palliative care. Many people that I've heard from are very frustrated by the fact that the government has continually made commitments. There was a private member's bill passed with unanimous support by my colleague from Sarnia-Lambton calling for a national framework. The government hasn't acted. The government hasn't funded this. This is something that opposition members, I think from multiple parties, certainly from our caucus, have been talking about since prior to the pandemic, the need for appropriate funding for palliative care. And while the government has continued to pay lip service to that, they've failed to do anything on it. I wonder if the member can account for the government's inaction here.
The Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a very good question. I appreciate that the member opposite spoke passionately about the way to support the seniors, and there have been tragic stories we all know coming out of private, public, and not-profit homes. All providers need to be accountable for protecting those in long-term care, but our focus is in getting seniors the care they need no matter where they live. That is why we all want a national standard, but in the right way, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway. Oh.
Thank you. Well, you know, the honourable colleague talked about the government's role. Well, I'm a little alarmed that this government has become experts at defection, shirking, and buck passing. You know, sexism in the military, not their responsibility. Vaccination delays, it's the Premier's fault. No pharmacare, well, the provinces are stalling. But sometimes this government can't make up its mind. Just today, I asked this government to take the profit out of long-term care, and the minister lectured me that this is a provincial responsibility, but then proceeded to outline their commitment to national standards, training, and wages in long-term care. So what is it? Does my honourable colleague believe that the federal government can play a role in taking profit out of long-term care, or does she think that this is someone else's responsibility?
Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really want to say thank you, Member for Vancouver Kingsway. We worked together in the Health Committee, and I really want to say thank you. His passion, regardless of where seniors live, Madam Speaker, those living in long-term care deserve quality care and to be treated with dignity. I agree with that. We heard how the profit homes fail seniors from families and advocacy groups. I believe all for-profit providers need to be accountable for protecting those in long-term care. I hear about vaccinated residents not able to see their loved ones still.
Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, Basque. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened carefully to my colleague's speech, and there's a lot of confusion because the health minister said recently that it's the responsibility, and in fact, the duty of Quebec and the provinces to provide health care services. So I'm trying to understand how the government can now say that if it's Quebec's responsibility, that there should be national standards. It all depends on legislation. This is not just made up. And the Constitution Act of 1867 and sections 91 and 92 say that health care comes under Quebec and provincial jurisdiction. So I'd like to know from my colleague, what can the federal government, what more can they do that Quebec is incapable of doing? Because the federal government manages no hospitals. They have no health expertise. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Brampton South.
We work with the Quebec provinces and territories since 2015, and our government has made historical investment to support healthcare for Canadians, including new target funding for provinces and territories. In 2020, our government will provide almost $41.9 billion in cash support to provinces and territories through the Canada Health Transfer. Over the next 5 years, Canada Health Transfer funding to the provinces and territories is expected to total approximately $235 billion. And of course, I want to thank you, Member Passion, and I agree, we need to do a lot, but we want to do it in the right way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in politics, it is imperative to speak truth to power. This is especially the case when matters of life and death are involved. Today, I rise to speak this truth. Canada has utterly failed to protect vulnerable long-term care residents and workers throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. And this failure has cost the lives of thousands of Canadians. According to the National Institute on Aging, 2,611 long-term care facilities and retirement homes across Canada have been ravaged by COVID-19 outbreaks. This has led to the deaths of 14,802 residents and 27 workers, representing 67% of all COVID-19 deaths in Canada to date. This is the worst record of any nation in the OECD. And worse, successive governments allowed this to happen with eyes wide open. Despite repeated warnings, we did not act in time to prevent or meaningfully abate this humanitarian disaster. During the first wave of this pandemic, more than 840 outbreaks were reported in long-term care facilities and retirement homes across Canada, accounting for more than 80% of all COVID-19 deaths in the country in the first 6 months. Again, this represented the worst record among all comparable nations and double the OECD average. The situation was so dire that the Canadian Armed Forces had to be called in. And what they found was appalling. Residents were discovered underfed, abandoned, and afraid. In some cases, they had been left to die, alone, in bed, covered in their own urine and feces. These stories shocked our conscience and challenged our self-image as a compassionate and humane society. However, this shock quickly turned to outrage as Canadians learned that for-profit operators were paying out millions of dollars in dividends to their shareholders while accepting public subsidies and neglecting the residents under their care. Last fall, as Canada sat on the crest of a second wave of COVID-19, the federal government pledged to, quote, work with the provinces and territories to set new national standards for long-term care, end quote. They also pledged, quote, to bring in criminal code amendments to explicitly penalize those who neglect seniors under their care, end quote. Unfortunately, it has failed to make any meaningful progress on these commitments to date. As a result, the second wave of the COVID-19 pandemic has proven to be even deadlier than the first for long-term care and retirement home residents. In total, 7,470 residents succumbed to COVID-19 throughout the recent resurgence, compared to 7,022 deaths during the first wave. As Canada's Chief Public Health Officer, Dr. Theresa Tam, recently noted, I think the tragedy and the massive lesson learned for everyone in Canada is that we were at every level not able to protect our seniors, particularly those in long-term care homes. Even worse is that in that second wave, as we were warned of the resurgence, there was a repeat of the huge impact on that population. Madam Speaker, there is simply no excuse for our country's repeated failure to act. This carnage was entirely foreseeable and avoidable. We must ensure this never happens again. If we cannot come together now to address the systemic deficiencies in Canada's long-term care system, when will we ever? COVID-19 has laid bare a fragmented and under-resourced long-term care system across Canada that's heavily reliant on for-profit.
The Honourable Member of Vancouver Kingsway, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe is rising on a point of order.
I apologize to my honourable colleague, Madam Speaker, but I believe he had failed to mention that he will be splitting his time with the member for South Okanagan West Kootenay, and I'd like to provide him with the opportunity to do so. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you for that. I was going to say that, but I should have said that at the beginning. So yes, I will be splitting my time accordingly. Thank you for that. So several studies conducted through the pandemic have found that outbreaks in for-profit facilities have been more extensive and led to more resident deaths. Indeed, decades of research have demonstrated that long-term care facilities run on a for-profit basis tend to have lower staffing levels, more verified complaints, more transfers to hospitals, and higher morbidity rates. This should come as no surprise, since for-profit management practices are designed to generate returns for investors rather than provide high-quality care. These include paying the lowest wages possible and hiring part-time casual workers and those defined as self-employed in order to avoid paying benefits or providing other protections. These workers often cannot afford to stay home when they are sick, and they can carry infections from facility to facility, as we so deadly learned. And for-profit models incentivize and reward cost-cutting. Indeed, we have heard countless stories of for-profit operators locking up personal protective equipment, leaving staff exposed, and rationing vital items like soil pads for incontinent seniors. A recent review of the contracted long-term care sector in British Columbia, titled "A Billion Reasons to Care," found that while receiving on average the same level of public funding, there is a pattern of the contracted long-term care sector where for-profit operators pay lower wages, with care aides in for-profit facilities being paid as much as 28% or $6.63 less per hour than the industry standard. Not-for-profit care homes spend $10,000 or 24% more per year on care for each resident compared to for-profit facilities. And for-profit care homes failed to deliver 207,000 funded direct care hours per year, whereas not-for-profit care homes delivered 80,000 hours of direct care beyond what they were publicly funded to deliver. Madam Speaker, New Democrats believe that every dollar that flows to long-term care should be spent on residents, not siphoned off for corporate profits and shareholder dividends. We know that healthcare is best delivered through a nonprofit model, both on health and access grounds. Research clearly demonstrates a systemic pattern of lower quality care in for-profit care homes, while there is little, if any, evidence demonstrating benefits from providing public funding to for-profit facilities. That is why the NDP motion before this House today calls on the federal government to implement national standards for long-term care that fully removes profit from the sector. We know that this will not be accomplished overnight. However, with federal leadership, we believe it will be possible to transition all for-profit facilities in Canada to not-for-profit management by 2030. As a first step, New Democrats are calling on the federal government to work with the provinces and territories to freeze licensing for new for-profit facilities and to ensure that measures are in place to keep all existing beds open during the transition. After decades of underfunding and cuts in Canada's long-term care sector, this strategy must be backed up by significant new federal funding tied to binding national standards of care and the principles enshrined in the Canada Health Act. The Conference Board of Canada estimates that an additional 200,000 long-term care beds will be needed across Canada by 2035, requiring $64 billion in capital spending and $130 billion in operating spending. However, the Conference Board's cost-benefit analysis found that the benefits of these new beds are greater than the costs, even without considering the improved health outcomes. In fact, these investments are projected to have a positive impact on the economy by contributing a net $235 billion to real GDP and supporting 120,000 jobs every year. Similarly, the demand for nurses to provide continuing care for seniors would create an increase of nearly 80,000 full-time jobs. Simply put, Madam Speaker, our parents and grandparents built this country. They sheltered and nurtured us when we were young and vulnerable. In turn, we have a duty to take care of them as they age. But COVID-19 has revealed a bitter truth. We have abandoned this responsibility as a country. Let no one claim that we don't understand the consequences of this collective neglect. It's time to make this right. I ask every colleague in this House to join New Democrats today to start the work to do so. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The question has been asked of our New Democratic colleagues throughout the day about whether or not any consultation or buy-in exists from the provinces. As we know, legislation like this would have a massive impact on provincial jurisdiction. So when we bring forward stuff like this, we really need to make sure that that buy-in is there. So every time the question's been asked, New Democratic colleagues just come back and answer that by saying, well, we know that we can do things without them. They will come on board. We just got to give them the time. We got to bring this forward and then they'll come on board. But they are neglecting to answer the question. The question is, has any consultation been done with provinces and have they provided any feedback on this particular motion that the New Democrats have brought to the House today? Can this member please answer that as to whether or not, yes or no, consultation was done with the provinces and what is their feedback?
Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank you for that question. As my honourable colleague well knows, this is a motion brought before this House that calls on this government to commit to a principle. And the principle that we are asking this Liberal government to determine whether they agree with or not is, do they or do they not believe that we should be making profits off the care of our seniors? That's the real question before the House today. Once we know that the government is committed to that, then we need national leadership backed up by $5 billion in funding, where we tie that funding to the provinces and territories who agree to meet national standards. Now, this member well knows that his government has committed to national standards 6 months ago, but is yet to do a single thing about it. This motion is calling for a clear commitment to move this file forward, and the first...
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for Vancouver Kingsway for his speech. I understand that the NDP motion is mainly focused on private centres and that the NDP would want to make sure that there are no advantages for these centres. But does my colleague not believe that problems in long-term care has a great deal to do with a lack of balance in health transfers, given that health is a provincial area of responsibility? Thank you.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for making that point, and it really is a multifaceted problem. He's right. We need more resources, both financial and otherwise, and we need an improvement in standards. I mean, when we talk about national standards, we're talking about things like making sure there's a minimum number of care hours per day per resident, that there's a minimum ratio of care aides to patients. And we would tie the federal funds to provinces who agree to meet those standards while finding their own local solutions and recognizing that there may be many pathways to meeting those standards. There's a wide diversity in care, but surely we can make sure that every senior in this country has access to minimum standards of care backed up by this federal government. That's what we're asking the Liberal government to do today.
Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Oftentimes we've heard again and again that women have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. Women are some of the major, they perform the major roles within long-term care. They are those care providers. Could he talk about the fact that, of course, women are underpaid in these roles often, and what the impact of removing for-profit care within long-term care would do to help women in this sector? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, I thank you for the question. It gives me a chance to thank my honourable colleague from London Fanshawe for her tenacious advocacy on behalf of women in this country. And of course, there is an incredible gender aspect to this issue today. It's a heavily gendered workforce. It's a heavily racialized workforce. Most care is provided by women and women of color. And of course, most of the seniors are women. So we have a government that constantly claims to be a feminist government, but when we call upon them to act by taking concrete measures that will actually have a tangible benefit in improving the lives of women, they balk. I was shocked at the comments from my honourable colleague from Brampton, where she talked about the need to preserve profits, as opposed to us passing this motion that will make tangible improvements to women and seniors everywhere across this country. It's time to put them first, not the interests of corporate.
Debate. The honourable member for South Okanagan, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd first like to thank the member for Vancouver Kingsway for not only sharing his time with me today, but for his for spearheading this very, very important motion. And that's the NDP motion on why it's essential that we take the profit out of Canada's long-term care sector. And I first want to pay my respects to the thousands of Canadians who've died in the last year in long-term care, the most vulnerable victims of the COVID-19 pandemic. And I'd like to say a heartfelt thank you to all of the workers in long-term care in Canada. These caregivers, cleaners, and other staff have worked in very, very difficult conditions for the past year. They've been at the front of the front lines. Many have come down with COVID themselves, and tragically, some have lost their lives. This is hard work. It's stressful work, and it's done by people who truly care for the people they work for. And I want to make it crystal clear from the start that these workers are not the problem in the long-term care crisis. They are working as hard as they can to make the best of what is an almost impossible situation. We hear a lot about the ravages of the pandemic in care homes in Ontario and Quebec, but it has hit long-term care facilities across the country. In my riding, McKinney Place in Oliver was home to 59 residents. 55 of them contracted the virus, as well as 23 staff members. 17 residents died before the outbreak was declared over in mid-January. In the nearby Sunnybank facility, 27 residents, 10 staff, and 1 essential visitor contracted COVID, and 6 residents died in that outbreak. Across Canada, 42% of Canada's long-term care homes have experienced COVID outbreaks, almost half. And those outbreaks represent about 80% of the deaths this pandemic has brought us in Canada. The fact is that our most vulnerable citizens found themselves in situations from which they couldn't escape. They were often being cared for people who were paid so little and given such minimal shift times that they had to work in 2 or 3 care homes to make a living. Despite all the precautions within the homes, some of these workers inadvertently passed the virus from one facility to another. A recent article by Paul Webster in The Lancet, the world's most respected medical journal, puts a lot of this into perspective. Webster reports that Canada had the worst record of fatalities in long-term care homes for any wealthy country in the world, a situation that many called a national disgrace. He cites Pat Armstrong, a sociologist at York University in Toronto, who has studied Canada's long-term care facilities for almost 30 years, in saying that this terrible record comes from the historical decision to exclude long-term care facilities from Canada's public health system. Armstrong points out, and I quote, that this has resulted in undertraining and poor treatment of workers, substandard and aging facilities, overcrowding, and poor infection control capabilities. Armstrong also found out that there's a lot of evidence to support the contention that privately owned facilities supply lower quality care in Canada, and that there should be much more government oversight of all facilities. Researchers from Toronto's Mount Sinai Hospital found that on average, privately owned care homes in Ontario delivered inferior care and had higher rates of death during the pandemic. Now, these problems existed before the pandemic, but have simply been exacerbated by the ravages of COVID. In 2013, 8 years ago, I met with a family who had lost both their mother and father to substandard care at a privately owned care home in Summerland, British Columbia. After their concerns became public, the province investigated and found that staffing levels at the facility were simply too low, far too low. Months later, the company that owned the facility, Retirement Concepts, reported that they were trying to hire more staff, but were having trouble filling those new positions. As Mike Old of the Hospital Employees Union has said, Retirement Concepts is known for paying low wages, and that has resulted in chronic understaffing at many of its facilities. Retirement Concepts operates 17 facilities in BC, 2 in Alberta and 1 in Quebec. And in 2016, Retirement Concepts was sold to Anbang Insurance Group of China for more than $1 billion. Since then, problems at Retirement Concepts homes seem to have only gotten worse. In the last 2 years, the operation of their properties in Courtenay, Nanaimo, and Victoria were taken over by the Provincial Health Authority, and last year the Summerland facility joined that list, all because care levels were inadequate, mostly due to understaffing. Retirement Concepts is not alone in understaffing problems. The mother of a good friend of mine moved into a long-term care home in Penticton when she could no longer take care of herself. My friend reported that the staff was hardworking and attentive, but completely overworked. There were always a new and now hiring sign out front. Apparently, the home couldn't afford to pay workers as much as the local hospital, and so we're constantly losing the most experienced staff whenever a job opened up at that hospital. I remember visiting that facility in 2015, 6 years ago, talking to the staff about working conditions, and I was shocked to find out that some of the staff had worked there for 20 years, but were making less money in 2015 than they were making when they started in 1995. No wonder they were tempted to leave whenever they could. And one last story about care in a for-profit home. Louise is a constituent of mine. Her brother was living in a care home in Ontario run by Revera, another big company, but one owned by the public sector pension investment, the Crown Corporation that manages public service pensions. And Louise praises the staff at the care home. Her brother died suddenly last May, though apparently not from COVID. And when Louise heard the sad news, she asked the staff if there was anything she needed to do to alert the Rivera office about her brother's death, and was told no. Imagine her surprise when she was later charged not only for the May rent, but also for June and half of July. Now, Madam Speaker, being charged for months not used at $5,000 a month is not the news one likes to hear after the death of a loved one, but it's indicative of the profit motive that these privately owned care homes have. We must take the profit out of long-term care facilities. And because Rivera is owned by a Crown Corporation, it could and should be the first step in government action. Yes, we need better national standards for care homes, but that by itself will not fix the situation. Every province has minimum standards, but they're not being met, as the examples I've just gone through have shown. And they're not being met because of the pressure to maintain profits for shareholders. Canadians want to get the profit out of long-term care. An Abacus poll in May found that 86% of Canadians are in favor of bringing long-term care facilities into the Canada Health Act. Our parents and grandparents deserve to live in dignity in the last years of their lives. They shouldn't be warehoused in facilities where the number one priority of management is not their mental and physical health, but for the financial benefits to shareholders. We can change this. We must create a long-term care system where both workers and residents are valued, a system that would get rid of the fear that most of us have about moving into a care home in our last years. And the first step to building that new system is to take the profit out of long-term care. Thank you.
The questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I've been listening to the discussion today, and I think it's safe to say that all members in this House, or at least all those that have spoken, recognize the fact that something has to be done differently, most are talking about national long-term care standards, and I think that it's extremely important that we look towards ways the federal government can work with our provincial partners to do something significant when it comes to taking care of the elderly in Canada. I guess my problem with this motion, Madam Speaker, is that it says the House call on the government to ensure national standards for long-term care, which are currently being developed, fully remove profit from sector. But national standards, you know, at least the way that I see them, if I can equate them to something like the building code, these are standards that are established that are then looked to be adopted by provinces throughout the country. But we won't be able to do that, or we won't be able to, or the motion is calling to to fully remove profit. I mean, I feel that the motion is not in the right place because you're asking to fully remove the profit. You're asking to put something in there that is not going to be recommendations that will be given to the provinces. So can the member just explain to me a little bit about where the language for this motion is coming from when it comes to putting these enforceable measures into something that would just be standards?
Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, first of all, as I said in my speech, you know, national standards are important, but by themselves, they aren't sufficient to build a better system of long-term care. We need the funding to provide provinces to develop that system, but we're not going to give the funding, $5 billion, without standards. It's like our Canada Health Act. The federal government provides funding to the provinces to create the medical system that we use, but there are standards, and that's where I think we need to work.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my honourable colleague for his presentation. I would like to know whether he doesn't think that the Canadian government if he's aware that it could fall into a paternalistic approach that would not necessarily allow for improvements in personnel, but it could limit it. The only way to improve that is to increase the health transfers, and all premiers are asking for increase in health transfers. What does he think about that?
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, I think the Bloc knows full well that the NDP is right behind them in demanding more transfers, health money transfers, to make sure our healthcare system is the best that it can be. It's been falling behind over the past few years under both Conservative and Liberal governments, and we have to increase that funding. And this would be another example of that. Let's put more funding into long-term care and make sure that those standards that we all believe in are met, and that our senior citizens can live in dignity.
The Honourable Member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a deep concern about this. I certainly I know where he's coming from when he talks about the overarching goals, about providing a level of service to seniors. But where I live in central Newfoundland, we have 10 to 15 seniors homes who are private. They're level 1 and level 2, and they're privately delivered. And it's not so much about the for-profit, it's about the for-service. And some of these places are actually do a substantial service. They're good quality, they have a long waiting list, and they do well by the clients that they do a service for. So I'm not going to focus on the provinces so much. As my question is about in the short term, very specific question about the short term of what they hope to accomplish by taking these private institutions out of the sector altogether, because this is going to be a huge thing to do for these people who are providing a fairly good service. And that's what I'm concerned about. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay, 10 seconds.
Well, in 10 seconds, I would say I made sure that I said on average. A lot of these for-profit, some of the for-profit centers are doing good work and people are not being left behind. But on average, there are many that bring down that level of service, and it's really shocking the poor service these people are getting. That's what we want to take out. And in the short term, we're saying in the next 10 years, let's take 10 years and gradually move those for-profit centers into the...
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on this motion here today. Madam Speaker, it's no surprise that I want to speak on this item, not only in my new role, but myself and several of my colleagues have been discussing and outraged, frankly, about the conditions of long-term care homes. For me in particular, my riding was hit very hard with over 70 residents passing away from COVID in the first wave at Orchard Villa. And we saw, even after the second wave, a continuation of our community members getting sick. We saw the getting sick and dying, in fact, but we also saw the horrible conditions. My riding was one of the ridings that actually had the Canadian Armed Forces in the long-term care homes. And we had to read about the unbelievably deplorable conditions that our community members, our elders were left in, and families were feeling helpless and hopeless about being able to provide their family members with care, to be able to be there with them. And so we had been advocating for and talking about the need to support provinces and territories to have national standards in long-term care. And that is something to this day I continue to advocate for. And I was really pleased, along with our colleagues, when we saw the Prime Minister in the speech from the throne recognize and acknowledge moving forward with national standards on long-term care. And then that was backed up again, Madam Speaker, in the fall economic statement to provide funding to provide a $1 billion safe long-term care fund, which, Madam Speaker, unfortunately, opposition members have been holding up C-14 that don't allow that.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands has a point of order.
Thank you. I hate to interrupt the Parliamentary Secretary, and congratulations on her new role, but I think she forgot to mention that she'd be sharing her time with the member from Vaughan Woodbridge, and maybe she wants to take the opportunity to do that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am sharing my time. I do that every time, even though I write a note to remember, so I appreciate the reminder. I am sharing my time with the member from Vaughan Woodbridge. Madam Speaker, it is imperative that we have C14 and the fall economic statement make it through the House. If members are supportive of creating better conditions in long-term care homes, then they need to support and work with us to be able to provide $1 billion that will do just that. Madam Speaker, what frustrates me with this motion is, while I actually agree that we do need to look at profit models in long-term care homes, but as my honorable colleague spoke, one of the last questioners in the last round, I have family in Newfoundland as well, and there are long-term care homes there that my family members, and they are private, and they talk about how incredible they are, the service that is provided. And so what I worry about too is a motion like this with a one-size-fits-all approach. Well, I come from Ontario, where we were very hard hit with lack of protections for our seniors, but with a one-size-fits-all approach, what happens in other provinces and territories who did not have the same conditions, who have homes, and the discussion was had earlier, in the level of service is quite high in a lot of these places. And so while I support looking at the idea of how do we change funding models to ensure that service is at the core of what is being presented or being offered in our communities, that any federal funding or government supports, that it is actually going to service and not just shareholders' profits. I think that's a fundamental approach that we all can agree with. But what I take exception with in this motion is it feels like the NDP moves forward with policies written on the back of a napkin. There is no background. This is not based in evidence in terms of what happens after. We haven't looked at how do we take the profit model and turn it into a service model. So what happens with these facilities? Do these operators just close up and leave these seniors homeless? Do they get passed on to municipalities and the public service? And how do they absorb that? So while I support the idea of looking at making sure that our standards are increased, I can't get behind a motion that essentially creates this blanket approach without looking at what happens to our seniors. I think our seniors deserve a policy to come forward that is thoughtful, that we all can understand what happens, and that we can work with provinces and territories to ensure that the delivery and the outcomes we actually want are actually delivered. So I think what we've seen from our government has been to react and support. There has been a lot of accusations that, the federal government claims this isn't our responsibility. We have stepped up. We have created $19 billion for the Safe Restart Agreement, which was to help long-term care homes. In my home province in Ontario, we created funds and supports that was sent to the Ontario government to prevent or to prepare for the second wave, and these funds went unspent. These funds did not make it into the long-term care homes to protect our community members. Instead, they sat there. So what I think is necessary is we have to have standards to ensure that every Canadian across this country can access the same level of care no matter where they live, and that we can, as Canadians, hold province and territories accountable if they don't live up to those standards, and that the funding is actually that we can actually hold these service providers accountable. In my community, we saw PPE under lock and key. It's absolutely outrageous, but the federal government was there to support these community members. We also invested in increasing wages for workers. But if provinces and territories don't actually move forward with the legislation, then we don't see changes. And so this is why it's critically important. I see the member from Kingston and the Islands continues to ask the question about consultation with provinces and territories, and he's yet to receive an answer. And I think this is crucial because our families deserve to know that if we're going to move forward on a policy, it can actually be enacted. And if we were to pass this NDP motion without any details of what this means, of how it will impact our communities and family members, then, you know, if a province says, no, we're not going to do it, we're not going to create the legislation that would change this funding model, then what happens? It's absolutely disingenuous to say you want to support our seniors, you want to increase standards in long-term care, and then come forward with a motion that is nothing but optics and does nothing to actually create the change that we need to see. We need to see changes in infrastructure, we need to see changes around national standards, and we need to ensure that every Canadian across this country gets a standard of care and that we stop playing politics with seniors' lives and we move forward on policies that are actually going to make a difference in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. We'll go first to the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague from South Okanagan, West Kootenay, talked about the sale of Chinese state-owned Anbang when they took over Retirement Concepts, and the Liberal government rubber-stamped that sale, and we saw the deterioration of service in retirement homes in Courtenay and my riding. And we know the evidence is clear that across Canada, even before the pandemic, for-profit long-term care homes led to worse outcomes for residents and staff alike, and that the pandemic has made the differences even clearer. Companies operating for-profit care homes across Canada made hundreds of millions of dollars this year and paid them out to shareholders, even to state-owned companies, Mr. Speaker. Does my colleague not agree that every single one of those dollars could and should have gone to improving care and making residents and staff safer in communities like where I represent, Parksville and Qualicum, the highest median age in the country, where we've got lots of private care homes? Doesn't my colleague agree that that money should be there, improving care and making residents safer and their staff?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and thank you to my colleague for the question. I absolutely agree that funding needs to go to service levels. What I disagree with, again, is the NDP coming forward with policies written on the back of a napkin that actually don't achieve the outcomes that they, I think, genuinely want to see. But, Mr. Speaker, if we can't say that every single for-profit provider, we heard examples from my colleague from Newfoundland where the service levels are quite high. And we need to look at this as a holistic approach about service standards. And I agree that the funding should go into service, but we need to do this in a holistic approach to ensure that the care seniors will receive is high quality and there aren't unintended consequences of an ill proposed policy by the NDP.
Alors, la prochaine question, commentaire, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't help finding that a bit arrogant, suggesting that we draft policy on the back of a napkin, but I shouldn't interfere in that. What I'm most interested in knowing is the fact that the federal government's point of view that the provinces aren't capable of doing the job properly, whereas the feds are. All provinces have said they're against national standards for long-term care. There was even a motion in the National Assembly that was unanimously passed to denounce that. Instead, they said that health transfers should be done. That's the federal government's job, and they never brought those back up to the appropriate levels. So my question is, does my colleague think that the National Assembly's unanimous motion is invalid in her view? Their motion to reject national standards and to increase health transfers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member can call me whatever names he wants. I will not apologize for being forceful and speaking up. I had over 70 residents in my community die because we don't have national standards. We have national standards for buildings, but not for seniors. And Mr. Speaker, let me correct the record. Not every province has said they don't support national standards. In fact, provinces have come forward saying they agree. They want to see standards for seniors. They don't ever want to see Canada live through a tragedy like this again, and they want to work with us to see what those standards are. But Mr. Speaker, if buildings can have national standards, I think our seniors deserve it as well.
We have time just for a very quick question. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for her speech and congratulate her in her new role. We've been in the Green Party very active on this issue. Our leader, Annamie Paul, lost her father in one of these long-term care homes. It was an avoidable death, like so many deaths across this country. And we have the highest record of deaths in OECD. It's an appalling record to have. In my riding, we had a long-term care facility that was sold to On-Bang Insurance, a foreign owner, and that was approved by this government. But we've heard, what I want to ask is, we've heard from experts that we've talked to about getting a basic care guarantee so that every person in one of these long-term care facilities has a minimum of 4 hours of care. And does the honourable member think that we should have a national long-term care act so that we can set standards across this country and deal with the
question? The honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his question and kind words. I actually think we need to fully study and be open to the ideas of national standards, whether that comes into an official act or some sort of standardized system. I agree that our system needs to be based on a standard of care. And I think that seniors and our loved ones need to be at the center of these policies. But I think we need to bring the experts to the table to determine whether it's hours of work, whether it's a living wage for these workers, whether it's infrastructure improvements. There is a variety of things that need to be changed, including funding models. However, it needs to be looked at in a complete package, and this is why I'm going to continue to push for national standards, and I thank my colleague for his advocacy on this as well.
We'll have to leave it there, and we'll go to resuming debate, and the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's great to see you this evening. It's great to see so many of my colleagues virtually. Always a pleasure, and I hope everyone is having a great start to their week. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important issue for myself, my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, much like many of my colleagues across this beautiful country. Many of my individuals that reside in a long-term care facility at one time were impacted. I first want to thank the Canadian Armed Forces who assisted at Woodbridge Vista, one of the long-term care facilities in my riding, where unfortunately many of their residents did pass away. I do wish to thank the Canadian Armed Forces for going in and assisting the staff there and getting things under control. I also want to thank William Osler Medical Center. They actually managed the Woodbridge Vista facility for a period of time. Same thing happened at Villagambin, where the CAF did not go in there, but assistance was required. Obviously, we want our seniors to be taken care of, and these are the seniors that literally built this country. they're in their 80s and 90s, and you know they toiled away building the beautiful cities that we live in the towns, and made Canada what it is, and we owe it to them. We owe it to them to do the right thing. We owe it to them to take care of them. We know in Ontario that is approximately 70% of the seniors that are in long-term care facilities actually suffer from dementia or Alzheimer's or a condition related as such. And we know that they're there, that they need to be safe, they need to be healthy, and they need to be protected. And we need to ensure that. Obviously, what went on in the early stages of the pandemic was horrifying for Canadians from across the country in terms of what happens, the death toll, and how people passed away, and how people couldn't see loved ones. And these are our seniors that we're talking about, some of our most vulnerable citizens in this country. So we know we need to do better. And I wish to thank the Canadian Armed Forces again, the Red Cross, the individuals there that have gone in and assisted. Obviously, our government has stepped up to the plate, working with the provinces. Very important, and working with the province, whether it's the government in Quebec or the province of Ontario or whichever province. We have been there to assist the Safe Restart Agreement, the $740 million, the purchase of PP&E. We have been there to work with the provinces, and we will continue to do that because we know, and I'm very respectful of this, we in Canada have a fiscal federation. We have certain responsibilities that the federal government has and responsibilities that the provinces have. And those responsibilities for the delivery of services, currently, with the Canada Health Transfer, we transfer literally billions of dollars to the provinces. Yes, we do. But at the same time, they are still the majority funder of healthcare in the province of Ontario, specifically in the province of Ontario. And we need to recognize that. Yes, I do believe in national standards. We need to bring them in, but we must do so in a way that cooperates with each of the provinces. And we can only do that as such. That is the way our system is built. That is the way we've built such a great country, and we will continue to do so. And we've seen that cooperation. I know the province of Ontario is committed to investing over $2 billion a year into long-term care facilities here in Ontario, hiring 27,000 PSWs over the next 4 years, and committing to a goal level of a standard of 4 hours of care to each individual person residing in a long-term care facility. So we need to make sure that is implemented and done. Now, with regards to the motion today, I appreciate the NDP's motion and the member who brought this forward. But I do wish to speak to the fact that we have a system in place here in this country, and yes, there are for-profit operators of long-term care. There are municipal operators of long-term care, and there are provincial operators. And each model has its shortcomings. Each model has its strengths. We have seen many long-term care facilities managed on for the for-profit. On average, they perform not as well as others. That's a fact. But some of them actually perform decently. And just nationalizing everything, which I know the NDP would like to do. They would like to nationalize all parts of the economy. Sometimes, from what it sounds like, they can't even actually support a trade agreement with the United Kingdom or CETA or the USMCA. It's sometimes I have to question that. Even when people like Jerry Diaz step forward and say we need to support these trade deals, the NDP still can't take themselves to support these trade deals. But going back to the comments related and what's in the motion, with specifically with regard to PSP investments, as well as intention as this motion is, Mr. Speaker, I would argue that the first part of it, seeking to bring Riviera under public ownership, is not the right solution to address this important issue. With my time here today, I just want to just touch on this briefly. I think it will be helpful to explain the government's role, or really lack thereof, in this context. First, me allow to provide a bit of background. We as Canadians believe in having a secure and dignified retirement for all Canadians. That's why we enhanced the CPP in our first term of government. That's why we've committed to increasing OAS by 10%. But we also have a number of pension funds out there in this country, and one of them is PSP Investments. And what does PSP Investments do? Well, they're mandated to manage the pension contributions of the public service, Canadian Armed Forces, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, our CMP. So they're mandated to manage these pension plans and capital markets at the best interests of the contributors and beneficiaries under those respective acts. PSP reports to Parliament through the President of the Treasury Board, who is responsible for its legislation. The organization does include certain information about Riviera in its annual report. Under the PSP Investment Board Act, the president of the Treasury Board is responsible for establishing a nominating committee whose mandate it is to establish a list of qualified candidates for proposed appointment as director of the independent board of PSP Investments. Based on the nominating committee's selection, the president of the Treasury Board makes a recommendation for appointment to the governor and council. It's an important distinction, Mr. Speaker. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, PSP Investments is not part, I repeat, to all my colleagues, is not part of the federal public administration. It is not a government department or agency of the Crown. It does not receive parliamentary appropriations. It is not part of the public administration of Canada. PSP PSP Investments is a non-agent Crown corporation that operates at arm's length from the government of Canada. And that's a very important point to make to my colleagues who wish to nationalize everything, because that's what the NDP believes in, nationalizing just everything, in the fact that PSP needs to operate and needs to invest its dollars for the benefit of its members. Who are these members? Well, they're union members in a lot of sense, public sector employees, but there are CMP members, Canadian Armed Forces members, and the list goes on. You can pull the reports off the website, and you'll see there's literally hundreds of thousands of current beneficiaries, and also what are called persons making contributions, contributories, I think that's what it is. Part of the motion brought forth by my honourable colleague asks the government to interfere in the investment decisions and strategy of this fund in order to make one long-term care group, namely Rivera, public. It implies that the government of Canada has the authority to enact such a process. But the fact is, Mr. Speaker, PSP Investments is intentionally structured to be at an arm's length of the government, and thankfully so, and that's the right way it should be. It's what ensures its independent and non-partisan role. PSP Investments must be and is responsible for its own investment decisions. The president of the Treasury Board, therefore, does not have the authority to issue investment direction, nor can he force PSP Investments to sell or transfer ownership of any of its assets. The organization's investment decisions are not influenced by political direction, regional, social, or economic development considerations, or any non-investment objectives. In fact, such kinds of interference would put PSP Investments at a competitive disadvantage and could impact their ability to achieve their legislated mandate. This limitation also extends to Rivera Inc., which, as my honourable colleague well knows, is a private company that owns, operates, invests in the senior living sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a wholly owned operating subsidiary of PSP Investment, which operates, develops, invests in senior housing facilities. Through its portfolio of partnership, Rivera owns and operates more than 500 properties across Canada, the United States, and the United Kingdom. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, it is subject to the same rules as other business operating in the industry. Its Canadian residents must be licensed, or approved or applicable by applicable provincial or territorial government bodies. As such, its services are subject to provincial regulations on the quality of care and services. That in no way means that, Mr. Speaker, I'm not in favor of national standards. I am in favor of national standards. Our seniors need to live in a secure, safe environment. Those last few years of their lives need to be dignified, and we all know that, and we all want that as parliamentarians. I don't think there's any disagreement there. It's also self-funded, meaning that it has its own source of financing, prepares its independent audit financial statements. And since it is a wholly owned operating subsidiary of PSP Investments, registered under the Canada Business Corporations Act, it is too not part of the federal public administration. Mr. Speaker, as I'd just like to finish up quickly and listen to some questions and comments, I would like to say our government is committed, and as we've seen in September's speech of the throne, to ensure our seniors are taken care of. We want to make sure people entering retirement have a safe and secure and dignified retirement. We want to make sure seniors that need to be transferred to a long-term care facility and need to move there have a healthy, safe, and secure and are protected. It's great to see that the vaccines are out. It's great to see that in the province of Ontario specifically, my knowledge on that basis, that the number of deaths in long-term care facilities has actually diminished to near zero and some days has registered zero. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I really am disappointed to hear my colleague call out the NDP for wanting to nationalize seniors care. This is about taking care of our seniors. Now, we can remember, Mr. Speaker, when the Liberal government rubber stamped the sale of Retirement Concepts for $1 billion to Anbang, the Chinese state-owned company. And I know from my riding in Courtenay what happened. And I love the quote from my colleague from Chilliwack Hope. He says, Our seniors are about to find out that their landlord is actually the People's Republic of China. Well, I'll tell you how the landlord turned out. So bad that in February 2020, that the retirement home in Courtenay got taken by the province because they failed to provide proper care for those very same seniors that we're talking about protecting and bringing them under the envelope of universal health care. Mr. Speaker, does my colleague regret and his party approving the sale of retirement concepts to the Chinese state-owned company that failed to provide proper care for seniors in my riding and across this country? Does he regret that? Or does he stand by his, liberal position of supporting private care when it comes to our seniors, which has clearly failed, and we saw that throughout this whole pandemic?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the member representing one of the beautiful ridings on Vancouver Island, I hear your question very loud and clear. What I will say is this, is that all operators of long-term care facilities, much like the safety standards we put into food, into buildings, codes, as we've mentioned, into having cars imported into Canada and operated, they need those standards to be upheld. With regards to the Investment Canada Act, when corporations, foreign corporations wish to invest in Canada and purchase assets or do anything of the such, they need to be held to very high standards. And we need to make sure those standards are always enforced. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member for Vaughan Woodbridge said that he thanked the previous questioner for the question and thought it was an important one, but he didn't actually answer it. So I'll give him a second chance on whether he regrets the unfortunate decision on Vaughan.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
I thank the member from Calgary, Rocky Ridge, for his follow-up question. I know I've worked with him extensively over the years on Finance Committee, so I appreciate his response. What I will say this, that is all entities investing in Canada always should be have to be upheld, be held to the highest of standards, and we need to enforce those standards and make sure that we do so all the time.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague from Vaughan Woodbridge. We serve together on the Public Accounts Committee, and as I was listening to his discussion around third-party oversight, I was thinking about the Auditor General, the Office of the Auditor General in Canada, as well as working with the offices of Auditors General across Canada, and the role of third-party oversight on government expenditures to see that the action items are being implemented and being implemented effectively. Could the honourable member maybe comment on how there is an accountability piece built within our own government as well as governments across the country?
Well, Parliament Secretary.
I wish to thank my honourable friend and colleague from the beautiful riding of Guelph. Congratulations on getting your vaccine shot over the weekend. Awesome. Let's get more jabs into the arms of Canadians, and that's great to see. So congrats on there. What I would say, yes, there are mechanisms, and the Auditor General is one of those very important departments within the federal government, agencies within the federal government that provides oversight and auditing purposes of many institutions, and it's very, very important that they continue that job. With regards to further analysis and details when there comes to long-term care facilities, I think repeating again, national standards is one of those components. We need to have a multi-pillar approach to ensuring that seniors residing in long-term care facilities, again, that it's safe, it's secure, dignity, and that they're protected. Thank you for that question.
Question commentaire, la députée de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to raise the incredible irony here. Our NDP's colleagues' motion, we're being told, will be interfering with private investments, like with the Rivera Group, and at the same time, we're also being told, out of the other side of their mouth, that we need federal standards, even though that's the worst interference that can possibly exist. So I don't know how they can square that circle. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Oops. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think there might have been a technical glitch there. I thought I was actually finished with questions and comments, so I apologize. I would like to state to the honourable member from the Bloc Québécois that I do believe in the fiscal federation. I believe in respecting the rights of the provinces, but also working with the provinces to ensure Canadians that do reside in the long-term care facilities, whether it's in Quebec or Ontario, have standards that we can be confident about and comparable as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ces choses arrivent.
These things happen.
Maintenant, nous allons procéder.
Now we will move to resuming debate.
Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I very much appreciate having this opportunity to participate in today's debate on behalf of the good people of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. I have been listening to the debate throughout the day, and it has certainly been at times very frustrating to listen to because we've taken this opportunity to identify a clear problem. We know the solutions that are out there, but we still seem plagued by this government inertia to actually step up and do the right thing. You know, I really want to start by expressing one very key point, Mr. Speaker, and it's this. You know, our parents and grandparents built this country, whether they were born here or whether they immigrated here. The country is the way it is today with all of its strengths because of the work that they put in. And as they age, they deserve to live in comfort, in dignity, and in safety. But because of decades of cuts, of underfunding and privatization, our continuing care system, our long-term care home system is broken. You know, this pandemic has very much revealed so many shortcomings in our society. It has shown the precariousness of work. It has shown where the gaps are in our social safety net. It has shown how vulnerable workers, those with the most to lose, are often at the front lines of the pandemic and have most often been the ones at risk of both contracting COVID-19, but also bringing it home and spreading it to their loved ones. And we really need to take a hard look at ourselves as a country and make some notes of what went wrong, but most importantly, how we can improve. We have seen the cost of government inaction and neglect. We've seen the devastating loss of loved ones in the long-term care centers across the country. In fact, Mr. Speaker, you know, it was so devastating that we actually had to send in the Army to help out. And the reports that emerged from those interventions were absolutely shocking. You know, we had Army medical staff finding residents who were dehydrated, they were starving, they were left lying in their own feces and urine. There were residents who had fallen on the floor and could not get up, and some who had passed away in their beds with no one noticing. You know, we have utterly failed to protect long-term care residents and workers through this pandemic, and it is absolutely a national disgrace. We owe our seniors so much more. You know, today as New Democrats, we are using our one opposition day in the supply cycle to highlight the sorry state of our long-term care system. And the fact that 82% of COVID deaths in Canada happened in long-term care, the highest proportion in the OECD. There have been over 12,000 long-term care resident and worker deaths in Canada since the beginning of the pandemic. And you know, by acknowledging these facts, these incontrovertible facts, we're calling on the House today to take action. This is an opinion of the House, a House calling on the government to take action. We want to see the transition of all for-profit to nonprofit models by the year 2030. We want to see our federal government working with the provinces and territories to stop licensing any new for-profit care facilities and making sure that measures are in place to keep all existing beds open during that transition. And we also want to see an additional $5 billion invested over the next 4 years in long-term care. And we want that funding tied with respect to the principles of the Canada Health Act and to boost the number of not-for-profit homes. So, Mr. Speaker, there is very clear precedent in what we're trying to do. In fact, our public healthcare system is based on this type of federal leadership. And, you know, when we look at the for-profit model, unfortunately, you know, the facts are there for everyone to see, and it's impossible for us to really argue with them. This has been documented in the news. We have heard the harrowing stories of families who have had to deal with a loss of a loved one in a long-term care facility, a grandparent who, you know, their grandchildren are no longer going to see, an entirely avoidable death. And for-profit homes have seen tragically worse results than other homes, with far more deadlier COVID outbreaks. And at the same time, we see these big for-profit operators getting public subsidies like the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, which I acknowledge is an important measure in this pandemic and has helped many workers keep their jobs. But when you have a large corporation taking the wage subsidy while paying out dividends to its shareholders, while also experiencing this loss of life, that to me goes against the spirit of the COVID interventions that our federal government is providing. And it is a part of this national disgrace. And we need to have a full reckoning of how that money was spent. You know, research has shown that the homes run on a for-profit basis tend to have lower staffing levels, more verified complaints, more transfers to hospitals, as well as higher rates for both ulcers and morbidity. And this is the fundamental problem here, because when we come to this relationship between profit and care, I think that care is always going to lose out. And that is because, Mr. Speaker, shareholders need their dividends, executives need their pay increases, and stocks need to see their value climb. And when it comes to making a profit, it's a fact that private enterprises are going to be managing these facilities, and they're always going to be on the lookout for what they call efficiencies. These efficiencies are usually found with the chronic understaffing, low worker pay, and reduced investments in equipment and so on. When it comes to profit and when it comes to care, I'm sorry, those two concepts do not belong in the same sentence together. And I believe that national standards could include basic references to the standards of care we want to see in our facilities, in employee health, well-being, and in pay. Now, I've been listening to today's debate, and I hear my Liberal colleagues repeatedly falling over themselves to find a reason to vote against today's motion. And what is often brought up is the provincial jurisdiction. We all acknowledge provincial jurisdiction in the delivery of healthcare services. And, but there are ways to show federal leadership. And the Liberals, I believe, like their motto these days when it comes to bold, innovative leadership on the healthcare files, their motto is, why go all of the way when you can go only half the way? I mean, we saw it in their vote against Bill C-213 brought in by the member for New Westminster Burnaby, something that was based on their own report and which would follow the principles of the Canada Health Act. We have another proposal to bring in national dental care. And here we're using our opposition day motion to bring in some basic standards for long-term care homes for on the for-profit model. So, when we look at the Canada Health Act, it very clearly recognizes provincial jurisdiction, but it puts in place basic principles for provinces to comply with if they want those federal transfer funds. And we are proposing something similar for long-term care. So, we already have the principle of public administration, comprehensiveness, universality, portability, and accessibility. And no one argues about those principles anymore. They are an enshrined part of our healthcare system, fully recognizing the provincial jurisdiction over healthcare delivery, but also recognizing that the federal government can play a leadership role with its power of the purse. And so, I remain disappointed in my Liberal colleagues in finding yet another way to vote against a bold proposal when it comes to healthcare, because healthcare is top of mind for so many Canadians today, whether it's pharmacare, dental care, or serious reform in our long-term care system. So, Mr. Speaker, I know I have about a minute left, and I guess I just want to conclude by saying that families really want to know that their loved ones are getting the best possible care possible. And if you poll Canadians, you can see overwhelming majorities of Canadians who are in favor of bringing long-term care facilities under the jurisdiction of the Canada Health Act. Overwhelming numbers of Canadians want to see government investments to rebuild healthcare and other public services that have been previously cut. And so, we have to make that promise to Canadians that, our seniors are going to have safe and dignified care, that they know that families will know their loved ones are going to have the care that they deserve with proper standards in place. So I'll conclude there, Mr. Speaker. I very much welcome having the opportunity to take a part in today's debate, and I welcome any questions from my colleagues. Thank you so much.
We're a little bit truncated on the question period, but probably have time for about 2 questions in about 3 minutes. We'll go first to the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, if I've let down my colleague here by asking questions about this particular motion and trying to scrutinize it. But the reality is that the NDP are doing what they did with a number of different issues. They oversimplify them, write them down on the back of a napkin, as been suggested earlier, and then they bring them forward here without doing any of the work, such as talking to provinces, figuring out how the effects will be. I'm in favor of getting profit out of long-term care. I've stood in this House and said it on a number of occasions already. I believe that we need to do something significant. I just can't support a motion that comes to us in the form of having absolutely no background to support from a data-driven perspective.
Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I kind of chuckle at the member for Kingston and the Islands. I've heard his interventions all day long. And let me be very clear, this is not a piece of legislation. This is not even detailed policy. This is a motion of the House of Commons, and it is simply asking the members of the House to agree to express that the federal government needs to start embarking on this. So I fully realize the limitations of an opposition day motion. It's what we have to work with. What he has to explain is to his constituents why he is voting against what I think is a roadmap to sustainable and very detailed measures eventually to actually fix this problem when so many Canadians care so deeply about it.
Deuxième question, la députée de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, the NDP motion states that it cares about the well-being of our seniors, long-term care workers. Now, this motion shows the NDP's humanity, and that's a good thing. But does this motion recognize that health transfers are not sufficient and don't enable the provinces and territories to do their work properly? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pat Langford.
Mr. Speaker, this specific motion, the member is correct, does not give wording to that particular aspect. But I think she will find through our previous interventions in the House on other days and through our votes that we fully do support increased transfers to the provinces. The two are not mutually exclusive. What we're calling for in this particular motion today is recognition of the sorry state of Canada's long-term care system and using an existing model of the Canada Health Act, respecting provincial jurisdiction, but also acknowledging that we need more intervention. We need better standards of care. And this, I believe, there is plenty of room for the federal government to show some leadership on this particular issue.
So it being 6:15 p.m., it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. Question is as follows. Mr. Singh, seconded by Ms. Kwan, moved that given that I, won during the first wave, shall I dispense? Yes. Yes. Hearing no objections.
Yes. And, no, there is an objection, Mr. Speaker. I was a little late.
Okay, one, during the first wave, 82% of COVID deaths in Canada happened in long-term care, the highest proportion in the OECD. Deux, plus de 12,000 résidents au travail.
Two, there have been over 12,000 long-term care resident and worker deaths in Canada since the beginning of the pandemic.
Residents and workers in for-profit long-term care homes have a higher risk of infection and death than those in non-profit homes. The House call upon the government to ensure that national standards for long-term care, which are currently being developed, fully remove profit from the sector, including by
immediately bringing Rivera, a for-profit long-term care operator owned by a federal agency under public ownership. B, transitioning all for-profit care to not-for-profit hands by 2030.
C, working with provinces and territories to stop licensing any new for-profit care facilities and making sure that measures are in place to keep all existing beds open during the transition. And D, investing an additional $5 billion over the next 4 years in long-term care, with funding tied to respect for the principles of the Canada Health Act to boost the number of non-profit homes. Now, in the usual fashion, if a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request either a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I invite them now to rise and indicate so to the chair. And I see the honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request a recorded vote on the motion by the member for Burnaby South.
Interpretation did not occur during the last paragraph. No, it's been a few moments since there was interpretation.
Okay, maybe what I will do is indicate, and I will do so by way of my statement here, that c'est l'interprétation fonctionnelle.
Is interpretation currently working?
Interpretation's not working. Je vais essayer en français.
I will go ahead in French. Is interpretation currently working?
Everybody in the House is listening. Is it correct? Okay. I'm just going to ask again, is the interpretation working for those that are listening to the French channel? Merci, monsieur. Okay. Okay. So we're going to go, I'm going to go back to the honourable member for London Fanshawe, if she doesn't mind.
No, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to request a recorded vote on the motion by the member for Burnaby South.
Conformément à l'ordre adopté le lundi.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Tuesday, the 23rd of March, 2021, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
Oh, I see the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands rising.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I get to that awkward question that you and I seem to have the exchange of quite often, I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank you for your incredible service to this House, and in particular over the last session and a half. When I have been here, you've sat in that chair, and I know that you told me a couple weeks ago you weren't planning on running again. And I think, that this House will certainly be missed with your presence. I'll never forget one of the first times, within the first couple months of being here, I walked into the House and I accidentally, I'm sure it was an accident, had brought in a drink that wasn't water. And I sat it down right in my holder here, and I got a note from the page saying, Mark, I hope you're doing well and you're selling in the house well, but I noticed that you have a drink that doesn't look like water. And I wanted to, you've been so good, and I honestly think that you've done an incredible job at being a chair in that seat, and I wanted to at least have the opportunity, because in a minority government, you never know when the house will fall. I wanted to thank you for the incredible work that you've done. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to see the clock at 6:30.
I realize it's a rather roundabout way of requesting that the clock be seen at 6:30 p.m. and I appreciate that very much the heartfelt comments of my colleague. Is it the pleasure of the House to see the clock at 6:30 p.m.? Hearing no dissent, agreed and so ordered. Now, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments that were just said by my honourable colleague from Kingston Island, foreshadowing the big desire that these Liberals have to go to an election sooner rather than later in the upcoming months. So a fond farewell, and I think that's an interesting conversation, but we'll have that for a later date. Mr. Speaker, today I want to address a question that I had brought to this House in question period a few weeks back, and the question states, Canadians do not believe a word that comes out of this minister's mouth, referring to the Minister of Finance. There are 213,000 more unemployed Canadians. The government has the worst job creation record in the G7, and Canadians are tired of empty platitudes and broken promises. It's time for the Liberal front benches to get to work so that Canadians from coast to coast can start earning paychecks instead of receiving pink slips. Right now, we feel across this country that people have a desire to go back to work. And one of the things that's holding them back is a plan that is forthcoming from this government. I cannot believe, Mr. Speaker, that more people are not talking about the fact that this Liberal government has not brought forward a budget for 2 years, Mr. Speaker. 2 years without a financial plan for Canadians during a pandemic. People are looking for hope and optimism and a safe return to work. This government has sat on their hands and not brought forward that safe plan, and asking the finance minister that question about when are they going to get to work and deliver a plan, this is her rebuttal. If the member opposite does not want to believe my words, let me have a quote. David Parkinson from the Globe and Mail, here's what he has to say. For the economy as a whole, there are remarkably healthy signs. Unlike last spring's lockdown, it appears we learned how to keep the economy rolling. Recovery remains largely intact, thanks again to all the hardworking, innovative Canadian businesses. Remains largely intact, Mr. Speaker. For that comment, because a CTV article says, 1 year into the pandemic, Canada's job market is 599,100 jobs short of where it was in February of last year, or 3.1% below pre-pandemic levels. Now, we know we saw a bit of optimism in the return of jobs in February, but we're still almost 600,000 jobs short of where we were last February, Mr. Speaker. And that's incumbent on this government to start to bring forward a plan so Canadians can go back to work. Canadians are desperately wanting some hope and optimism from this government, and they have failed to bring anything forward. The Conservatives have a plan to secure jobs and secure our future, bring back the jobs that we lost, not only the 600,000, but 1 million jobs that were lost during the pandemic. And that's what Canadians are looking for. They're looking for a government that is ethical. We know we have ethics problems running rampant in the front benches of that Liberal government. Canadians want to have some certainty and clarity of where we're going to go into the future and how a government is going to help lead them in the direction of jobs and prosperity. So the question and the answer that I received was far from satisfactory, and I'm hoping whoever stands up and continues is working for the Liberal government tonight can answer this question. I know I don't want them to trumpet the fact that they had 1 good month of job creation. Where are the 600,000 jobs that Canadians were going to before the pandemic hit in February of 2020?
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin with my rebuttal, let me first echo the comments of the member for Kingston and the Islands on your superior service in the chair as Deputy Speaker over the past 5 years, my entire time as a Member of Parliament. I'll begin out of the gates by doing what I can to debunk the approach laid out by my Conservative colleague opposite. He went to great lengths to try to diminish what has been one of the most successful economic responses to COVID-19 globally. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that the Conservatives' argument hinges upon the belief that the Prime Minister and the Government of Canada is responsible for the economic cost of COVID-19. The reality that we know is true is that the cost stems not from government decisions to spend in response to the pandemic, but to the fact that there was a virus that swept across the planet. This virus created an economic cost that we could not have comprehended just a few years ago. Mr. Speaker, what matters is not necessarily the existence of the virus in terms of our debate in this House, but how we responded to it. When we had the opportunity to take calls, as I know he did, from family members who were worried about putting food on the table, businesses who were afraid they couldn't keep workers on the payroll, we responded swiftly and effectively. We advanced the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, which reached the kitchen tables of 9 million Canadians. We advanced the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, which kept over 5 million workers on the payroll. We've extended the Canada Emergency Business Account to provide liquidity support to nearly 1 million small and medium-sized businesses in Canada. Mr. Speaker, as a result of the measures that we have advanced, we have seen a serious economic recovery in Canada that many of our comparator economies around the world would be jealous to have within their own borders. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, the member diminishes the month of February, which saw 259,000 jobs return to the economy. But that's only part of the success story of our response to date, Mr. Speaker. I'd point out, if he's not satisfied with 1 month's job number, let's pick a comparator. Let's look at the United States, which has seen 57.6 of the jobs lost during the peak of this pandemic recovered today, to Canada, which is now in excess of 80%. Mr. Speaker, we know it may not be perfect, but a lot of many of the jobs that are still to be recovered are not back in their communities because of the public health response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The reality is we know that certain communities are doing the difficult thing, but the right thing, to close their doors, to limit their services, and yes, sometimes to reduce the hours of their employees to keep their community safe. In fact, the best economic policy that we could adopt is a strong public health response. I'd urge him to dig into the job numbers. Well, he'll realize that we don't just have 80% of the jobs recovered, but a higher labor force participation rate than our neighbors. But if you actually look at certain provinces, including my own in Nova Scotia, that has seen literally a world-leading public health response to the pandemic, we have recovered almost all of the jobs that we have lost during the course of this pandemic. In fact, there are more full-time workers in my home province today than there were in February of last year before the pandemic. The reason is the province took the right steps to manage the public health conditions, and the federal government was there to support households and businesses so they could come back when it was safe to do so. The long-term impact of the economic response to the COVID-19 pandemic will be told a few years from now. But given where I sit, and given the stats that I'm observing month over month over month, I have all the confidence in the world that Canada's pandemic response will be held up on the pedestal as an example for what the rest of the world ought to have done.
Member for Regina Leuven.
Well, I thank my colleague very much for that response, and he is a tremendous orator. I know he's won awards for being able to spin numbers, and people really enjoy listening to this member speak. But one question he didn't answer is, how come it's taken 2 years to bring forward a budget? Other countries across the world have delivered budgets. My home province of Saskatchewan has delivered a budget. Actually, they're probably going to deliver 2 budgets before this federal government delivers one, which goes into his comments and saying this country will be held up as how the pandemic was handled. I'd ask him, are we that far ahead of everyone in vaccinations? Is our safe reopen plan that far ahead of other jurisdictions? Did our Prime Minister, like Boris Johnson, deliver a data-filled plan of how the UK was going to unveil and reopen their economy? Because I don't remember, maybe I missed it, I don't remember our Prime Minister standing up in this House delivering a scientific plan with data points on how our economy was going to open. And I missed it. I would love to have the Parliamentary Secretary refresh my memory of how well that plan is going to roll out for the people of Canada.
Parliament Secretary.
Very quickly in response, I won't be lectured on the importance of following evidence and data from a party who muzzled their own scientists, tried to end the long-form sentence, and literally destroyed research in my home province, the Bedford Institute of Oceanography. The reality, Mr. Speaker, if he's looking for the reason that we may not have had a budget last year, he actually voted in favor of a measure that allowed the government to launch an emergency spending response that had the COVID-19 Special Committee to provide parliamentary scrutiny over those spending measures. Since that time, we have launched a fall economic statement that is 237 pages, includes a 5-year fiscal outlook with varying scenarios that could come to pass. The estimates process, which he's still able to take part in to provide scrutiny, remains available to him. The Government Operations Committee is receiving monthly reports on spending from the government. And in fact, most of the detail on our spending is available online. Our plan from day one remains the same today. Support households and businesses to get through this pandemic, spare no expense to defeat the virus, and ensure that households and businesses are here to contribute to the economic recovery when this pandemic is behind us.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, several months ago, I asked a question on behalf of the thousands of workers and their families employed at Chalk River Laboratories in the Upper Ottawa Valley, and on behalf of the thousands of other Canadians who are employed in the nuclear sector. I asked the Minister of Natural Resources to talk about Canada's world-class nuclear industry and the tremendous opportunity that awaits Canada in the new build nuclear power market. Specifically, my question focused on small modular reactors, SMRs. I acknowledge that after I prompted the federal government with my question, the minister announced the government's Canadian Small Modular Reactor Plan. I want to assure the Minister of Natural Resources that he has my continuing support when it comes to good jobs in the nuclear sector. The nuclear industry is a big employer in my constituency and has been since the dawn of the nuclear age. Not only does the Minister of Natural Resources have my full support for Canada to get into the game and join the other advanced Western nations like the United States, the United Kingdom, who are investing in next generation build, he has my full support to fund a replacement for the National Research Universal NRU reactor. That piece of critical infrastructure was recently decommissioned after almost 60 years of faithful service. Canada should be investing in national infrastructure like a modern version having NRU capabilities. Canadians are suffering today from the short-sighted policy decision made in the 1970s by the Liberal government of the day to cripple medical research by reducing patent protection. Decisions today affect the generations of the future. We don't want to make the same policy mistake with nuclear. Canada will be a poorer country if we have to wait for the benefits of nuclear research done in other countries, the way Canadians have had to wait for medicines manufactured in other countries, due to our limited domestic capacity to produce safe Canadian vaccines in Canada using Canadian know-how. Whether we like it or not, energy will be the currency of the future. I recognize, as do many Canadians who respect the science, the only way Canada can make a real contribution to a clean environment is through the use of dependable, greenhouse gas-free nuclear energy to generate the electricity that lights our streets, heats our homes, and powers industry. Unlike the members for Ottawa Centre, Ottawa South, who are opposed to real action against pollution by opposing SMRs, I agree with the founder of the environmental group Greenpeace, Dr. Patrick Moore. Dr. Patrick Moore has written another book recently, Fake Invisible Catastrophes and Threats of Doom, which I recommend all MPs read. I agree with James Hansen, the NASA scientist that's held in high esteem by environmentalists, when he states that based on science and facts, the world cannot tackle threats to the environment without nuclear energy in the mix. Trust the science and the facts. I'm pleased to quote Deep River Mayor Suzanne Dion. Deep River in the Ottawa Valley is a willing community to host a demonstration small modular reactor. And quote, as both a mayor and concerned global citizen, I believe there's a need for more urgency by the federal government and the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission in the development and safe deployment of SMRs and VCSMRs in Canada. And I wholeheartedly endorse the statement of principles for the SMR action plan. The town of Deep River is keenly interested to do more to encourage and facilitate the accelerated development and rollout of SMRs locally throughout Canada and globally. We are passionate about becoming the first host community of a VSMR in Canada and to be ambassadors and real-life demonstration example for small or remote northern communities who may not yet have a comfort level with nuclear. The town's interest and motivation in SMRs comes both from our history as Canada's first nuclear community and our vision for the future.
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. And I'll begin by saying that it may not be often that we find ourselves in agreement, but I thank the honourable member for her statements of support of the government's direction at the beginning of her remarks. I'm pleased, Mr. Speaker, to be able to address an issue that's important to Ontario and New Brunswick, but indeed the entire country. The timing of this question may not be, could not possibly be better. We're contemplating the building of a low emissions energy future for our entire country. We need energy systems that are reliable, secure, clean, and affordable for Canadians. They have to be competitive as well, with the potential to attract investment, as financial markets are increasingly looking towards jurisdictions that value strong environmental, social, and governance principles, also known as ESG. This is where small modular reactors fit in, an emerging technology which holds the potential to deliver the baseload power that can pull more renewable electricity into our energy mix and help us move away from conventional coal and fossil fuel power generation. This is the context in which our government launched in December an action plan for small modular reactors, or SMRs if you prefer. It's an initiative that involves a range of partners, Mr. Speaker, including industry and provincial and territorial governments. This action plan builds on our support for an industry that sustains more than 76,000 Canadian jobs. As the member opposite knows, Canada is among an elite group of nations that have the full spectrum of nuclear capabilities, from building reactors and to manufacturing fuel to conducting world-class research and development and establishing long-term solutions to radioactive waste. We also happen to be the world's second largest source of uranium. And our regulatory system is internationally respected for its commitment to evidence-based decision-making that places safety at its core. All of this contributes to our global brand that makes us ideally placed to tap into a vast market, one expected to be worth $150 to $300 billion annually by 2040, delivering $19 billion in economic benefits to Canada between those years, between 2030 and 2040. And creating in the process, Mr. Speaker, I might add, over 6,000 Canadian jobs annually. Now, demand is driven by the growing need for smaller and affordable nuclear energy sources to generate electricity with zero emissions, to power resource extraction in remote places, to desalinate water, to replace coal, and offer a clean alternative source of light and heat in Indigenous, rural, and remote communities. For Canada, SMRs could help us meet our Paris targets, all while creating good middle-class jobs and continuing to advance reconciliation with Indigenous peoples at the same time. And Mr. Speaker, we are making significant progress. I think back to 2018 when we hosted our first international conference on SMRs and launched our SMR roadmap. We now have more than 100 partners in the nuclear industry, in other sectors of the economy, including petroleum and mining, among Indigenous leaders, universities, labor groups, and civil society, also amongst provincial, territorial, and municipal governments. They know Canada has what it takes to be a world leader. Mr. Speaker, I want to cite just a few examples of our progress. First, we announced a $20 million investment in SMR development by Terrestrial Energy. This funding will help the Oakville, Ontario-based company reach a new milestone in the exciting development of its Generation 4 reactor project. Second, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission is focusing, as I speak, on a number of SMR vendor design reviews, including terrestrials. This will allow the Commission staff to provide feedback early in a company's design process to ensure they're on the right track. I'll conclude, Mr. Speaker, by extending my thanks to two people in particular. One, the member for St. John's, Rossé, for his advocacy for SMRs in his home province of New Brunswick. And second, to my former physics professor at St. Francis Xavier University, Go, Michael Steinitz, who continues to provide advice to me in my own community on energy policy and what the future may look like for Canada 10, 20, 50 years from now. Thank you kindly.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I'm also pleased to confirm the County of Renfrew passed the following resolution regarding small modular reactors, stating that Council support Canadian Nuclear Laboratories Limited in their efforts to pursue research and development initiatives for small modular reactor and very small modular reactors, and that the County of Renfrew support and encourage the hosting and safe operations of SMR and VSMR technologies at Chalk River Laboratories. What's needed now is a funding commitment from the Government of Canada to make this happen. Canada cannot afford to be not in the game. Too much is at stake. Canadians should not have to wait for an election budget full of short-term spending promises. The time to build for the future is now.
Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will point out that there's no conversation about SMRs that will be short-term spending. This is a long-term part of the energy mix as we go forward to establish the potential for a net zero Canada. Mr. Speaker, just to wrap up, the Canadian Nuclear Laboratories is moving closer to its goal to help prove the commercial viability of SMRs. It wants to host a demonstration project at one of its sites in 2026. The most advanced among the applicants is the Global First Power joint venture that includes Ontario Power Generation. The project is now undergoing an environmental assessment, and she wants to talk about funding commitments, Mr. Speaker. Just last week, our government announced that it has invested over $50 million in Moltex Energy Canada Incorporated to support production of emissions-free energy through waste-to-stable salts process that recycles existing used nuclear fuel to produce non-emitting energy. Mr. Speaker, Canada is on the path of this global trend to ensure that SMRs play a key role in the energy mix of our future and that they will be compatible with our net zero legislation that we put forward just last year. Thank you.
The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and glad to see the colleague from Nova Scotia on this tonight. Appreciate his ability to respond to some good questions. And small business is what I'm talking about, and he would understand this first issue. We have it's March and spring is coming well. We've got tractors out. We've got planting season already beginning in southern Alberta. But we're short some very skilled agricultural workers. These are not the temporary foreign workers which he might see coming into the Annapolis Valley. These are Mexican Mennonite people who have status in Canada, but they're stranded in Mexico. We need to find a way to support our small businesses in the ag sector with these highly skilled people who are back in Mexico working on their properties there, who have properties in the sense of homes and places to be here, but they are stranded in Mexico. In our ag sector, probably in southern Alberta, we have 100 families who need to travel back to Canada to be in our ag sector. This is a critical piece to our ag sector, as it is in many parts. These are not temporary foreign workers, as he might be familiar with the Annapolis Valley. Another small business that we have a huge issue with is in the travel agencies. The travel agencies are small businesses, independent. When they shut down the airline industry about a year ago, these people had their commissions withdrawn, clawed back by the major airlines. Not only can they now get an income, but they lost previous income that they had from commissions from the year before. Qualifying for programs? No. This is another small business in our communities that is suffering greatly because of the clawback from the airlines. The bailouts that the government talks about doesn't help these small business people in our communities. Another one is our ag sector is irrigation. The irrigation industry is huge in part of my riding. These people farm 4% of the arable land, but produce 20% of the agriculture GDP in Alberta. On $30 of carbon tax in one irrigation district out of 13, 5 in my riding, it has been calculated very closely. They pay $1 million in carbon tax out of this one irrigation area. Now, there's 13. Now with the Clean Fuel Standard carbon tax going 500% increase in that, can you imagine the tens of millions of dollars that will be leaving these small business operations in my riding? There will be those operations who can't spend the money in those communities. They can't buy machinery parts. They're not going to shop at the stores. The ripple effect into the volunteer part of the community is huge. So these small businesses need power for irrigation. There's no rebate. There's no exemption for this power. None. These are small businesses that are huge in my riding. They need the support, but yet the government with that 500% increase is taking the money out of the riding. No rebates, no exemptions. This is huge in the riding for these small businesses in the Bow River riding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Export and, Small Business and Export Promotion.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like in turn to commend you on the amazing job you've done over the past few years, nonpartisan work that you do a brilliant job of in both official languages of our country.
On to the question and comments made by my colleague, the member for Bow River, regarding small businesses generally and some specific small business sectors in his community. And I will go through some of the many ways that our government has supported and is continuing to support small businesses throughout the country, including in his riding. But before I do that, I do respectfully want to point out a recurring inconsistency, I might say, with the comments and questions from Conservative members. On the one hand, there is often huge criticism and even some outright rejection of the approach taken by our government in order to spend, in order to support our small businesses. And yes, that does cost money, and we are incurring a deficit for which my understanding was the Conservatives are opposed. And yet, many members seem to find new ideas and programs for additional spending in order to support the small businesses in their ridings. I just hope that at the end of the day, we can agree that we do need to spend money in order to support Canadians, and that, 1 or 3 or 5 years hence, those same Conservative members are not going to come accuse the government of having spent inappropriately, when we all know, and we are all rising in this House in order to confirm the importance of spending in order to support our economy and our small business owners. Now, some of the things that we have done over the course of the last year are extremely innovative. I think back to the conversations that I have very often with entrepreneurs across the country who regularly tell me that it is thanks to the government programs that they are able to keep the lights on, that they're able to keep their workers employed, that they're able to pay for their rent, for example. And all of these programs are supporting the businesses that are in the agricultural sector, that are in the tourism sector, and that are in all sectors of our Canadian economy. And we believe that that is very, very important. Our small businesses employ more than 10.8 million Canadians. They are by far our largest employer. It's enormous and enormously important for us to continue supporting them, particularly, of course, I'm thinking of the wage subsidy, which is literally subsidizing the paychecks of Canadians right across the country. And let me also just point out a few other programs before getting into some further specifics. The rent subsidy program, which we recently changed in order for our subsidy to go directly to the small business owner, has a top up which covers up to 90% of the rent for our small business owners that are under lockdown. Let us, for example, talk about the importance of our tourism sector. The member opposite raised our travel industry, and of course they have been experiencing huge hardships over the last year due to the health and sanitary measures that we have put in place and that provinces and territories have also put in place. And in that regard, let me point the member to the Regional Relief and Recovery Fund, which is there in order to support all businesses, but has an earmark specifically for tourism operators. Let me also point to the very recently released HoC program. This is a new program which, thanks to the feedback and the comments from the tourism sector, we were able to put in place in order to provide entirely 100% government-backed loans to tourism operators in particular. And I have heard from credit unions and from our financial institutions that there is pickup on this program and that our tourism operators are being supported by it. I would like to also point out that we added an additional $20,000 to our very popular CEBA loan program, which is a loan at a 0% interest rate that includes a portion that is non-refundable, or in other words, a grant. And that came as huge relief to small business owners who were concerned about taking on too much debt. I think that the range of supports that we have for small businesses are the envy of the world, Mr. Speaker. They have shown themselves to be effective.
We are over time there, and we'll get back for the last minute for the honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And didn't touch on getting those skilled workers back into Canada because there's no flights out of Mexico back to Canada. And the travel agencies, the clawback commissions, no, that's not part of the deal they're talking with airlines. These are people who book tickets on airlines. This is not the travel part that she's talking about. Or the irrigation, it's the carbon tax, the tens of millions of dollars that we're going to lose out of our ridings, and small businesses are not going to gain from that. No, she didn't touch that one. So let's go to one more. We have several businesses in my riding who've had stranded assets for a year because in May, the gun legislation by Orders in Council was brought in, stranded assets in small businesses. They can't sell them. They're stranded assets. Now they've gone into the airsoft gun business, and now we have more stranded assets in businesses. These are small businesses that the government has changed regulations and now introduced legislation that leaves stranded assets in local businesses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to apologize to my colleague. The time does go by very quickly. I had many more notes to share with him, and I know that this second round, I only have 1 minute. Suffice it to say that on the new issues that my colleague raises, you cannot find a stronger proponent of our measures in order to support tackling climate change. And so I will not apologize for the carbon tax, Mr. Speaker. It is critical that our government take real action in order to stem what is the biggest issue of our generation. And I followed closely the events of this weekend, and I am sorry that the Conservative Party chose not to recognize that climate change is real and is something that we need to address. But I certainly won't apologize for that, Mr. Speaker.
I just, before I close off, I just want to thank Honourable Parliamentary Secretaries for their kind words. And now the motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.